was happening back then, knowing what we know now, puts a whole different light on it.
Okay, so what you're saying is it makes you a little more humble in modern times.
Yes.
About how seriously you will treat somebody's idea.
Yes, and also we realize that a lot of what we think we know now is certainly wrong. But I don't know which parts are wrong.
Steve, that's not very encouraging. You make this profound declaratory statement. There are things that we think are true today that will surely be wrong.
But that's what the history of science tells us. I can't tell you what those things are. We're going to have to find out, but we have a method to do it. It's an error-correcting method of investigation by interrogating nature itself, and it works very well. It's gotten us this far. It's gotten us where we can be using these electrons to send this conversation at the speed of light to a large audience.
These electrons, like these buds with the electricity, right? These electrons, you got your electrons, I got
Hold up,
mine.
Knight. Let me make one thing clear. As a member of the Brotherhood, you serve
not only is the facts of history, but there's the psychology of what's going on in the surrounding towns, the politics, the scientists themselves.
If you want my respect, you will have to earn it. When I give you a mission,
That's awesome, because I knew some of the
Perfectly.
stories.
Good. Paladin Dance has already briefed me on your search for the missing recon team. I want them.
So there I am as I tell these stories.
I've completed my investigation into the missing recon team. Paladin Brandis was the only survivor.
Brandis? What happened to him?
No, these are great. So it's not just
I convinced him to return to the Brotherhood.
Well done. It may be difficult for him to adjust to life in the Brotherhood again, but his experience suits very well. Is there anything else?
Do you want their holotapes?
Thank you. I'll see that they make it to their next of kin.
Look at that.
Yeah.
Look at Steve. His wheels are.
How will the Brotherhood...
They faced their mission with courage. They fought with honor against hope. That is what it means to be a member.
You turn a wheel into a machine, you got a gear.
That's all.
I'll prepare a full report. In the meantime, allow me to offer you a new suit of armor.
More Star Talk Radio. Topic today: the making of Cosmos.
This was no easy mission, Knight. Well done. Now, I have a more pressing matter that requires your attention. I've received reports that supplies have been disappearing from our supply depot at the airport.
An inside job.
This is treason we're talking about. In a case like this, you are either sure or you are not. I want you to take charge of this investigation. Report to Knight Sergeant Gavel at the base. He commands our logistics division. He can familiarize you with his unit and the depot. Beyond that, you have leave to conduct your investigation as you see fit. Report your findings directly to me. Is that clear?
Yes, sir.
I expect results. See that I get them. Dismissed.
Conscious and non-GMO, and with free shipping anywhere in the U.S., NatureBox is busting up the vending machine monopoly on your midday hunger. Try NatureBox right now and get 50% off your first box by going
Superstructure
to
integrity green. Hull plating stable.
StarTalk. That's naturebox.com/StarTalk. Swimsuit weather is almost here. Time to snack smarter. Stay full. Stay strong. Go to naturebox.com/StarTalk. That's naturebox.com/StarTalk.
Bringing space and science.
Attention all personnel. I'm disappointed I need to address this, but unsanctioned social contact with Commonwealth natives is strictly prohibited.
Elder Maxon ordered me.
Anyone who is engaged in such fraternization should
Dr.
report
Teagan.
to Night Captain Cade for immediate decontamination.
Yes, sir. Crops will be available.
I've done a better job. Here are your cap. Plenty of farms out there. These farmers realize what we did for them on a...
Chuck Nice. There you go. We've got in studio a friend and colleague, Stephen Soder, who's an astrophysicist who co-wrote Cosmos.
Awesome.
And you might say,
Fantastic show.
Or this one. Ask me that. What's one of these?
So you're the new knight I heard about. Glad
Scribe
to have you
Naraya.
on the team.
Have you collected any blood samples, Knight?
Yes, here you go.
Thank goodness. I was running low and didn't want to draw any. Here's some caps for the trouble. I really appreciate you searching. As soon as I make a breakthrough.
Naraya.
Have you collected any blood samples, Knight?
No, sorry.
I understand. I really appreciate. As soon as I make...
Expansive as you are on the written page.
The giving machines on a written page. Words can go wherever you want, and you can be all flowery.
Right, but here you're constrained by the medium.
Nothing to report right now, Knight.
Sacrificing
Can't believe
information
super
that you're disseminating. It's hard work to distill it to
done
get
so
the essentials. If you say so yourself.
So part of your challenge is, but you have to know how effective the visual medium is as its own conveyor.
I flew on a vertibird one time. The pilot even let me fire the minigun a few times.
This went through your head.
That was the best day ever.
Space shows in the new planetarium, presumably.
Yes.
Squire.
Advertorium night.
And in some cases, they actually turned out to look much better than I imagined.
Oh, that's okay. That means you don't have a good imagination.
There were some very clever people on the visual end.
Right, it's part of the collaboration of making this stuff work. Right. I mean, for me, I'm an interloper in the TV world, really. I'd rather just stay in my lab. And you see me on TV, but when I'm there getting filmed, I see the 100 people making the product. You know, the producers, the gaffers, the lighting people, the directors, the assistant director, the hair, makeup.
Don't forget craft services.
Craft services.
Very, very important. Very important.
I got all trim and slim for the series. After the series, I was 20 pounds. Defeating you all the time. All the time. Now, Steve, this, as you know, this show aired on Fox. You can't get more mainstream than Fox. This is not PBS. This is not the Science Channel in the extra package for cable. This is mainstream primetime. So it's
Got it.
One would have an expectation that you are plugged into pop culture if you're communicating with pop culture. So how would you rate your pop culture index?
About 0.
Oh, you're not Kardashian fluent?
No, it stops about 1940. I'm interested in pop culture before about that period, but not much afterwards.
Wow. Okay. So that means the conversations you and I have about pop culture, that's your only lifeline.
That's right.
I didn't know I was that important to you. Okay, so in terms of language, and I mean, you're an astute listener and observer of current events and things.
Oh, yeah. I keep up with the news.
So then how do you, in turn, take that and present something like Cosmos? Here's the thing that's great about it, writing-wise. I love it. And I'm a person who's loves science, is curious about science, and wants to learn. My 8-year-old son watches it with me. He loves it. So now, how is it that you're able to talk to two disparate audiences who are, I was going to
say desperate or disparate?
Disparate. But two disparate audiences, I said it again, disparate audiences who are, hopefully, one is intellectually more advanced than the other.
Well, we did that in the planetarium shows. Our audience is everyone, from children to PhD scientists, and we had to find a way to provide something that everyone would like, and it's hard work. All I can tell you is it's hard work.
Sure, but to do it in a way that the people who are in the know don't feel like they're wasting their time or that you're talking down to them, and obviously the young kids are not going to get everything, right? But there's some.
Well, I've had a lot of experience talking to people throughout my career. People of all ages, and learning what they respond to, what they understand, and what would be over their heads.
Okay.
Just look at all these old planes.
Things that cannot be over people's heads,
It's hard
but you
to
can still
believe they could
appreciate on
actually
different
fly.
levels.
Yeah, and the challenge is really to try to still get to the heart of the subject, to not oversimplify it, to connect with the real depths of the subject, but convey that in a way that people can understand.
Okay, I think that's the ticket right
If
there.
it looks dead,
If you
put
stay
one
true
more
to
in
the
its
theme,
head for good measure.
true to the idea, then
We'll stop the
no matter
Institute
how you shape
for
it.
Maxson and for the
That
Brotherhood.
makes sense, yeah. So you're not really
Let me
allowing
guess.
the audience
Captain
to
Kells sent you?
drive what you're writing.
That's right.
Let's take this somewhere more private.
To be the key focus.
We've
and then
converted
say,
this section
okay, now
of
how
the
do I
terminal
make
into
that
our
work
primary
with this
supply
person, that
depot.
person?
Everything the Brotherhood needs to operate passes through here. Supplies from the Pridwin, salvage from the field, we handle it all.
Hail,
Access
Knight.
is strictly limited to the logistics detail, and we track every crate, every bullet, every bolt that comes through that door.
Carl Sagan had a way with words and a way of, he had a bedside manner. And so we all know Carl's influence on us, but what was your influence on Carl Sagan back then? If you were co-writer of the original Cosmos.
Well, I came up with some of the ideas that got into the original Cosmos I began.
Sergeant?
Which is why I don't take kindly to these accusations. I know every soldier in this unit. The thought that anyone would question their loyalty makes me sick. If you've got questions, ask. Otherwise...
So one thing I remember is that in the original
Tell me about the
Cosmos
logistics
series,
division.
I've been in charge of this unit for almost 10 years now. We're a small...
Tell me about the missing supply.
We're down over 20 crates, if you believe the scribes. All food. Dried meat, Instamash, mac and cheese. It doesn't make sense. I could see someone stealing weapons or tech, but our thief goes to all this...
Right. Where should I begin my investigation?
You shouldn't. I've already spoken with my men. They haven't seen anything. Tegan's scribe. If you insist on questioning someone, go bother Lucia or Clark.
And the title of it was?
Lucia and Clark?
Knight Lucia and Initiate Clark. They were just posted to this detail. They're still learning their way around, but if you have to badger someone with your questions...
That's all for now, Sergeant.
Take my advice. Poke around a little. Then tell the captain...
Is not thinking of the world in terms of countries, but thinking of the world in terms of humans as a species.
You hear about the thefts, right? Look, I already told Sergeant Gavel everything I know.
I'm conducting this investigation, Initiate. I have some questions for you.
This is a formal investigation now? Look, I want to get to the bottom of this as much as anyone. What do you want to know?
Tell me about the logistics unit.
There are what, 10 of us now? Something like that. Our division reports to Proctor Tegan, up on the Pridlin. Sergeant Gavel handles day-to-day operations. He's running logistics. Other than the sergeant, there's Lucia, me, the scribes, and...
We're good friends and spend a lot of time sharing ideas, but only a couple of brief scientific articles.
Lucia?
Excuse me. Knight Lucia. We joined the Brotherhood together. She'll probably get assigned to...
Tell me about the missing...
I really don't know anything. I've heard the...
What rumors have you heard?
Well, they say raiders with stealth boys hit the terminal every night. That supplies disappear faster than we can bring them. It's a lot of garbage. I usually work the night shift. Believe me, the only thing we risk dying of is boredom.
What's the security situation?
We're in the middle of a hardened military base. Nothing's getting in or out of it.
You really think the base is that secure?
I do. And even if something did make it into the supply depot, there are no...
Lucia?
Excuse me.
That's all, Initiate.
Knight?
I think she brings to it the heart, why it matters, why it should feel, why this should touch you. And I bring to it, I think, the science.
Copper wire.
And by the way, just so I can get...
Could you tell me what... Oh, I'm sorry, I don't think we've met. Knight Lucia, Logistics. What can I do for you, Knight?
And it was clear I was there with them. It was
I'm conducting an investigation into the missing supplies.
The captain appointed an investigator? Is it really that? I'm not sure I can be of much help, but...
What's it like working in logistics?
It's not a bad post. Sergeant Gavel is tough, but I've learned... I guess some people take to it and some don't. Like Clark.
And it was this sort of dynamic synergy between, you might call it left brain, right brain. And that's what honed...
What about Clark?
We joined the Brotherhood around the same time, about 2 years ago.
Dynamic synergy.
I like it.
Oh, man. And so what are the two in equal measure again?
Emotion and intellect.
Ooh, there you go. That's, I have one of those.
I think that should be the center of every House of Future Learning.
Absolutely.
Emotion and intellect. When we come back on Star Talk Radio, more of my interview in studio with Steve Soder, co-writer of Cosmos.
What about Clark?
We joined the Brotherhood around the same time, about 2 years.
This episode is brought to you by Squarespace, the all-in-one platform that makes it fast and easy to create your own professional website, portfolio, or online store.
What about Clark?
We joined the Brotherhood around the same time, about 2 years ago. We've always been friends.
With new features
features, new
Well,
designs, and
until
even
recently.
better support. They have beautiful designs for you to start with, and they have a ton of style options so you can create a unique website for you or your business. They released 20 new customizable templates this past year, and every design automatically includes a mobile experience that matches the overall style of your website so your content looks great on every device every time. Squarespace is easy to use with simple drag and drop tools. But if you need help, Squarespace has an amazing support team that works 24 hours, 7
Why?
days a week.
What happened?
It was
It
after the battle.
The battle?
Battle for the airport. It was our first real combat mission. It was something to see. The Pridwin coming in under full vertebrate escort, guns blazing. We were one of the first teams to hit the ground. Dozens of ferals. We opened fire and cut them down, and hunted the ones that tried to run. It was everything I had hoped for. But Clark, since then I've noticed him slipping off by himself, once or twice a day. Do you think you could follow him? See what he's doing? His shit. Maybe it's nothing, but...
Night, Lucia.
Thank you. I really appreciate this.
All right, that's it for today.
This is Star Talk.
You sure that's worth taking with us?
We're back on Star Talk Radio. Neil deGrasse Tyson here with Chuck Nice in studio, my co-host.
Yes.
And we've got here live my friend and colleague Steve Soder, co-author of Cosmos, not only the original, but the current one.
Impressive.
And he's co-author with Ann Druyan. Ann Druyan also serves as executive producer, and I think she even gets a director credit for 1 or 2 of the episodes. We're going to get her on another Star Talk.
Oh, that's
Stay tuned for that.
That's great.
I got Steve, my buddy, here right now. And so, Steve, you co-wrote the original Cosmos. Who first said billions and billions? The inquiring minds want to know now.
Johnny Carson. Fucking a spoof on Carl.
Oh, as he spooked Carl. Yes. I saw some of those. He wore the wig and, and
turtleneck sweater.
The turtleneck.
Right. Billions and billions.
Billions. Okay, so Carl only just never said billion.
Carl said it doesn't make any sense to say billions and billions. It is very imprecise.
That would make 2 billion, right? Billions and 3 billion. Right, so, okay, so, so the issue here is Carl said it so many times.
He said billions with a very precise B.
Billions. So he said it so often that to the listener, it was just billions and billions.
Billions and billions.
Yeah, okay. Just
gobs and gobs.
that's the mathematically illiterate version of that.
Exactly.
Dude, I saw some comic, forgive me for not remembering the illustrator. He said Carl Sagan as a child, look at all the stars. There must be hundreds of them. So Steve, a couple of things. What's different about the current Cosmos, of course, it's on commercial TV and it has commercial breaks. Yes. What did you have to do? As you co-wrote the original, which appeared on PBS, no commercials. Right. This had commercials. Right. Was that frustrating? Was it fun? What was it?
Well, we had to write it in blocks that could be separated for commercial breaks. So
well, that can't be bad.
That wasn't
hard if it parcels people's attention span.
Yeah.
But I mean, I say it can be bad, but was it hard or easy?
No, it wasn't hard at all. But I think the impact of those commercials, though, is distracting, to say the least. A lot of people are complaining about them.
Says the man who doesn't own the television.
Right, exactly.
Look, man, commercials make the world go round, right? Yeah, you can't really not eat the cake that you have.
Right, yeah, well, you need the commercials.
I don't know if I believe all those
that
boogeyman
just gives you an opportunity to put out a DVD.
It all sounds like paranoia.
There you go.
So, I'm looking forward to that.
Okay. So, what was the urge to put a historical vignette in every single episode?
Well, these are great stories, and they're human stories, and they also show something in the process.
What's your favorite among these stories?
I think, well, I like a lot of them, but...
you pick your children, yeah.
Fraunhofer.
The
man who discovered the spectral line.
That was episode 5, I think.
Correct.
Yes.
Correct. And when we began researching his story, we discovered that he was an orphan who was saved by a prince. So there's already sort of a fairy tale feeling to this story. Yes. And then he goes on to become head of the research department in a modest facility in Germany, which turns out to be the place where the music of Carmina Burana was discovered. And we used that in with making explaining how sound waves work and how they're analogs for light waves.
Might I add, I played that organ.
Did you
There's something
in the show?
Was that really you playing?
Yes, that was me.
I was impressed.
No, not the Carmina Burana.
Before that.
Yeah, I had a little Bach minuet, which I think we later learned was not Bach, but it's a little classical minuet. It's all I remember from my piano lessons when I was 12 years old.
And you had a chance to put that in the show?
Yeah, I got a little bit of it in the show. And so, but, so you loved the fairy tale aspect.
Yes, and it was true.
It has the benefit of being true. Plus, it's the birth of astrophysics, right? So,
Okay, so a prism in front of a telescope. So I'm interested, like you just said, he was an orphan that was basically taken up by a prince. Yes. And that leads me to inquire, how important is money in science historically? Well, support patronage is important. I mean, there's a lot of brilliant people out there, but they've never had the opportunity to express it because they didn't have support, they didn't have patronage. It was just an accident that Fraunhofer got that.
You know, Chuck, we dodged a bullet back when Herschel discovered, he was the first to discover a planet, and he discovered planet Uranus. But his funder was King George, right? King George of the American Revolution, right? King George, George III. And so for a while, he was calling it, he was called George's star. He was called
George's star.
That's right.
But the planets then would have been Mercury, Venus, Mars, Jupiter, Saturn, and George.
George, right? So,
Hold up.
Funding this stuff, right? What the Medicis, I think, helped out.
Medici and stars is what Galileo named the pieces of Jupiter when he discovered.
That was named
after the rich people. Yeah, that didn't last either.
Yeah. Okay, so poor people made very few contributions unless they were discovered by rich people. That's what you're saying.
Often, yeah.
So we don't know what discoveries lay unrevealed.
Right, but
in the minds of poor people.
But we know that they will not come out of a poor neighborhood.
Unless someone discovers them.
There'll never be a star called Bodega. Fraunhofer was discovered because the house that he was a servant in collapsed on him, and when he was rescued, the prince and future king of Bavaria was there and took an interest in him. But Anne wrote the brilliant line, how many others do we need in the rubble?
There you go. When we come back, more on the making of Cosmos right here on Star Talk Radio.
Why are razors so doggone expensive? Maybe it's because those billion-dollar shave companies overload their razors with ridiculous shave tech. You don't need, do you really need a razor with vibrating handle, back scratcher, and laser pointer? I don't, and I was sick of paying through the nose for it. That's why I made the switch to DollarShaveClub.com. DollarShaveClub.com sends amazing quality razors and other cool brand stuff right to your door for just a couple of bucks a month. I'm a 4-blade guy, and with Dollar Shave Club, it's only $6 for a 4-pack. Seriously, only $6 for the best quality blades you can get. And since DollarShaveClub.com doesn't waste their money on ridiculous shave tech, they charge a fraction of what the big shave companies charge. Join the hundreds of thousands of guys who've upgraded to the smart way to shave. Shave time, shave money. Join now. DollarShaveClub.com/StarTalk. That's DollarShaveClub.com/StarTalk. Unlocking the secrets of your world and everything orbiting around it. This is StarTalk. StarTalk.
Star Talk Radio, Neil deGrasse Tyson here, your personal astrophysicist. Chuck Nice. With me.
Yes, sir.
Always good to have you, Chuck.
Always a pleasure.
Yeah, we're talking about the writing of Cosmos.
Yes.
And the current one that I happen to host. I host that.
I can't believe I'm actually sitting here with the show Cosmos. That's great.
So we have in studio my friend and colleague Steve Soder, co-author of the original, co-author of the current one, and co-author with Anne Druyan. We're going to get her on another Star Talk. Steve, let me ask. In the original, the historical bits were they had actors doing them,
right?
And so you had to write some script that might have worked in its day, perhaps. In the current one, that's all been swapped out with animation. So was that a different? That might have been different.
I guess you've got your reasons.
know.
But that just looks like junk to me.
That was a decision that was made after the first drafts of all 13 episodes were completed. So we were writing, I think, with actors in mind.
With actors in mind. And so, do you have any opinions about the animations?
I think some of it works, and some of it, for me, doesn't. But that's just a personal.
So you have mixed feelings about it? Yeah, I had mixed feelings initially, and then it just grew on me. And now I look forward to it every single time. I think part of my resistance was because I was accustomed to the actor with the British accent and the glued-on mutton chops, and I was expecting that because that's all I was ever been given. But when you animate it, you actually have a little bit more freedom. In the first episode with Bruno, dreaming he's floating in the universe, how do you get your mutton chop glued-on actor to float in the universe? Not on the budget, at least. So
I have to say that, you know, having a young child that watches with me, the animation really does capture them. So, you know, and to me, it's great.
So you keep using your kids as the excuse that you like animation. Yes, that you like cartoons.
It's not funny that it works out like that. What's your excuse for Cartoon Network, Chuck?
Exactly. Yeah, Steve.
In the first episode, at the end of the cosmic calendar, which is the history of the universe from the Big Bang to the present, the last 14 seconds of that cosmic year represents all of human history. That was animated, and that worked brilliantly. I thought that's where animation soars.
Because I narrate what went on in those last 14 seconds from the period where you had Jesus and Buddha and Muhammad and the invention of science, right? And it's a rapid read, and it had great intensity, if I remember going through that.
That's perfect for animation.
Okay, all right, that's cool. So, in the current Cosmos, there's an entire episode given unto evolution, and of course, evolution was treated in the original. So,
episode also.
A whole episode.
That's it.
Compare and contrast the reactions that society has given, because we live in America, land of the people who pick and choose their science, so for what they want to believe or not. So what were the reactions from then and now?
I don't remember any negative reactions from that yet. If there's more of it, yeah. I don't remember more now. There may have been, but definitely more now.
Okay, so these would be fundamentalist religious folk who are uncomfortable with what science says about the origins of humans.
Yes.
And so, okay, maybe it's because maybe there was blowback, but it was in regional newspapers that you didn't have access to, and now you have access to everything. Could that be some of it?
Yeah, we're hearing it all now.
Yeah, selection effect there. Yeah.
And is there quite the backlash from people who believe that evolution is whatever they believe? And I'm not sure what you could believe it is other than what it is. But do you have people being angry, like literally, you know?
I guess there are people that are upset about it.
Yeah, I mean, well, okay. And so how do you feel about evolution, Steve?
What's your opinion?
What's your opinion on it? Seriously. I just want to get an official
record.
On the record.
Yeah. Steve, do you have a monkey's on moon or what?
It's the basis of biology. Well, very little in biology makes any sense without this foundational theory. It's like the atomic theory of matter or the germ theory of disease. I mean, it's absolutely fundamental to the subject, and it's overwhelmingly demonstrated by the evidence.
Yeah, but how much of it was you just trying to stick it to the fundamentals?
No, not at all. We just wanted to make the case. This is the evidence. You don't have to accept it, but there it is.
Okay. Fair enough.
And so, therefore, thank you for your permission. I don't accept it.
That's fine.
Steve, you just gave me permission to not accept it. Now I gotta deal with it. After you leave, I'm gonna deal with it.
We don't have to accept it. It's just that also, if you don't accept it, that's not the version that should be taught in the public schools. That's why it's a problem today.
Teach it somewhere else. Yes. Point. Right. Because if they weren't trying to knock down the doors of the public school, there'd be no issue.
No. People can believe what they want.
Yeah. In a free country, that's kind of what the point is. Right.
And that kind of is the problem, though. People can't believe what they want.
No. The problem is not that they can believe what they want. Is that they believe what they want and they're in charge. See?
Well, my stand
When we come back, more of my interview with my friend Steve Soder, the co-writer of Cosmos.
Oh, the music. Memories.
We're back. Star Talk Radio. Neil deGrasse Tyson here. Chuck Tyson there. That's correct. We're all here. Just in case you hadn't heard that one before. Steve Soder.
What are you gonna do with that?
Thanks for coming into Star Talk.
Thanks for inviting me.
For this, the original
Fuck shit up, dude.
34 years ago, and there's been some scientific advances since then. What is your mix of new science you knew you had to put in, new science that you're a little scared to put in because it might get old or might be shown to be wrong, and just how do you pick and choose?
The original series, we didn't go to the cutting edge of science for the most part because we knew that some of that would turn out to be wrong and that would date the series. Present Cosmos, that's the same policy. We're for the most part, we don't.
Chuck, did you know Cosmos had a policy?
I did not.
Go on.
Well, it's risky to go to the very cutting edge of science because some of those things are going to be shown to be wrong. That will date the series. So for the most part, we pull back from that until the more well-established and important elements of science.
Okay, so of the new things that you can still get to pull back on, what is new, undreamt of in 1980 that you felt important enough to put in the mix of storytelling?
Was Pluto alive in 1987? The non-planetary status of Pluto is touched on. That's not that important. The discovery of the acceleration and the expansion of the universe, that's a big one. And
we got that in there, yeah. And anything else just off the top of your head?
The importance of dark matter also, that's become much more well established. And there's a stronger observational basis for it now than there was 35 years ago.
And the fact that there's 1,000 planets?
Oh, yes, that's a big one.
Yeah.
Yes. And this was something that Carl...
yes, that's a big one.
Carl would have been thrilled, of course, because he intuitively...
He's from one of those planets.
Let's do this. This was going to be the case. The observational proof. Planets are coming out under the stars.
That's right. And that's, in fact, an exact line from the script.
I think so.
Stars, yeah.
Making worlds is what galaxies do.
Another exact line.
Wow, video. Like a cosmic rap song. Making worlds is what galaxies do. That would be cool.
The Cosmos rap. Yeah. And so I got to ask you, what was your favorite thing to write for it?
Oh, that's a tough one. I mean, there's maybe one line. It's hard to know how much of the line is described to one of the two writers because we collaborated on a lot of them, but it was something like...
Keep it clean, Boston. Please dispose of food waste in the marked receptacle.
The reality of nature far exceeds anything that we can imagine.
Wow. So that's a paraphrase of J.B.S. Haldane.
Yes.
Back when the word queer meant odd. Okay. The universe is not only queerer than we have imagined, it may be queerer than we can imagine.
Yes.
Yeah.
Right on.
Yeah.
I like that.
That's what's called a
So,
query.
and what was the toughest, just the angriest thing you had to write? Because you had to just get through it, and it was uncomfortable, and you didn't like it.
Nice.
You had to do it.
I don't remember anything like that, actually. I mean, it was all hard work, but...
He's been fully brainwashed.
No, there was nothing hard about it. No, it was hard. It was hard, but it was unpleasant. It wasn't unpleasant. No. Yeah.
Educators in the world, and you got to strike a balance between preaching and education. Such as Cosmos on the platform that it arrived on, coming out of me, you put all this together, and I don't want to preach to anybody. I want to just bring people along on a conversation. So what's going on? Let's sort this out.
I want to avoid preaching. I want to just present the evidence because preaching is
science right there. Okay? You guys are too worried about presenting facts and evidence and not beating people over the head.
Because apparently
Bill O'Reilly.
Apparently it works. There are a whole lot of people doing a lot of preaching,
and it goes over very well.
Yeah, but the strength of the evidence is so compelling. If you can,
you want to let the evidence do the preaching.
Yes,
that's another line in your rap song I'm composing right now.
Making worlds is what galaxies do. We present the evidence just for you.
Oh my God.
seen the meme with the Incredible Hulk? Except he's the Credible Hulk. But it says, you won't like me when I'm angry. I get angry if you do not back up your statements with evidence. That's pretty funny. The Credible Hulk. The Credible Hulk. So, Steve, you got any projects coming up you're thinking about? Or I know we talked a lot about climate change. You got the...
Well, I'm teaching a course on climate change now, and I've been thinking of...
At New York University?
That's right.
Yeah.
I don't believe in climate change, Steve.
Steve, you opted earlier.
I opted out of climate change as well.
I got to deal with him.
Right. You know why? I just bought Exxon stock.
Well, so Steve, keep up the good work out there. It's always great to have you there. It'd be great to collaborate with you over all these years. And we'll find some more stuff to work on and bring it to the public. You've been listening to Star Talk Radio. I thank Chuck Nice for being with me here.
It's my pleasure.
And people can tweet at you. Where Chuck be at?
Chuck be at Chuck Nice.
Chuck Nice comic. Fine. I'm Neil deGrasse Tyson for Star Talk Radio, bidding you, as always, to keep looking up.
Now that the show's over, remember to go to naturebox.com and order great tasting healthy snacks at 50% off. Snacks smarter than you will with healthy and delicious treats like sweet blueberry almonds and French toast granola. Support this podcast and get 50% off your first order. Go to naturebox.com/StarTalk. That's This is also brought to you by Dollar Shave Club. Stop wasting time and money buying expensive razors. For just a couple of bucks a month, DollarShaveClub.com will ship
Don't find many of those anymore.
right to your door. Come on, join the hundreds of thousands of guys who have upgraded to a smarter way to shave. Shave time, shave money. Join now at DollarShaveClub.com.
Shave time, shave money.
DollarShaveClub.com.
Oh my god.
Start talking. This show is sponsored by Dollar Shave Club. Stop wasting time and money buying expensive razors. For just a couple of bucks a month, DollarShaveClub.com will ship amazing quality razors right to your door. Come on, join the hundreds of thousands of guys who have upgraded to a smarter way to shave. Shave time, shave money. Join now at DollarShaveClub.com/StarTalk. That's DollarShaveClub.com/StarTalk.
Our universe is filled with secrets and mysteries, things with many questions to be answered. We find ourselves searching for those answers as the very fabric of space, science, and society are converging. Here, for the first time, stories collide.
Oh, don't you, what are you saying?
Chucky's a TV addict. Don't mean to bring static. Want to clean up to the grandma's house. Backstreet friend, they get loud. Thank God you're supposed to fix this shit. I'm a man that's on the shit. Like the sun gets dim. When I'm a blinding dim. Check it out. What's it all about? Now! Get busy!
Your host, Neil deGrasse Tyson, your personalized focus is the one, the only, the inimitable Eugene Merkin. Eugene, you're such a reliable guy for us.
So I know so much about space now.
This is going to be our Cosmic Queries edition.
Yes.
Love these. It's our gift back to our listeners and our fans who send us questions, and they're so avid. I mean, you can't just let those go.
Yeah.
We
need to help them understand the world and the space.
So the Cosmic Queries edition.
All right.
And for this one, we're talking about what's the thing?
New discoveries. Things in the news.
In the news.
Science in the news. Ripped from the headlines. Science, law and order.
I haven't seen any of these questions before. I might not know some of the answers. I'll just tell you. Skip it. Go on to the next one.
Yeah. If you don't know something.
Yeah. So let's go for it.
Megan wants to know, what number am I thinking of? No, Megan wants to know. MIT folks found background radiation indicating regions where our universe may have hit other universes. How can our universe expand forever if there are other universes outside it?
Yeah, so you can expand forever if you're in a higher dimension. If you're in bed in a higher dimension, you can expand stretch it. You can make it as big as you want. You can take another rubber sheet, put it 1 inch below that one, and stretch that as big as you want. 2 rubber sheet universes stretching forever, never colliding, never touching one.
But if it was at a slight angle, it would hit. I think what she's saying.
Well, what I'm saying is, yes, if it was slight, it would hit, but you can even in an even higher bounce. In an even higher dimension, it's how many dimensions you embed it. Yeah, a 2-dimensional rubber sheet in 3 dimensions. Yeah, if you tip it, it'll embed it in 4 dimensions. You can do this forever. Yeah, that's A. B. If you're near another universe, gravitational effects permeate the boundaries of your universe and can touch another universe. So, in principle, we could feel the effects of other universes embedded in this higher dimensional space that could be simply the meta fabric of the multiverse.
Right. So you say ghosts are real and there are people in another universe that happen to live inside your house in a rubber sheets universe.
Except I never understood why the ghosts that people see are not naked, because it means their clothing is ghosts as well.
Yeah.
Why are they wearing clothing at all?
I think because they might be make-believe.
Okay.
That's just one theory I have.
Well, if your outer skin layer is dead and your hair is dead, I mean, if you're a living ghost, why do they have
I don't know
haberdashers?
And it's all really it's scary little girls. The whole thing doesn't really come together.
Next question.
Okay. Silico.
There we go.
Is that the cousin of Magneto?
I don't know, yeah. It's a bunch of nonsense stuff, and now it says Alex from California. Oh, okay. That makes more sense. He's asking, could, in the near future, entangled particles be used for non-delayed communication over vast distances?
Yeah, so what happens in quantum physics is that particles can know about each other instantaneously at a distance. So that if you perturb one particle, the other particle, which is entangled with it, can alter instantaneously faster than the speed of light.
Twins across the world.
Exactly. I mean, if you want to get sort of macroscopic about it, twins in the sense that the one has a thought. And
the other's like, why does my hand hurt? It's like, because your twin hit her hand in the door.
Exactly. So, or that people report. So,
yeah, I'm not giving fake science here. I get that it's not real.
So, entangled particles communicate with one another faster than the speed of light. It's very well understood. It's a quantum mechanical.
And that's a thing that's real.
That's real.
It's not just like a
Herman's comedy is lost on you. We've been hanging out with
matters to life. Like,
Chuck too much.
I don't know. There's 2 worlds. There's a microscopic world and a macroscopic world. When you talk about macroscopic things, you want them to behave in a microscopic way. You want them to behave quantum mechanically. It all gets sort of averaged out. The problem is you can have particles entangled, but some other particles try to entangle in a different way. At the time, it always becomes one macroscopic classical physics problem where nobody is doing weird things like what happens in quantum physics. So the big challenge is, can you bridge the gap between the way matter behaves at its smallest scales, exhibiting the tenets of quantum physics, and the large scales that we're familiar with interacting? And that there's no known way you can end up doing that. And so right now it's a quantum mechanical curiosity.
Okay.
Yeah, you got it. Great question.
All right. So here's this from Michael. I heard that NASA has recently shut down an ion engine. Can you explain what this ion engine is and does and potential function?
Yeah, so an ion drive, we think of them as, the big challenge here is chemical rockets are just...
They're
so yesterday.
Yeah.
They're so Robert Goddard.
Somebody could build it in a farm and make a movie about it. It's that easy and that dull and old.
And the problem is not that there's anything wrong with chemical rockets when they were invented. Yeah. It's just that 100 years later, you think we'd be doing a little better now, right? And we're not. We have something more modern, more efficient than a chemical rocket. And a chemical rocket is all the rockets you've ever seen.
Yeah.
All of them are chemical rockets. They use chemistry, the energy contained in molecules.
Right. Sounds like something that Thomas Edison would have done. And how far have we come from that guy, that dullard?
So you have these atoms, and they come together as a molecule, and there's energy to be released if you break apart the molecule. That's how all this works. That's how gunpowder works. That's how nitroglycerin works. That's how the rocket engines of the shuttle works. So it's all chemical energy being released, giving you propulsion. Ion drives are much more efficient. So what we call the impulse, the little push, the nudge that the rocket fuel gives you is much higher compared with the mass of fuel you ejected. right? You look at the
sure that's worth taking with us?
and the plume that comes out when this thing launches, the mass of that fuel is huge. It is most of the mass of the shuttle apparatus is fuel.
So what is an ion engine though?
So an ion engine, what happens is you have a gas and you ionize it, so you strip electrons off of it, and you have an energy source to do that, okay? And then you set up a device. You set up a device that ejects these little particles out the back of the ship, whatever is the opposite direction you want to travel. And so what's called a specific impulse, the impulse from the one little particle that comes out, and the recoil of your ship is very high compared with the mass that came out. Very efficient.
So when you strip electrons, it creates way more energy.
When you strip electrons and then eject them out, what you can do with magnetic fields and this sort of thing, the response to your craft is awesome. The problem is it's not very large. It's efficient, but it's not very large. So you can only redirect spacecraft very slowly.
Could you make a gun with it? Could you make an ion gun that shot electrons?
When we come back, we'll find out if you can make ion guns. Star Talk Radio Cosmic Queries Edition. We'll be right back.
Rockets from the battlefield. Rockets from the battlefield. Rockets from the battlefield.
If you knew that in 72 hours you'd have $35,000 to cover your needs, what would you do? Pay off high-rate credit cards, start a business, do that home improvement project? Fill out the online application, provide a few details, and see a rate online almost instantly. Prosper offers
that's it.
Unsecured
Not
personal
bad.
loans, no collateral
Easy
required,
now.
and
Hang on.
has
I'll
multi-year
get you some
terms
more.
available. With Prosper's peer-to-peer lending process, there are no outrageous fees, no rising interest rates, and you'll never set foot in the bank. Prosper has more than 2 million members and over 1 billion funded loans.
Who's there?
Just go to
Come out.
prosper.com/StarTalk. Check out your rate instantly without affecting your credit score. For a limited time, Prosper is offering StarTalk listeners
Clark,
a
what are you doing down here?
Amazon.com gift card when you get a loan.
I was investigating the missing supplies.
That's a special
It looks
site
like I
just
found
for our
them.
listeners.
Damn it.
$35,000 in just 3
I thought I was
days.
being careful.
$50
Someone was bound to catch me
Amazon.com
eventually.
gift card. Go to prosper.com.
I can't keep this up forever.
StarTalk. Amazon.com is not a sponsor of this promotion. Other restrictions
You stole the
apply.
supplies.
Yes,
Personal loans are made
right.
by WebBank, a Utah-chartered
I'm
industrial
in
bank,
logistics.
FDIC equal housing lender.
No one even questioned me when I took them out of the terminal. I've been bringing them down here at night to feed the ghouls. It's been working.
This doesn't make any sense. Why would you do this?
It's a long story. I had a friend who was a ghoul.
We're back. Star Talk
It's
Radio.
human, you and me. But the Brotherhood says ghouls are abominations. They all deserve to die.
The questioner asked an honest, simple...
Was he a feral?
question
What difference does it
about
make?
propulsion
I
through
joined the
the universe.
Brotherhood
You
2
have to
years
take the
ago.
idea and make a gun out of it.
In all that time,
Would it be better if I
but
said an
during the
ion
battle
sword?
for
Sounds
the
less reasonable.
ghouls,
Uh,
they started running away.
I suppose you can make it would be a
we-
plasma gun. Is what it is. You'd send plasma out at somebody.
That sounds
Kid,
great.
you did what you had to do.
That's what Lucy said.
If the plasma's hot enough, you can
But we could have
vaporize the
stopped.
clothing. And
We
then
could have
their
just,
skin.
after the
in
battle.
principle. Yeah.
Make it sound so
I needed some time to... What could I do?
This will be like on the list of
Report
the,
it,
you know,
and they'd all be
of
killed.
protected by the Second
I
Amendment.
thought,
Yes, well,
if I
yes,
brought them
exactly.
food,
They never envisioned
maybe they'd
the
just
ion
be...
plasma gun.
Do you
that
think
so
I
many
did the right thing?
bears with.
The founding fathers.
Yeah.
We constitutionally
It was
protect
worth a
your
try.
right to
That's what
arm
I
yourself
thought.
with a plasma gun.
But if the ghouls ever find a way out,
Okay, Jim Erickson,
what are you
he
gonna
asks
do
us,
about
it has
them?
to give coordinates and a precise trajectory to launch the corrupt and/or science-ignorant politicians into a black hole. I think even I could answer that. The answer is yes. NASA could give coordinates.
The corrupt or ignorant politicians.
But the question is actually, can NASA give the coordinates and a trajectory? So it's like he has a rocket that he just needs.
Oh, he doesn't need the rocket.
It sounds like he has the rocket, but
Who's
what
there?
he needs is just.
Come
he's
out.
like, I'm not sure where to send it to the black hole. Like it wouldn't be enough to just send them into
where are
space
you
and
going?
no way back.
We've got coordinates of very many black holes in the galaxy. They're discovered by X-ray telescopes, and so the Chandra X-ray telescope, which is a telescope of magnitude Hubble, except it's specialized in X-rays, not visible light. So, but people, are not as cozy with X-rays as they are with Roy G. Biv, red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet. So, yeah, we have coordinates of black hole, and it's a supermassive in the center. So if you wanted to send people to it, that's how you do it. However,
yes, what's the limitation? There's always a catch.
The catch is the more we want to send our politicians who are corrupt or ignorant. I mean, at the end of the day, in a democracy, who voted for them? Okay, so maybe it is the population we should be sending into black holes and not the politicians until the population learns how to elect a literate, scientifically literate politician. So I've stopped blaming politicians long ago.
Instead, blame the voters.
And just as an educator, my target is the electorate, not the politicians. That's all.
Right. Well, we have a call. We actually have a call.
A caller. Excellent.
Yeah, let's do it. Let's take this call from San Diego.
Okay. And who is it?
This is Jeff from San Diego.
Jeff, hi. Welcome to Star Talk Radio, Cosmic Queries Edition. So what do you got?
So my 9-year-old daughter and I want to know, now that Curiosity's been on Mars for over a year...
Wait, that sounds like it's really his 9-year-old daughter who wants to know.
Yeah.
He's trying to slide in on her,
or
on her genius.
Yeah.
Okay, Jeff.
So now that Curiosity's been on Mars for over a year, and they found that Mars had favorable conditions for microbial life billions of years ago. I threw in the microbial life part. Billions of years ago. Do you think we'll find evidence of actual life first on Mars or on one of the new Earth-like planets that they keep finding?
Yeah, great question. So, if we find life on Mars, it's not going to be...
No!
Yeah, so on Mars, it's the microbial life that we're eager to find, and to the biologist, I think I'm not a biologist, but I think I can say for them, if we find any kind of life at all, whether or not we deem it intelligent, it would be an amazing discovery, the greatest discovery in the history of biology, to find life that informs independently of life on Earth, on Mars or anywhere else.
Underwater water, it's sort of likely, right?
Water on Earth, there is life, even the Dead Sea, where people just didn't have microscopes to see life smaller than the resolution limits of their eyeballs. And so they say, therefore it's dead. No, you just don't want to see it. Right. So whereas these exoplanets, these planets that might be in the Goldilocks zones around other stars, if we find life on those, we're not looking at it microbially. I mean, there are tricky ways we can invoke, clever ways we can test to see if it has microbes. We'd be looking at what are called biomarkers. If the microbe emits methane, for example, methane is not stable on its own. It has to be churned out by some process, and life is something that can do it. We look for methane in its atmosphere, or oxygen.
Would we be able to find methane on one of the Keplars?
With very careful measurements, we're at the cusp of being able to look at the atmospheric chemistry of planets that are orbiting other stars. So if we find, I think it's more likely to find it on Mars. We'll find it sooner on Mars than on an exoplanet, just because the technology isn't completely there.
We're there. We're on Mars. We're literally digging things up, eating them. A robot is eating them, trying to figure out if it was once alive.
Yeah, we're there. And when you're looking at exoplanets, you got to be really clever. You have to wait for the planet to pass in front of the host star and look at the light from the host star as it passes through the atmosphere of the host planet. And if the oxygen is there, it takes away certain signature of light from the host planet.
When you describe this, I can't believe scientists have the patience to do any of this.
Yeah. So it's a great question. Tell your daughter thanks for getting you to call in for her.
So tell her probably Mars.
Yeah,
it's worse than that. I lost the bet.
She picked Mars. Excellent. All
right.
So thanks, Jeff, for calling.
Thank you, guys.
All right, great.
All right, we got another question. You ready?
These are all from the internet, right? I mean,
these questions are these ones right
from
now.
our website,
from Facebook, the website,
StarTalkRadio.net, and if you like us on Facebook, just like us. Yeah.
If you like us in real life, like us on Facebook. I think it's what Neil means.
And on Twitter, Star Talk Radio.
Yep,
it's all there.
Okay, here's a question from Erasmo. Can you tell us about gravitational lensing technology for a space telescope? What are the obstacles and how far away are we from deploying?
Come out.
Well, we know of gravitational lenses in space. Einstein,
where are you going?
That gravity bends space. He hypothesized that a particular configuration of matter could bend space in such a way that it can serve as a cosmic space lens, magnifying stuff behind it in the universe.
I can't tell if you're making up science fiction or telling me information from science, because you really, like, it's just on the border of, like, I don't know.
It is all...
It's like a ring powered by will.
It is all there, and so Einstein made this prediction. It would be 70 years or so, if I can remember my timetables, about 70 years before we would discover the first gravitational lens. And they're all over. They're kind of, you got to know what you're looking for, because the lens isn't just magnifying stuff in the background. Not all the lenses are perfectly, quote, shaped to do what a normal lens would do. Some are like funhouse mirrors. So you can take a background galaxy and flip it left, right, up and down, distort it, and make the image of the galaxy appear multiple times because of that lens. And so previously we might have photographed it but thought it was separate galaxies. It turns out it's one galaxy lensed by one disturbance of space-time, creating this funhouse image. So our space telescopes have found these gravitational lenses out there in space. These aren't lenses we're making in the neighborhood. Right. No, they're huge scale, and they require a distribution of mass that we don't have control over right now.
So in how many years do you think we might?
Never.
Never. So around never?
You need you need the mass distribution of what you find in a cluster of galaxies.
Okay.
And
sounds unlikely.
Unlikely for us. Yeah, but the Borg could do it for sure.
Sure. Yeah. Yes. Made up collective certainly have the resources. All right. And here's another question.
Oh, by the way, gravitational lenses allow us to see farther in the universe than our telescope might otherwise.
Clark,
what are you doing down here?
Yeah, they
I was investigating the...
Damn it! Someone was bound to catch me eventually.
You stole the supplies.
Yes, I'm in logistics. Right. I've been bringing...
All right, this one's from Jamie Robertson.
This doesn't make any...
It's a long story. I had a friend who was a ghoul
requires more spatial dimensions
but the brother...
than we experience. Couldn't it be possible to have more time dimensions than we experience?
Was he a pharaoh? What difference does... I joined the Brotherhood 2 years ago. In all that... But during the battlefield, they started running away.
That it does or doesn't?
That it does. There's nothing compelling us that requires that...
What did you expect? But I didn't. After the battle.
Is it possible?
What could I do?
So
Report it? I thought...
time dimension, time would tick at a particular rate.
Yeah, in another 4.
And
you?
another dimension, it could tick at a different rate.
What are you going to do with
it?
it?
If you go in a direction that's a hybrid of each of those two directions...
What do you think we should do?
Just let them be.
Which your time
so
unfolds. That's no different from walking. You can go north or you can go east. If you only go north,
they're a threat to the base. They have to be destroyed.
No, I won't.
You go northeast.
Yeah.
East, south.
So you're saying there could be time that's going north and time that goes east.
In a sense, and then you could pick a trajectory that gets you a little bit of one time and a lot more of another. That would just be kind of interesting. And I don't know quite how to think about that going forward. We're not compelled to do so. When we come back, more Star Talk's Cosmic Queries edition. News ripped from the headlines. See you in a moment.
Stand down, Initiate. That's an order.
I can't.
I really don't want to kill this kid. It's not his fault, he's stupid.
Why are razors so doggone expensive? Maybe it's because those billion-dollar shave companies overload their razors with ridiculous shave tech you don't need. Do you really need a razor with vibrating handle, back scratcher, and laser pointer? I don't.
Stand down, Initiate. That's an order.
I made the switch to DollarShaveClub.com.
Yes,
DollarShaveClub.com sends amazing quality
and what about me?
other cool bathroom stuff right to your door for just a couple of bucks a month. I'm a 4-blade guy, and with Dollar Shave Club, it's only $6 for a 4-pack. Seriously.
You should turn yourself in.
I suppose so. The captain will never understand. I need a few minutes to get my thoughts together. Go on ahead. The elevator.
Upgraded to the smarter way to shave. Shave time, shave money. Join now. DollarShaveClub.com/StarTalk. That's DollarShaveClub.com/StarTalk. Bringing space and science down to earth. You're listening to Star Talk.
This will be administered swiftly and fairly. Attention,
haven't seen any of these questions before.
I don't know how Pinterest works, but I believe you.
I haven't seen or heard any of these questions.
We should get going.
And the topic is science ripped from headlines.
Yes.
Yeah.
So here's a question. This one is from Alejandro. If an ancient civilization in Earth's history had made geostationary satellites, would they still be in orbit today?
Yes, there is nothing to interfere with the orbit of a geostationary satellite. It is so far
Hostile target identified. Law and order has been restored.
So blatantly wrong.
Law and order has prevailed.
If you're that high up, there are no air molecules from our atmosphere to slow you down and decay you over and drop you into the Pacific Ocean or anywhere else. So yes, it'll stay. It's basically will stay in orbit around the Earth forever, unless some hits it. And
okay.
Extraordinary fact. The dynamics are stable. We're good. But that would not be, for me, the most interesting fact here. It would be that we had a civilization from long ago
that had sent something into space, and we haven't found them.
Right, and where are they? Are they underground? So I would be way more impressed that such a civilization existed than that they put up a spacecraft.
Right.
All right.
So Ryan has a question. How can the universe be expanding and yet galaxies are swallowing each other? Wouldn't the push be a greater force, or has it slowed down?
People are totally getting them. Excellent. Yeah. Okay, so it turns out we live in an expanding universe, and the farther away you are from a neighboring object, the more manifest is the expansion of the universe. So if you're really close, it is swamped by your usual gravitational attraction. So we and the Andromeda Galaxy, 2 million light years away, we are falling towards one another in the middle of the expansion of the universe because we are so close that our speeds and our gravity totally override.
How quickly are we falling towards each other, or slowly? However you want to answer it.
You're worried about the future of Earth.
Yeah, I'm worried. Like, do I have to be worried about like Thursday or like?
Can you still shoot?
6 and 8 billion years from now.
Oh, protectrons! You hurt so hard.
Presumably by then we'd be able to planet hop, find another solar system. So it's still something to think about, I think. And the reason why I say it's between that period of time, because a galaxy is not it's not a single point in space. It's a huge extended object. So at what point are we colliding?
It's like Polyphonics 3, which is a very big band, trust me.
Okay. So it takes a long time for galaxies to actually collide because they're so large and they're huge systems. Beautiful train wreck in the sky. Stars are very far apart from one another, so our solar system is likely to stay intact throughout this entire ride.
Okay, here's a question. Joseph. Is it possible that the universe isn't expanding, but that we're all just shrinking at a constant rate all the way to nothingness? Seriously, wouldn't that look like expansion from our perspective?
Wow, that's a great question. I have to think about that. Sure, everything was shrinking.
But at the rate the universe is expanding, I don't know. It seems like we would have shrunk.
Yeah, everything in the universe would have to shrink. But here's the problem. It's the universe itself that's expanding, not the things in the universe.
Right. We're not growing.
Right, exactly.
Except for Americans.
So, I have to think more about that.
I'm going to say based on not knowing anything. But I like the idea.
I have to think about that. Sure.
Get back to that.
Shrinking.
We would be shrinking at a rate
of shrinking with us.
Oh, I love that thing.
More extraordinary than just something expanding.
Did I die? Oh my god, no! Mysterious stranger attacked twice! I died!
I go with
and then murdered anyone who's like, I don't know, I think it's expanding. Don't be an idiot. We're all shrinking. We're going to murder you.
We're going to liberate your
space?
You want to map around asteroids and other destroyed planets. I mean, look at this asteroid belt of Earth. I mean, of the solar system. Yeah. There's a lot of rocks there. Yeah. So you want to avoid things that could kill you before you got to your destination. Yes. Okay. Awesome question that was. This is Star Trek Cosmic Queries Edition. We'll be right back.
Get out the map, get out the map, lay your thing. The finger into those we pass on the way out.
Hey, are your weeknight dinner stuck in a rut? Wish you were eating delicious food? Find yourself ordering takeout instead? Blue Apron is a new service that delivers gourmet recipes and all the fresh ingredients.
Damn it, where are they?
Right to your door. Ingredients are measured out perfectly, so you can skip the trip to the store and don't waste money buying groceries.
Warning, dangerous fugitive is on the loose. Do not attempt to apprehend.
So even a culinary dummy like me can cook.
Your attempted takeover is only making things eliminated for you.
Delicious gourmet meals like that'll rub the pork
me.
short rib burgers on
I've got this one.
and ginger soy glazed salmon. Are you hungry yet? Visit
Go.
blueapron.com to see what's on the menu this
Here.
week. And Star Talk listeners get their first 2 meals for free. Just go to blueapron.com/StarTalk. Cook incredible meals at home with Blue Apron.
Over there. Get into position.
blueapron.com/StarTalk.
Unlocking the secrets of your world and everything orbiting around it. This is Star Talk. Star Talk.
Continued resistance is unlawful. Fugitive is attempting to evade capture. Beginning.
Still shoot.
Twitter handles @UGMerman. Yeah.
Okay, gotcha.
Alright.
Violence will not be tolerated.
Question for you. The Creation Museum, purely out of a sense of mystified curiosity. The recorded narration in the planetarium claimed that contemporary astrophysics predicted that certain stars were older than the known age of the universe and cited this problem as evidence against science and for young Earth creationism. I think this was a real astrophysical problem for a while, but has since been outmoded by better models of stars. I was hoping you might tell me a little bit more about the problem and its solution.
Which problem? The problem that a creation museum exists at all?
I think the problem that a creation museum, I think what it is it's pointing to some outdated model of understanding science.
Okay, so let's unpack all of that.
Yeah.
So for actually, I have nothing specifically against a creation museum.
Sure.
Just keep it out of the science classroom.
Right.
We live in a free country. People could say whatever you want about whatever. That's
just like the Batman Museum is not accurate historically.
That's what it means to be free, right? Just don't confuse it with actual science.
Yeah.
Still shoot.
Settled all these questions. The Hubble telescope, that is. We had the stars, and they were coming at 18 billion years old. And measurements of the age of the universe, that was coming in at about 15 billion years old.
Clear the area until order has been restored.
Sounds like God exists.
You can't be older than your mother. I was quite happy that they were in the same ballpark, right? 15 billion, 18 billion. There's a few billion here or there. Cosmically speaking, that difference is small. It's not one that's 1,000 times older than the other.
Yeah.
Then somebody's not doing something right, okay? So a few billion years on 15 billion years was a problem to be solved, but it made much sexier headlines to talk about than
scientists were like, this all seems pretty reasonable with more accuracy.
That's how we were dealing with it in the beginning. It was, oh my gosh, how do you know, because what they weren't considering what we call error bars. Error bars are you make a measurement, and what is the uncertainty of that number? The uncertainty in the 15 billion year age of the universe was plus or minus 2 billion years. You see these error bars now, these uncertainties in election polls. Right? Yeah. So they became familiar to people. What is the margin?
So now people understand maybe it's 13 billion, maybe it's 17.
Maybe it's 17, and now you have the 18 billion year old star that could be, that was 18 plus or minus 2. Yeah. So the overlap in that is fine. It's fine. But
museum uses science from the 90s to prove that science is wrong.
Well, right, so it's all wrong, and the fact is that in a young universe, as what is put forth by creation folk, that is a universe that's not, it's 6,000 years, no more than 10,000. It's in the thousands, not billions. Okay, so these are apples and oranges going on here. So, by the way, it's possible to have an error bar, an uncertainty range that is completely out of whack. That would mean there's a systematic error in your data. Okay?
Like the way that they thought they created, what, fast tachyons or no?
Yeah, they found particles in the Switzerland that were traveling faster than light. And either it was a blunder or they were actually traveling faster than light. And we've never ever seen or measured anything travel faster than light, which meant it was probably a blunder. Right. Turned out it was a blunder, just a complete blunder. And that happens. So back then it was a fascinating story. So right now the universe
no point in leaving that, but
is about 14 billion years. The ages of stars all match up. We have better measurements of what goes on inside of stars. That all got resolved. Hubble helped out mightily in that. So that's all that was going on there.
So now everything makes perfect sense. All right, so let's ask another question. Ready?
Yeah.
What's the worst case scenario for misuse of the warp drive? Dave Owens. What's the worst case? Quickly.
Misuse of a warp drive? I don't even know what that means. Anything the warp drive does is going to be good.
Yeah.
So misuse would be you use it to actually travel back in time, and then you kill your grandparents, and then you no longer exist.
Depending who you are, maybe that'd be fine.
By the way, you don't ever have to kill your grandparents.
No, you can just push them down.
No, yeah, push.
Yeah.
You don't have to be bloody about it. You can, in fact, you can go back to your great grandparents. They had sex. Okay.
You just literally jump out of a closet and go, you probably ruin your whole timeline.
Okay. Then a different sperm fertilizes the egg, and you're never born.
Perfect.
Okay.
Sounds like a plan.
Folks are not creative.
Yeah.
When we come back, more Star Talk Cosmic Queries Edition.
That's it.
Which means we know you enjoy hearing thought-provoking programs. There's so many great informative programs out there, but sometimes it's hard to find them. The WNYC mobile app called Discover. Playlists from the best in public radio. Just pick the topics that interest you, like science, technology, food, storytelling, and more, and indicate how much time you have to listen. Discover will download a playlist just for you. Then listen whenever, wherever you like. No Wi-Fi needed. It's mobile and convenient with programming geared to you. There's a whole universe of smart radio programs to explore. Let WNYC mobile app with Discover be your guide. We want you to try it out. It's totally free. You can download the WNYC app from wherever you get your apps. Then launch Discover to customize your on-demand audio experience.
Like I'm gonna be downloading that.
The WNYC app with Discover.
The future of space.
Alright, WNYC.
This is Star Talk.
We're back. Star Talk Radio. Neil deGrasse Tyson here. Eugene Merman. Cosmic Queries Edition. The lightning round.
Yeah.
The last round. And this is all the stuff because I take too long to answer questions.
Yeah, so we gotta go super fast.
Go super fast. And let me test the bell. You got it. Okay.
Nailed it. All right, this is from an 11-year-old from Shaney.
Cool.
She wants to know, how could there be nothing before the Big Bang? Huh?
We don't know what was around before the Big Bang, and any respectable scientist will not tell you that there was nothing there.
So there might have been something.
There might have been something, and could be the thriving multiverse that is where just one of the bubbles and it comes and goes, other bubbles are coming. We don't know. Thank you.
There was a party.
You got it.
All right, here we go. Theoretically.
Oh, by the way,
yeah,
there's an episode of Family Guy where Stewie takes his time machine and goes back to before the Big Bang.
So what happens there?
There's nothingness there, just like she said. There's not even space or time.
I bet there was a Doors concert,
and guess what?
Jim Morrison is there writing his rhymey poems.
And that came about from a conversation, a lunch I had with Seth MacFarlane. He just started asking me, "Oh, tell me about the Big Bang." Yeah, tell him about it. And then I end up with a screen credit as science advisor to this Stewie going back to the beginning of the universe. That was next.
Samuel, okay, he asks, theoretically, could wind travel faster than light?
No. Next. No, I mean,
what's the fastest wind could travel?
Wind could travel like at the speed of sound, right? That's basically.
A little Mach 2? I know Mach 1. I know, but I'm now upping it. Are you sure?
No, because it can't get past other molecules that are in its way. So you can't have one piece of air travel fast. No.
Okay.
Next.
Mach 1 it is.
Yeah.
Okay, Austin asks, Neil, what is your favorite, or in your opinion,
I just say, so how fast does a molecule move? It bumps into the next molecule and sends that signal to the next molecule. Now you can move a whole body of air together, and all the molecules are in there together. I suppose you could accelerate that whole thing.
Yes.
Okay.
Did you have a hurricane that went faster than Mach 1?
Well, a hurricane is still moving embedded within another air pocket. Okay?
Sure.
So, no.
The wind in a hurricane, sorry, that's what I meant.
Yeah, right.
Okay, great. Is Wizard of Oz realistic? No, okay, Austin asks, Neil, what is your favorite, or in your opinion, most significant space exploration-related discovery of the last year or so?
So I would have to say it was not a discovery. It was the fact that we were able to land Curiosity on Mars in the way we did. It was an engineering Rube Goldberg nightmare that turned out to be completely successful. And that test, all the other ways we can now land on other planetary objects, loved it. It was an engineering achievement, not a scientific achievement.
Yes.
Next.
Okay, Mike Ward asks, does a black hole die like stars do? If so, what happens? Do they go supernova and expel all the collected matter back into space?
What happens in a black hole stays in a black hole.
That's accurate though, right?
No. Black holes actually evaporate, according to a discovery made by Stephen Hawking. The University of Cambridge fame. Stephen Hawking discovered something today we call it Hawking radiation. The stuff that goes in a black hole slowly evaporates out of the black hole until that black hole one day disappears entirely. So
just gone.
It's gone completely. Correct. There you go. That's very slow. It takes 10 to the 100 years to evaporate a supermassive black hole. A Google years.
A Google years.
Yes.
Sounds reasonable.
Next.
Okay. If we bring an asteroid for mining into orbit around the moon, will we be able to see it with the naked eye?
Depends how big the asteroid is. The one they're thinking of bringing it now, no. That one is about 5 feet across. You're not seeing that one. But the big one, yeah, bring it on. Watch it. Pull out your telescope. Check it out.
And you can watch people mining.
If it's big enough. What's big enough, you know.
What's big enough? 2 miles?
Miles across. Miles.
You'll
do it, but not feet. Next.
Okay.
Yeah. Fly around. Go.
How do elements heavier than iron, such as uranium, form in stars?
Oh, yeah. So they don't form in stars. They form when a star explodes.
Yes.
There's all kinds of energy to burn. No pun intended, when a star blows up. So iron, which the star makes after it started with hydrogen and helium, and it goes right on up the periodic table to give you iron, to make iron in its center. After iron, the star explodes. That extra energy continues to pump iron, and did I actually say that?
Yeah, pump iron.
Pump iron.
It used to pump iron.
Yeah.
It pumps particles into iron. They march into iron to make iron heavier.
Yeah.
And it builds all the rest of the elements on the
Sure.
periodic table.
Here's my supply.
Right up to uranium. Yes.
Sounds like that sounds accurate.
You got it. Uranium, by the way, named after planet Uranus. Next.
Nice. Okay. Olivia wants to know, would it be safe to live on a planet orbiting a pulsar? If so, would life on the planet be short-lived?
It is not safe. You'll die. Pulsars are huge radiation sources, and radiation is not compatible. High-level doses of radiation is incompatible with life.
All right.
Provided there's plenty of other beautiful stars to post your planet. Go. Last question. I don't know. Go.
Last question.
Go.
Okay. All right. Last question. We often talk about observed cosmic events as having happened in the past, e.g. if a star goes supernova 10,000 light years away, you hear it described as having happened 10,000 years ago. However, since time is relative, wouldn't this mean that however far away we are from an object, any event we can't yet observe
if we are not
actually happen?
If we are not moving significantly relative to that other object, another star sitting out in space, we're basically in the same time zone. So we're cool. We don't have to worry about severe time dilation. It's relative when you're moving really fast relative to another object or place or thing, then you've got these issues. But if a star blows up in it's our galaxy. We're moving together in this. Yeah, we're fine. We're fine. Okay. We gotta run. That was been Star Talk. Lightning round. Cosmic Queries edition. Eugene on Star Talk
Clark.
Radio.
Go on.
Moving relative to us.
To keep looking up.
That's very interesting. I think I understand. So, it's the difference in speed, not necessarily the speed itself.
Stop wasting time and money buying expensive razors for just a couple of bucks a month.
So if something's next to you traveling at the speed of light,
come on, join the hundreds of thousands of guys who have upgraded to a smarter way to shave. Shave time, shave money. Join now at dollarshaveclub.com/StarTalk. That's dollarshaveclub.com/StarTalk. This show is sponsored by NatureBox. Order great tasting, healthy snacks right to your door. Forget the vending machine and get in shape for summer with healthy, delicious treats like everything bagel sticks. Support this podcast and get 50% off your first order. Go to naturebox.com/StarTalk. That's naturebox.com/StarTalk. This podcast is brought to you by Audible.com, the internet's leading provider of audiobooks with more than 150,000 downloadable titles across all types of literature, including fiction, nonfiction, and periodicals. For a free audiobook of your choice, go to audiblepodcast.com/StarTalk.
Our universe is filled with secrets and mysteries, leaving us with many questions to be answered. We find ourselves searching for those answers as the very fabric of space, science, and society are converging. Today, for the first time, these worlds collide. All you junkies and TV addicts, death don't mean to break static. You cling up to your grandma.
Going up. Lower level.
Welcome to Star Talk Radio. I'm your guest host today. My name's Amy Meinzer, and I'm an astronomer from the Jet Propulsion Laboratory. And I'm here today with my co-host, Chuck Nice.
Hey, Amy. How are you?
I'm doing great. How are you?
I am nice. I gotta tell you, I am better because you are here, and you are so much better looking than Neil.
Oh, thank you.
Even though I miss Neil, I love him to death. Of course, he's off.
He's a busy guy right now.
Yes, he is doing the cosmos. That's what he's doing right now.
Yeah, he's gonna become Mr. Universe pretty soon.
You know, and I'm sure that has been a dream of his for so long to carry the title Mr. Universe. He actually can do that now.
He actually can now.
So let me ask you something before we jump into the show. Of course, we're doing Cosmic Queries, where we have a bunch of questions that are taken from Facebook, the internet, Twitter, StarTalk.net, and any number of outlets where you might find the StarTalk brand. But before we get into that, tell me about Jet Propulsion Labs. And I know that's part of NASA, or is it part of NASA?
Yeah, this is part of NASA. And the funny thing about this is there really is no jet propulsion that goes on there whatsoever.
No jet propulsion at Jet Propulsion Labs.
There is no jet propulsion at the Jet Propulsion Labs. It's a historical name.
Right.
And it's back from the early days of rocketry. And I guess they thought calling it the Rocket Spaceship Lab was a little too weird in science fiction at the time. So they called it Jet Propulsion.
Jet Propulsion
Yeah,
Labs.
sounded a little better.
And now, what do you guys do there for NASA?
Well, mostly we do robotic space missions. So we explore the solar system and the rest of the cosmos with our robots, which are basically our eyes and our ears.
Oh.
Yeah, so it's great. I get to go explore the cosmos from the comfort of my couch, which I love.
Because you got your own little robot up there doing work for you.
Absolutely, yeah. So I don't have to, I can still eat donuts. It's a much better life.
So you guys you're listening and watching the universe for us. You're like the NSA of the cosmos.
Yes, except that we are not really interested in, any sort of bad behavior. Although we do like to look for things like potentially bad behaving asteroids. So you keep an eye on those with our robots.
Very cool. Very cool. And you're familiar to me in a way. I feel like I may have seen you on the History Channel.
Is that true?
Yeah, I did hear that. Yeah, it's sweet. It's fun. It's really nice. Really nice. One thing about scientists, we love to talk about science. I'm trying to get us to stop talking about science.
Well, that's good to know, because that's exactly why we're here. That's exactly what I got for you right now, which is a bunch of questions. And it's perfect for you, because it's comets and asteroids. So so let's jump right into this. And let's start off with Steve Bristow. How did the asteroid belt in our solar system come to be in orbit? And how did they come to be? Period. Where did they originate?
Asteroids and comets are kind of like the molecular bits of junk. They were remnants of what happened with our solar system.
The Commonwealth looks up.
4.5 billion years ago. Now I'm going to channel Carl Sagan here. 4.5 billion years ago.
Wow. Okay, yeah.
How's that?
You sound a little Dr. Evil when you go 4.5 billion years.
Well, the thing about that...
I've just received word from Sergeant Gavel. Initiate Clark has made a full confession. I gather we have you to thank for it. Clark has been taken into custody, and I've dispatched a patrol team to secure the ruins. I don't think I could have asked for a better outcome. I have some caps for your service. Also, I'd like you to have a piece of armor from my personal collection. Wear it well tonight.
So cute. Yeah, it's this whopping massive planet in our solar system, and then it forms Saturn and all the other smaller planets. Well, the thing is they didn't quite clean up the mess they left behind.
Gotcha.
Kells.
There's a little bit of bits and pieces that are left, and those little
Now that you've had a chance to roam the Pridwin, what do you think, Knight?
asteroids and the comets today.
She's very impressive.
Yes. Quite a feat of engineering, isn't she? It took the Brotherhood's sharpest minds over 2 years to design, and more than twice that to build.
Closer to the middle, well, that's the rockier stuff. It was too hot for ice to form there. So that's how you
Time well spent, I'd say.
Indeed. With the Pridwin in our arsenal, we can mobilize our entire division, sending her anywhere that Elder Maxon wishes her to go. Her presence in the Commonwealth ensures that our mission to defeat the Institute will end in victory.
And now it's kind of a continuum. We find asteroids that sometimes masquerade.
They don't stand a chance.
Amen to that, soldier. In any event, I hope your tour of the Pridwin, I think you'll find that the more familiar you become with both her capabilities and her crew.
Excuse me, Captain Kells?
Welcome back to the command deck, soldier. If you're still interested in helping mold the Brotherhood's future, report to me directly.
Sure, go ahead. When we first met, I admit, I had my doubts about you, but you've done nothing but impress me. You're just who the Minutemen needed to bring us back from the brink.
We have asteroids who are, well, sometimes we emit lots of gas and have, comas that come off of us.
Okay, thanks.
I'm happy to help out.
That's the answer. A squire would sure.
Hey.
What is... I've still got something I want to tell you, if you've got a minute.
Sure, go ahead.
When we first met, I admit, I had my doubts about you, but you've done nothing but impress me. You're just who the Minutemen needed to bring us back from the brink.
So basically, these things have been here.
Thanks. That means a lot coming from you.
You've probably realized by now how important the Minutemen are to me. When I was a kid, the Minutemen were my heroes. When I turned 17, I joined up with Ezra Hollis's company. He was one of the good ones. Really believed in it. We had a few good years there. I felt like I was part of something bigger than me. Like I was really helping make the...
All right, cool. Well, there you go, Mr. Bristow. There's your answer.
It sounds like you were really making a difference.
I think we were. I know we were. I'm sure there was a lot I didn't see or know enough. You know, the politics and rivalries and bad blood. I guess General Becker was able to keep a lid on it, keep everyone more or less. But after he was killed, it all came out in the open. These guys were supposed to be Minutemen. They were supposed to put their duty to the people. You probably think I was pretty naive, huh? I guess I was. Still am, too. I still believe that the Minutemen can be what I always thought they would.
We are the good guys.
We're doing our best. And a lot of it has to do with your example. Anyway,
Anytime, Preston.
Thanks, man. We probably better get back to it.
Hey.
Just point. Yes?
How do you think things...
I think you've got what it takes to be a great leader.
What's on your mind?
Best way to deal with the Brotherhood is still... Sure.
Oh, nothing.
All right.
Sometimes asteroids act like comets.
There you go.
So...
Oh, so I get it. Asteroids are the drag queens of the universe.
Call RuPaul. And with that, it's time to take a short break. We'll be right back.
Your mission? Snack smarter, get in shape by summer. Your enemy? The vending machine. It's easy to talk tough about eating right, but when you're starving at 3 p.m. all cranky and lightheaded, the vending machine can seem like you look for bread. Don't give in. Keep your eye on cooking and new and creative food parties, and head over to naturebox.com. NatureBox sends great tasting snacks right to your door at the great kitchen. We're talking healthy snacks like barbecue meal kernels, everything bagel sticks, and South Pacific potato chips, and 100 with 0 trans fats, 0 high fructose corn syrup, and nothing artificial. Find snacks that are food conscious and non-GMO, and with free shipping anywhere in the U.S. NatureBox is busting up the vending machine monopoly like birthday hunger. Try NatureBox right now and get 50% off your first box by going to naturebox.com/StarTalk. That's naturebox.com/StarTalk. Switch to whether it's almost here. Time to snack smarter. Stay strong. Go to naturebox.com/StarTalk. That's naturebox.com/StarTalk. This is StarTalk.
Never been back here before.
Now, the thing is, we have a mission that NASA has launched a long time ago, maybe 9 years ago now. It's not going all the way out there, but it is going to Pluto, our favorite non-planet.
Oh yeah, that already happened. It's an old episode.
Yes, and there are
Beautiful photos of Pluto.
which is called New Horizons. Once it goes flying past Pluto, there may be a plan to see if there's a place it could go to visit in the Kuiper Belt. So we're just gonna have to see what comes up.
Okay.
But it is on its way, and it has got a long way to go.
So,
Pluto's not a planet, damn it.
There are concrete
Kuiper
planets.
Belt.
They're just somewhat
Origin.
They gotta find the object first. That's the problem. Yeah, it's actually...
Attention all personnel. This is to serve as a reminder. Scribe Naraya's mole rat subjects are not pets. They are crucial military resources. As such, they are not to be fed by any personnel save Scribe
Here is a
Naraya and her
cat.
team.
Remember,
Any violation
the
of this
Commonwealth
policy will
is an
result in
almost
severe
unlimited.
discipline.
Check every building.
Right. Dr. Quinlan.
I hope the scribe is fully cooperating with you.
I'm still working on it.
Good, good.
Never mind. I gotta go.
You do have a patrol to finish.
Yeah, so actually, I think the first comet was probably observed by ancient humans.
If Elder Maxon ordered me to follow him to the gates of hell, I'd be the first one to break them open.
See drawings were obviously
Heard you gave those mutants before straw something.
texts, from the Chinese, from all over the world. People saw these strange wandering stars in the sky. Right. And of course, if you were a poor astronomer and you did not correctly predict one of these,
The two in the head, no
You got
stick.
killed.
Advice to live by.
Oh yeah, because comets in a lot of times in the past were considered bad omens.
Have you collected any blood samples, Knight?
Yes, here you go.
I never thought I'd be. Here's some cap. I really appreciate. As soon as I make.
And of course, we got some really good information from the dinosaurs about,
I think I saw a comic. Did I miss that?
So nowadays, we have a little better chance.
What was wrong with me?
Comets, and fortunately speaking, as a professional astronomer,
Oh, it's just a hole.
It's not off of my head if I don't correctly predict its arrival. Right.
Go.
Yeah, one of my favorite. This is an aside, but now that you said this, one of my favorite animated series in a long time was a series called The Avatar.
You're an inspiration to us all, Knight. Do us proud.
Watch my back, I'll watch yours.
Well, come back when you've got the time.
Excuse me, Paladin Vance?
Ready to continue our mission, soldier?
It is cool.
Not now.
No problem.
Uh-huh.
We think that they may have even brought some of the chemicals we need for life. That's kind of a superpower.
That is a superpower. And, so now let me ask you this: because this is one of the theories that I've heard, is that the Earth not only is in a perfect position to support life, but life itself was seeded on the planet by, in fact, a comet itself. Is that the case?
Well, we know for sure that comets have a lot of water, and they got a lot of other chemicals in them. They even have, in some cases, I think they know of some really complicated things, which are the precursors of our DNA.
This one is a magnificent ship,
Could be
and we're
possible.
lucky to have her in our
Theories out
arsenal.
there that say that these comets came in and basically pelted the Earth when it was first formed.
Right.
And that may have been enough to get the process started.
Nice.
Pretty cool.
There you go, people. You have your whole life. It's
The idea is that Mars was hit by some sort of comet or some big ass thing, object, asteroid, comet, whatever. A chunk of it went flying off. I'm talking a big chunk. That chunk actually contained life. In other words, like bacteria, simple stuff that life is built off of.
Hey,
And then from
what do you
there,
mean?
it landed on Earth.
What are you gonna do with that?
Heads up.
Okay. What am I doing? You want to swap supplies? No problem.
Or so goes the story. $52 Nuka-Colas. It's called transpermia, the theory.
to a comet. There you go.
That's a pretty good omen, right?
That's not a bad omen.
Yeah.
All right, let's go on with Robert Rushing. And Robert says this: greetings from the UK, or should I say, greetings from the UK. I have heard some theorize that the water on Earth could have been deposited here by comets, which is what you just said. These comets have to come from somewhere. So do you think so where do you think they originated from? And what is the source of their water? And that's a really involved question there, and that's a tough one for you to
Right, well, it's certainly not the tap, clearly. They definitely have to come from somewhere far away.
It ain't Avion.
No, it is not Avion. Definitely not. So we know that the comets come from a couple different sources in our solar system. Some of them are way out there, and we think they might even be halfway to the nearest star.
Wow.
Yeah, really far. Really cold, super cold, deep freeze. And that stuff that's been out there is very, very old. It is ancient.
Right.
And it is, again, billions of years old. It's extremely old. So when it gets here, every now and again, we don't
don't even know exactly how, but sometimes these objects get kind of shuffled loose from that cloud that surrounds our solar system. We call it the Oort cloud. And occasionally one will get flung inward and bring all of that ice and volatile material with it. And when it gets to the sun, what happens?
It starts to melt, because our sun's, from what I hear, kind of hot.
Yes.
Yes.
Exactly. So the sun basically does a number on the comet, starts to vaporize it, and it can form a big long tail, and eventually some of them actually make their way to Earth. We think that that may have been how a lot of the Earth's oceans actually formed.
Wow, are you serious? Like it was that much ice?
Could have been, yeah.
So, wow. So the tail of the comet is actually expelling that much ice that if it were to get caught in the Earth's gravitational pull down, it creates oceans?
Just like Malcolm said.
Get out of my suit!
In the tangle with the Minutemen.
Well. Too heavy.
And it isn't orbiting anything. Is it just considered a rogue planet? Compound question. First of all, what's the biggest one we've ever seen and we've recorded? And secondly, what is the size where it's no longer an asteroid, that it's just a rogue planet? And do we know those answers?
Right, we do know those answers, although the second answer is kind of a religious warfare question. Always the fun stuff.
Yeah.
But yeah, the biggest planet, or the biggest asteroid that we know about
Hey, didn't spawn up this time.
Yes, and I think it's about the size of Texas. It's a big asteroid.
I'm alive.
But lucky for us, it's safely away in the main asteroid belt between Mars and Jupiter, so it's not going anywhere.
So it's not going anywhere.
No, you don't have to worry about Ceres.
So Ceres is not trying to make a house call.
Oh no, we actually like not want to.
You again. All right, got plenty of supply.
I'll take a look, sure.
A bit of everything.
Like peeking in the window,
yeah.
little pervert that it is.
That is going to get a little too close for comfort. You won't hit. We are very sure of that.
We're sure of that.
But we're going to keep track of that one.
Okay.
We're going to keep watching that one.
All right, and so now the second part of this compound question was, what size, if there is, because I don't know, where it's no longer an asteroid, it's a little rogue planet?
Well, the funny thing about Ceres is it has a joint name. It is also called a dwarf planet. And that's the religious warfare part, right? Because look what happened to poor Pluto. Is it a planet, or is it now what's called a dwarf planet?
Okay, now before you go any further, is it true that the reason why Pluto isn't really a planet is because it's mostly ice? Is that what it be?
Oh, boy.
So now, if Ceres were mostly rock, is it really a dwarf planet?
These are all really tricky questions, and I predict that astronomers are going to be fighting over this for many decades to come.
Oh, so really, this is basically the contention at the Thanksgiving table where it's just full of...
It gets pretty unpleasant in some of these meetings, I gotta say. Astronomers are normally pretty quiet people, but not when it comes to
Not when it comes to dwarf planets.
No. Well, that brings us to the end of this segment, and we'll be right back on Star Talk Radio.
The current idea is that because Pluto never cleared its orbit, Pluto is like a fraction of the size of our moon, and not only that, it's in the Kuiper belt. It doesn't even have it crosses paths with someone else's orbit. Like, there's so much going against Pluto that it doesn't make sense to call it a planet. Because if you want to call Pluto a planet, you might as well call Calypso a planet, which is another... It's a little bit farther out, and it's a little bit bigger than Pluto. Still smaller than our moon, but bigger than Pluto. And yet that one is just a Kuiper belt object. It doesn't have planet status. So, like, how can you call that not a planet and then Pluto a planet? And that's where that problem was made. one follows that anymore. Or Pluto is not a planet. It is dead to me. Sharon is its moon. The only reason we call it a moon is because we discovered it second.
Across all types of literature and
It doesn't orbit Pluto. They orbit each other.
For Star Talk listeners,
flipping back and
offering
forth.
a free audiobook to give you a chance to try out their service. One Audible book to consider is The Universe Within, Discovering the Common History of Rocks, Planets, and People. Gotta love that title. And that's by Neil Shubin. For a free audiobook of your choice, go to audiblepodcast.com/StarTalk. That's audiblepodcast.com/StarTalk.
Bringing space and science down to Earth. You're listening to Star Talk.
Holy shit, what is this?
Yes, I am, Amy, and we're doing Cosmic Queries. We've got questions from all over the internet.
That is two people right there.
Whether it's Facebook, Twitter, or what have you.
No sense allowed at the surplus.
Everyone knows about Halley's Comet. How often does a comet that is visible to the naked eye appear? Where's security? And where is the security?
I think I got something over here.
Super comet.
Yes.
Comet of the century that people are really excited about. But they don't happen that often, actually. So people see naked eye comets. Someone do something. A few decades or so.
Yeah, security. Come
Officer.
on.
If you're hungry, you can grab a quick.
Really? If you're hungry.
I like that about
No. My character's not made for this violence. Oh, hello.
Hey.
What is it?
In case you were ever wondering how to get people out of a suit.
I need you to get out of your power armor.
Sure thing.
So now that that
Get the
negates
fuck out my car.
just burn off so quickly?
Yeah.
Is that what happened?
It wasn't just even a gun. The comet literally fell apart. Oh, really? It got super close to the sun. It got so close that it basically, everybody was watching. It happened, and the sun pretty much
Just destabilized it completely.
yeah, poof, gone.
So now it just, oh
I
man.
mean, it was such a disappointment because we were really hoping it would come back and make this great light work, great fireworks show, and yeah,
Nothing.
nothing. Just
A
like
big nothing.
just like cats.
They're kind of like Geraldo Rivera and the Vault.
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah, that was really disappointing.
That was very disappointing, right?
Well, this was the vault of the comic book. Comet I saw.
There we go. All right, Marco, there you have it. That's what's happening. Let's move on to Scott McGregor. And here's what Scott wants to know. Do you, Amy, have a favorite asteroid or comet? If so, why? Which one do you think is the most interesting?
Oh, this is no, I can't answer this question. This
Oh,
is like
is that
Sophie's choice.
Is that like asking you to pick a kid?
I love them all. They're all my favorites. I love them all.
Come on now.
Okay, well, all right. I like the ones that I discovered.
Oh god, that laugh.
You do like your own
It's not bad. Actually, there is one particular weirdo thing that we found with our survey when we were out looking for asteroids, and it's called the first known Earth Trojan. And this is an asteroid that actually is stuck to the Earth in a peculiar way.
Okay, really?
Yeah.
Now, it's stuck to the Earth.
It is actually trapped in a gravitational resonance with the Earth, which sounds really cool, and this actually is a really cool asteroid.
Yeah.
It's basically, Earth is following it around in its orbit around the sun.
Sweet.
And it's kind of trapped there. And what's going to happen is, after a while, eventually it's going to pop its way out.
Right. But right now it's like a little mama's boy.
Oh, yes.
Just trapped, can't get out.
Can't get out, won't leave.
And Earth is like, no, I can't see my baby go.
Yeah, we have a second moon.
Don't leave me.
Or they don't want to call it a moon.
That's one of your favorites. If I had to pick.
Very cool.
All
All right, let's move on. Nathan Holmes.
And they're just names anyways.
From Facebook.
The object doesn't care what we call it.
Rosetta satellite that would be launching a probe into a comet. Would it be possible to land equipment on the surface that would, in essence, turn the comet
into a probe?
Into a deep space satellite?
Ooh.
Yo, that's a brilliant idea.
That is
They've been trying to
That's
do
some
that.
cool sci-fi right there.
Yeah.
So what is the probability and could it happen?
Oh, okay. Well, so the Rosetta mission is actually going to send a lander to this comet. Now, don't ask me to pronounce the name. I always get it wrong. We call it Cherry Gary for short.
Cherry Gary comet?
Yeah.
Sounds like a flavor of a soda.
Yeah, exactly.
I was drinking some Cherry Gary, man. It's delicious.
It's like cherry
By the time the comet reaches like the sun and all that stuff, like chunks of it's just gonna fall off.
Coming up pretty soon.
Melt off. You'd have to dig very deep.
Bunch of measurements of this comet. It's experience that tells a lot about what it's made out of.
Okay.
Now, turning an asteroid or a comet into a spaceship, well, that's a tougher thing to do. That's a lot harder because these things are huge compared to a spacecraft. A lot of them, and this comet is a pretty big one.
Hey there.
We could really use your help.
So it's pretty large, and the little lander is really not that.
I'm with the Minutemen.
We've got a nest of some. What's real? You can make sure that.
You're really talking about a fleet.
No problem.
I hope so.
I got you.
We didn't know it.
So now, is it possible to
Yeah, Preston, I know you love that shit.
Now this is more like that.
and use it as a deep space probe? Or would that even be necessary?
Sure. Well, who wouldn't like a ride along with a comet?
Right.
It could be really fun. So that's kind of what Rosetta's going to do. It's actually going to ride with this comet as it goes around the sun for a while.
Gotcha.
And it's going to monitor the comet to see how it changes when it gets too close to the sun, as it heats up, as it cools down. So it is going to teach us a lot about how comets behave.
Sweet.
Yeah, Rosetta's a pretty cool mission. Really looking forward to it.
Awesome. Awesome. Well, there you go, Nathan. There's your answer.
So we're going to take another short little break here, and we will be right back with Star Talk Radio.
Would you want to come see saying to this comet roll across the skies? Leave a spray of diamonds in its
You're with the Minutemen, right?
The Minutemen are always happy to help. What?
A pack of feral ghouls is hold. If more of them...
You knew that
I'm on it.
72 hours.
It's as good as done.
$30,000 to cover your needs. What would you do? Pay off high-rate credit cards, start a business, do that home improvement project, fill out an easy online application, provide your details, and see a rate online almost instantly. Prosper offers no fixed rates on unsecured personal loans, no collateral required, and has multi-year terms available.
Whoa, Sheffield's level 6. Damn, Sheffield.
No rising interest rates.
That's not Sheffield. Is that Sheffield? Look at him. So proud after I give him those road leathers.
Funded loans. Just go to prosper.com/StarTalk. Check out your rate instantly without affecting your credit score. For a limited time, Prosper is offering StarTalk listeners a $50 Amazon.com gift card when you get a loan. Go to prosper.com/StarTalk. That's a special site just for our listeners. Up to $35,000 in just 3 days and a $50 Amazon.com gift card. Go to prosper.com/StarTalk. Sponsor of this promotion. Other restrictions apply. See sites for details. All personal loans are made by WebBank, the Utah Chartered Industrial Bank, member FDIC, equal housing lender.
The future of space and the secrets of it revealed. This is Star Talk.
What are the other animals? Aren't they hunting packs? This worries me. This makes me think I'm gonna fight a bunch of animals soon.
Here on Star Talk Radio, Cosmic Queries Edition. And check us out on
Apparently they're over there.
all over the internet. We're at StarTalkRadio.net, and you can catch us on Facebook and Twitter at Star Talk Radio.
Absolutely. Well, let's jump right back into this, Amy. We have from Yelena Noskina, who actually has kind of a follow-up question. Some comets are said to be traveling for thousands of years, and yet we see Ison get burned up by the sun. How is it that we have comets at all?
So Ison was a spectacular science event of the year. This is a comet that came in from the Oort cloud. It came in from far away, and it has been out there for billions of years.
Wait, you have to say billions of years.
Yeah, that. So it came in and it made its way into the inner solar system. But not only did it get in, but it made a very close brush with the sun. Just a few times the radius of the sun itself. And that is so hot. The thing is people had no idea what was going to happen. Now we see what we call sun grazer comets. And these are little tiny comets by and large. They just get pulled into the sun. We see them with our satellites that are actually watching the sun. And the sun just eats them up. Just like breakfast cereal.
The Scooby snack for the sun.
Exactly.
Comets.
Exactly. Well, this one was a much bigger comet.
Okay.
This was about more than a kilometer across. It's mostly very primitive ice that sat there from the beginning of time.
Wow.
Okay, the beginning of our solar system.
Right.
And when it got close to the sun, nobody knew. Was it going to flare up and put on this spectacular light show in our night sky? Or was the sun just going to tear it apart? And we were watching this thing on our satellites in real time. It was really spectacular. I mean, these satellites allow us to have this great view of the thing.
Right.
Well, turns out the
There's
sun...
still more.
Torn apart.
Yeah.
That. So just basically, the sun is Thunderdome for comets.
Poor old comet Ison did not leave the Thunderdome.
One comet checks in, no comet checks out.
Yeah, it was pretty disappointing for comet watchers.
So basically, it's kind of like a...
There's still more.
You know,
damn.
It's very fortuitous to be able to see a comet, you know, get into our solar system, get by the sun, and then continue on so that we can see this spectacular display in the sky.
Absolutely.
Because what you're saying is these sun grazer comets, as you call them, happen all the time.
Yeah, they happen all the time, and that's a huge surprise.
Really cool thing in here, if you go to the quarry, like, you go pretty damn deep into the mine.
We saw comets that, you know, kind of went around the sun and didn't get too close, and they went on their merry way. But these sun grazers, they just get swallowed up whole.
Well, there you go, Yelena. There's your answer. The sun, the Roach Motel for comets. All right, let's move on. We have Anton Prius. Anton says, could we ever send some sort of organism to test if they could survive on an asteroid or a comet? So now we're always interested in
Doesn't look like anybody.
these things.
Sure.
Could we put something on it?
Ooh, well, this is a toughie. Okay, so in a sense, we kind of already have. When we send spacecraft to asteroids, there was a spacecraft called NEAR, the Near Earth Asteroid Rendezvous Mission, and it went and it actually touched down on an asteroid.
Been in here for a long
In a
time.
curious sense, we do our very best to clean these spacecraft and get them super duper clean. But you know, there's always little bits of germs and bacteria that are left. We're trying to get them super clean. So I'm sure there's a little bit of some space DNA now out there on that asteroid.
Stealth boy.
Probably not. Asteroids are pretty hostile. There's no air for most of these things.
Right.
And they can get
It'd be pretty scary.
hot or terribly, terribly
A
cold.
ghoul with a stealth boy.
Would be able to
I
survive
mean, I'm scared.
on an asteroid.
That would be my guess. You know, it's a nice place here on Earth. It's probably not such a nice place to take a vacation.
There you go. So, but we can always hope.
Yeah, there is always hope.
But unfortunately, whatever did survive there would probably come back and kill us all. Like Wrath of Khan.
Yeah, that's it. Dominant Strain style.
Exactly. Exactly. All right, let's move on. We got Jake Fetcher at Jake Fetcher. He says, if an asteroid were on a collision course for Earth, what method would be used to deflect it, and how long would it take to prepare this?
You got it. Okay, so we actually think about this a lot, and what we try to do is find the asteroids well in advance of any potential close encounters, because that gives us the most flexibility to design a mitigation system. There are options to deflect it by just, you know, simply whacking into it. Just hit it. The Deep Impact mission actually did that with a comet in 2005. It just ran into the comet.
Right.
And that actually can push something. If you have enough time, you might be able to do something that's just a simple kinetic impactor.
So there you go, Jake. Your answer is just like your health. Early detection is the key.
Exactly. So we're going to have more here when we come back to Star Talk Radio.
Oh, look at that. I forgot what that railroad symbol meant. I think it's like loot or supplies.
Yo, psst, here.
Hey guys,
What is it?
You know how easy it is to get lost in watching a whole season of House of Cards or Breaking Bad in one weekend? Some people call it binging. There's no right or wrong way to binge, but there is a way to do it smarter without becoming a couch potato. The folks over at WNYC, who produce hit podcasts like Radiolab and Freakonomics Radio, have a free mobile app with your favorite public radio shows and
Still
podcasts
more.
on
Oh
demand.
my god.
The best part of the app is the new Discover feature, which can instantly download a custom playlist based on your interest and how long you have to listen. You can smart binge on 2 hours of Radiolab or smart binge all day on fascinating stories recommended by Discover that you didn't even know about before, and you don't need Wi-Fi. Now, how smart is that? All that right in your pocket. You can download the WNYC app with Discover on iTunes or Google Play. Start smart binging today with the free WNYC app. When you're done here,
look for the blue barrel.
Unlocking the secrets of your world and everything orbiting around it. This is Star Talk. Star Talk.
And we're back on Star Talk Radio. I'm Amy Miser, your friendly neighborhood astrophysicist from the Jet Propulsion Laboratory. And I'm here with Chuck Nice. And now, it's time for the lightning round.
Yes.
Okay.
And that's the sound you will hear when you finish answering the question, or when Amy finishes answering the question. And let's jump right into this.
Here we go.
Steve B from Twitter wants to know, who tweets at @BeerCannon, is there a maximum speed for asteroids/comets, and could something approach so quickly that we never see it coming?
Ooh, the average speed of most asteroids and comets is about 20 or 30 kilometers per second. That's really fast.
Very fast.
40,000 miles an hour. And it is possible that they sometimes come in faster depending on their orbits. Things can come in from directions that...
She's late. No. Something's wrong. Someone's coming. Look. 5 of them. It's a trap. Damn it. They've got us surrounded. What do we do? I'll draw them off. Give me a count of 10, then break for the tree line. What? Dutchman, There's no time. Good luck, A9. 10, 9, 8, 7. No! No! No. I'm not going back. I can't. I won't.
We cannot see.
Oh, that is not the answer I wanted to hear. Okay, Shahan Tasneem wants to know this. How plausible is the theory that our moon was the result of an asteroid strike on Earth? If true, are there any other planets that have...
the railroad was here and they got fucked over.
Aha, okay, well we think one theory is that a Mars-sized proto-planet when the Earth was forming that actually scraped off the crust of the proto-Earth and formed our moon. It is potentially possible that this could have happened on other worlds.
Okay, good to know. Anna Williamson wants to know this. How big of an asteroid would it take for a strike to break the Earth? Would it have to be
A lot bigger than Apophis.
Asteroid. So
Actually, the asteroid that made the moon was almost as big.
That's it. Just
Okay, just blow it apart. All right. Well, we think that
The asteroid that created the moon is actually big enough to do it, but it hit at an angle, so it didn't actually succeed. And there's an amazing video on, I think it was Discovery Channel who published it, but you could always look for it on YouTube, showing this effect. And they show an animation, and they have like a little mini Earth and stuff. It's cool.
Mars-sized protoplanet was enough to knock off the moon, but not destroy the Earth. So for something like that to happen, it would have to be a pretty big object, almost the size of the Earth.
1-to-1 ratio.
Yeah.
Okay, so Phil Green would like to know this. In the movie Armageddon, they were describing how a rogue comet went through the asteroid field and all that rock turned Earth into a shooting gallery. Is that scenario realistically possible?
Well, in Armageddon, there's quite a few flaws. Surprise, surprise.
Shock.
But the thing they got mostly right is that if a very large comet were to come in, it would certainly cause a lot of destruction. We do think that the
asteroid belt was reshuffled early on in the formation of our solar system in an event called the Late Heavy Bombardment.
Aha! Boom. There's your answer. Late heavy bombardment. Deal with that, Phil. All right, here's one from Rich Koto. Can an asteroid consisting of gold or silver be out there? And if it hit the Earth, who would own it?
Well, I say I would love to find a gold or silver asteroid if I could, but the ones we find that are metallic tend to be nickel iron.
Nickel iron.
Yeah,
Not nearly worth this much.
No, not nearly as much fun.
And the answer to the second part of the question is, if it does exist, I own it. Okay, Richie? Okay. Back up off my asteroid.
Right now.
Get off my asteroid. Okay. This is from Twitter. IHYH. Okay. Is there a possibility of discovering new elements that
You've got to keep your cool.
periodic chart? Have we found that in asteroids?
Oh, we certainly find a lot of very exotic materials that are not common here on Earth because they have sunk to the center of our planet long ago.
Woo!
Maybe it's remotely possible
That guy
find
owes me his life.
out there on the periodic table. Hasn't happened yet. Mostly these very exotic weirdo elements are
Come
created
here,
in
buddy.
laboratories.
We don't even need
useful?
asteroids for that. There's your answer.
Hey there. You saved my life. Please, take this.
Would it be possible to redirect a comet to hit Mars for terraforming purposes?
And he gave me everything he had.
Would terraforming work, or would it just make a Martian mess?
Ooh, well, we do actually have a comet that is getting very close to Mars. It will not impact, so we don't get to do the experiment. Comets are pretty big, really big. A lot of them are more than a kilometer across, and that is very hard for us to move. Unfortunately, it's
Excuse
not
me.
easy for us
Yes?
to do that experiment, so we
Yes?
don't know.
Huh?
Oh my goodness, we don't know. Look at that, Melanie. Okay, this one comes from Google Plus, and Elad Avron wants to know this: can comets travel between star systems, or are they always bound to one star?
Nope.
This is a toughie. Okay, so we think that the comet's in our Oort cloud, which is a shell that kind of surrounds our solar system, and we are a tiny, tiny thing in the middle. Well, we think that sometimes it's possible for a nearby passing star over the course of many billions of years could potentially grab some of our Oort comets and pull them off. It could happen.
So the answer is yes.
Yes.
Ooh, rad. Rad.
Wants to know this: how scientifically accurate is the 1979 Atari game Asteroids?
Okay, I spent way too much of my childhood playing that game.
Me and you both.
I don't feel like going in there.
I became an asteroid scientist. It turns out the game is actually not that bad. If you hit an asteroid that is big in the game, it breaks into a lot of little pieces. And sure enough, that is exactly what happens to the asteroids.
Wow, that is awesome. All right, here's a very quick one. What role do you think plasma physics plays in the
Oh my goodness, that could be a big one. Okay, and that's all the time we got for this
Thank you. It was seriously a pleasure.
It's been a blast. And I'm Amy Meinzer. I'm an astrophysicist at NASA's Jet Propulsion Laboratory. I'm co-hosting the show for our own Neil deGrasse Tyson, who is off around the cosmos right now. So check us out on StarTalkRadio.net.
Oh, how'd you get here so fast?
Clear skies, everyone.
Pew. Pew. Pew, what the hell?
This episode is brought to you by Squarespace. Now my platform that makes it fast and easy to create your own professional website, portfolio, or online store. For a free trial and 10% off, go to squarespace.com and use offer code StarTalk to show your support for StarTalk.
Our universe is filled with secrets and mysteries. One thing that's with many questions to be answered.
Oh no! Why do you have to pop on screen? Dear Jesus. Why? What's the condition? I'm a man that's on the mission.
hope that's not what it is.
Welcome to Star Talk Radio. I'm Neil deGrasse Tyson, your personal astrophysicist. I also serve as director of New York City's planetarium right here in New York City at the American Museum of Natural History.
Hey, right on time for a new episode of Star Talk.
Nice! And thank God for that, huh? The one and only. You're thanking God today, right? Okay. Not your parents, not my birthday, you. Right, all right. Today, we're going to be talking about my interview with the science journalist Miles O'Brien. Nice. I mean, how many science journalists can you actually name? Alex. He's had a whole career. For CNN for 60 years. Wow. And I'm not even been there from the beginning. I mean, I don't know when. Right. Not really. Right. And he's reporting on science and space and aviation and environmental issues. He was their go-to man.
Such an asshole.
Right now,
I enter their home, their lair, and I kill them all. I'm a monster. But that loot, though.
Yeah, I think they both retired. They're both retired. Okay, so I caught up with Miles on the road, and I said I can't miss that opportunity to get him on Star Talk. So I pulled out my microphone, and we just started talking. It sounds so dirty. So I whipped out the microphone. I said I pulled it out. You made it.
Oh my God, there's still more.
I made it dirty. I was wondering, was he always interested in science? And did he study science in school? And how do you become a science reporter for a major news? So this is what I was curious about. Let's find out.
I'm a history major, and it shows in my reporting every day. I'm a classic example of a guy who has a natural interest and appreciation for science.
Oh, God. What is that smell?
Was taught by
Probably you.
teachers who didn't infuse the enthusiasm for the subject that should be there.
Aha. They're in that direction.
It's interesting how, when I came to the subject, I came to it in such a strange way compared to other people. I'm a history major, I've become a reporter, I'm in local news for a dozen years.
Where were you local?
Oh, I was in St. Joe, Missouri. That's a big market. 191 out of 203 at the time. Used to shoot my own stories back in the day when the camera was attached to a big recorder, which itself weighed about 100 pounds. All myself, one-man band. And then I found my way to Albany, New York, then Tampa, Florida, Boston. And then while I'm in Boston...
Each market ever bigger than the previous one.
Yeah, more crimes to cover. There's more bodies, and therefore more there's fires and mayhem. And so I was getting tired of that, but I didn't see a logical way out, necessarily, until I heard that CNN was looking for a reporter. The catch was they were looking for a science correspondent. A science correspondent. The history major we've been chasing around.
So now you're being audacious to respond to an ad for a science reporter.
Scientific term would be ballsy. So I managed to cobble together a tape that had a reasonable number of technical stories that was kind of science-y.
Thank you, Vats, for detecting all of these. Good job, Vats.
I was never afraid of the subject, but important. Yes, and this is a key issue with people because there is a science which I discovered in a palpable way when I was trying to get stories.
Hold up.
You know, that newsroom is populated by science folks. They're all poli-sci history English majors, God bless them, I'm one of them, who are petrified. You say the S word and they practically run from you. And I cannot tell you how many times you go through all the iterative processes to get a piece ready for air, and then there's a final play for the supervising producer at CNN. Play the tape for the tape we had in those days. Yeah, back in the day. And it was so much.
Oh, yeah.
Making the vertices of a soccer ball.
Right. It was graphite of the year. It was a cover of Science magazine. You know, it was a big deal for a while. We thought we were going to have superconductivity by now on Mars with Bucky Balls.
People have more respect for the dead anyway. Now, you're lucky if they even bother to bury you when you kick it.
And played this tape about Buckyballs, and the guy said, I know this is science, but that was
I guess they aren't going to need
Buckyballs
that.
are awesome.
Yeah, mutually exclusive. So it's interesting how science is perceived by people, and I think we do a pretty good job in our educational system of scaring people away.
How much of this was because you were simply...
When I was little, I hated science.
That's telling the story. That's a really good question, because really, the purest definition of journalism would be the most important thing is an overriding sense of curiosity, a desire to understand yourself, no matter the subject, and an ability to communicate that to your audience. That's the job, right? Right. So whether it's politics, and Lord knows we get a lot of that, or science, it should be the same discipline. When I went down to interview for the job, Bailey Barish was the science editor at the time. She was a former molecular biologist. She actually knew science. And I came in there as this local news guy, cobbled together this
Bird hacking
technical tape out of Boston, and really had no business being there. And she put me through the 2-day interview, which included going out and shooting a story, reading in front of the camera, all the stuff you'd expect, but also a written and oral exam about science. Man, I flunked. You know, she was asking me all these things about climate change, and this was 1992.
Early in this.
You would have known about it, but I was the history major chasing bodies around in Boston. I didn't really know much about it.
We knew about it from the 80s when we started talking about the effect of climate change from asteroid impacts and nuclear winter and all this.
And of course,
I remember coming here with Thor. I have another character called Tears, my bad, and he looks like Thor.
Oh, hell no! Where are they?
He doesn't even look up from the papers, his desk. Obviously, you don't know shit about science. So this is one of those moments you're like, what do you do? And I threw the Hail Mary pass. I said, and that is why you were hired. And I thought at the time that was deep into the ballsification. The truth is, it is the truth. Because the audience at CNN, it's not scientists. They tell us to write to somewhere between the 5th and 8th grade education. And what you need is somebody who's curious, not afraid of the subject,
lawnmower? Oh my God.
to figure out ways to communicate complex things in a more simplistic way. All those things, as it turns out, I was pretty good at. And so actually, having somebody come in there defending a degree might get in the way. And, as we all know, science is a lot of things to a lot of people, and it's very compartmentalized. If I happen to be an astrophysicist, what would I know about buckyballs or whatever? I would have a keener understanding of the scientific process. But I learned the scientific process pretty quickly along the way, and I also had a former molecular biologist as well. So it's a great lesson for all of us, I think, about science and why it scares us, and how, if we're just a little curious and embrace it, we might all like it a little more.
You're listening to the Star Talk interview with science journalist Miles O'Brien. That'll continue when we come back.
Oh, these are sealed. Come on, Bethesda. One of them has to be like broken down, the wall. No? Alright.
This episode is brought to you by Squarespace, the all-in-one platform that makes it fast and easy to create your own professional website, portfolio, or online store. Squarespace has been around for 10 years, and they're constantly improving their platform with new features, new designs, and even better support. They have beautiful designs for you to start with.
Oh, I think there's a bunch of super mutants here. Raiders.
Customizable templates this past year, and every design automatically includes a mobile experience that matches the overall
Raiders are probably fighting the super mutants.
Content looks great on every device, every time. Squarespace is easy to use with simple drag and drop tools. But if you need help, Squarespace has an amazing support team that works 24 hours, 7 days a week. The new Squarespace metric app for iPhone and iPad allows you to check site stats like page views, unique visitors, and social media follows. With Blog app, you can update, tap and drag images to change layouts and monitor comments on the go. What I like about Squarespace, it's great for everyone. Whether you need a simple website solution or you're a developer and you want to get into the code, there are so many options. And it starts at just $8 a month and includes a free domain name if you sign up for a year. Start a trial with no credit card required and start building your website. When you decide to sign up for Squarespace,
what were they fighting?
Offer code StarTalk to get a 10% discount. We thank Squarespace for their support. Squarespace.
And there it is.
You need to create an exceptional website.
This is Star Talk.
Why is he in the red? Crescent didn't think anything of it, so must have been a bad guy.
And we're talking about science journalism. Yes. And we got Miles O'Brien. So apparently you only know one science journalist, and his name is Miles O'Brien.
Oh crap.
Before this, you gotta get out more. Yeah, I really do.
Look how big this thing is.
Except I also know Science Friday, except I don't know the journal.
People are in the wing too. Look how thick the wings were. That's crazy.
Ballsy O'Brien. Ballsy from that last clip. Yes. Yeah, as that's history in nature, bust into the man's office. So I'm gonna be your science reporter. Yeah.
This is bigger than the military aircrafts that we have.
Look at that. Must have been in the air when the war started. What a way to go.
Absolutely, that's so true. But we got him. I got him on tape. That's graffiti on the wall.
I would love to hear a holotape from this ship.
I'll get the interview whenever I can. Whenever I can. In this next clip,
Sweet.
What's going on? Because it seems
like
it's
in mind that you can do that.
Center of the story. You know, they're not talking about something else. Everything's got to go through them to get their opinion, their perspectives. And I just was curious about the trend. Let's find out.
Journalists becoming
yeah.
is probably rooted in a good idea, but it's gotten out of control. The good idea is that we all need to kind of have somebody take us along for the ride. Otherwise, you'd all go out and do stories and it'd be mayhem, right? The notion of journalism is that you hire a guy like me who has the time, wherewithal, profession to go out and talk to people about complicated things and relay that back. In the process of doing that, you kind of want to go along for my journey and see how you did. That makes for a more effective storytelling motif. You're my tour guide. Kind of like that. I'm a tour guide to the world of science. Now, you can do it other ways where people like you, as a scientist, could carry the entire story, sort of BBC style, right? No narration. Just let the scientist tell the story. There's nothing wrong with that.
Welcome.
It's just that this is another way to do it. What happens, though, is if you get really good at it, you get in the way of the story. As the fame, the fortune, and the attention. Your identity becomes bigger. Well, of course. It's like the sun exploding and
That's it.
No, that's a bad analogy. The point is, I think it's difficult to stop this train once it gets going down the tracks, and we're pretty far down the tracks right now. The thing about working for a place like PBS is no one cares. There's no audio fame. It's just we go out and do stories.
Go and get the job done. Go on to the
I
next
insert myself to the extent that it makes sense, and no more, no less, and it doesn't get out of control. What happens is it becomes a real money game, and frankly, it leads to bigger contracts for journalists, and so it's obviously.
Yes.
I think there's a little bit of a conflict of interest there in telling the story.
I guess I don't mind people being
2 Gauss rifles.
What's happened is the journalists have now become opinion leaders. And so the line that I thought used to be there between here's someone who I trust who's giving me news, and here's someone who I just heard the news but now they're telling me how to think. I don't know that that line is still there.
No, it's gone. But I think what has happened, part of the problem here is that in a world where information has become a commodity, what is a journalist to do to provide the value added, right? How did they, in this cacophonous world,
I'm gonna use that Gauss rifle.
Say, hey, listen to me over here. And it's a natural outcome of my experience covering news for 30 years and space for 20 to have enough depth and knowledge of it to actually be able to analyze it in a way that is not just the facts spam. I can go beyond Joe Friday. Now, does that mean that I turn my work into just opinion screen after opinion screen? No. Does it mean that I, in the context of what I do on the web, through the various media that I'm involved in, there are places for me to kind of connect some dots that I wouldn't necessarily in a classic AP style story? Yes. Reporters are given a license to give their opinion. It's very easy to just...
Stop hiding your caps in a rat-infested airplane.
To do that in a really big way. I used to watch him for news, and I noticed a growing fraction of his delivery of content was just what I thought about the world. That it was like the Dog show, you know, rather than trying to get more news.
Well, there's a lot of history to this. Of course, you know, we call this the Foxification of news, because Fox, of course, made a huge business out of providing news from a very distinct perspective.
From a point of view.
Right? There used to be a thing called the Fairness Doctrine. All that's gone. From the broadcast was polarizing component to the mainstream media on cable. Lou saw that, got right on there, actually helped lead that charge. And the presumption is that plain old vanilla newscasts, that Ted Turner always said, news will always be the star here. That was his quote back in 1980.
That sentence was actually
uttered. That was uttered. It's complete normal time.
Oh my God.
He got off his horse there in Atlanta, and they were lit by kerosene.
You are the pride of General Atomic.
What a notion.
Somebody should resurrect that.
See, man's philosophy should be that still today. But for whatever reason, they decided they had to answer this possibility.
Yes, sir.
But they can't quite figure out how to do it because they want to be the world's most respected and important.
General Atomic, the world leader in consumer robotics. Our dependable line of Mr. Happy Household Robot will free you from the drudgery of housework forever. From chores to childcare, errands to entertaining, no task is too big for Mr. Happy to handle. And our models are legendary for their reliability and durability.
Yeah, so Chuck, does your
Proper
thing in the
services,
winter
your
storytelling
Mr. Happy
accurate?
can last a lifetime.
All the time. And by get in the way, I mean not
For military clients, General Atomic is proud to offer our Mr. Gutsy product line.
Let me ask you something, because I'm partly
Military
on the
hardware.
journalist
All
side
right,
of
you
the line.
commie bastards. How do you like this? Who's ready to have
You
their
have a
own
visual on it.
Ooh, Gauss rifle time.
Miles O'Brien.
saying is, you gotta get the money out of journalism.
Pew, pew. Oh, Sprocket, why are you attacking me, bro? Why are you attacking me, bro? Don't do that. Don't do that, bro.
Personality apparently matters.
I blame Walter Cronkite for this. What? Seriously, it's him. He's the guy that did it. He's the guy that was people were like, I gotta get home and watch Walter Cronkite because I really trust that guy. And whatever he tells me,
It's his fault.
it's his fault. God rest his soul.
Wow. I have to agree with you.
Yeah.
It was his way of telling the news that people trusted.
Right.
And we didn't think of it as personality type, but that's what it was.
That's really what it was. Yeah. And for him to be on the news nightly and come into your home
Hey,
and say,
I'm listening.
Your living room.
You want to swap supplies?
And that's
No problem.
the way it was, or is, or
will be,
or
it might have been.
I love that. See, that's true journalism.
Right.
You know, and that's the way it might have been. Because
That's honest journalism.
I'm totally objective.
You know, for most of my world, the universe, it's hard to put a strong opinion on it. You know, if I tell you, you know, two galaxies are going to collide, or the sun just burped up some plasma, and that gets reported, it's not susceptible to politicizing.
Oh, I don't know. You don't watch a lot of Fox News, do you?
I mean, of all the sciences, astrophysics, I think, is the least politicizable. Like, think about it. See, there's biology, there's health, there's you know. Think of all the other sciences and the way people try to put a spin on it.
See, now here's the deal. Once again, you're thinking like a scientist. Because when you think about the absolute, you know, what you think is just okay? For instance, the age of the universe, because of measurable light.
Yes.
All right?
All employees, report suspicious behavior.
You say, that can't be.
Well, but it's what like I say, the good thing about science is true whether or not you believe in it, and we just move on.
Oh, that's true. That's a good point.
That's all I'm trying to say here. But the idea that we have personalities, I think it's unavoidable because we like personalities. There it is. You can complain about it, but it's not going to change.
And also, information has to do with whether or not you receive it has
Back alley bowling.
from whom it's coming.
Step right this way and I'll get you all set up.
Absolutely.
Journalistic version
Get
of
a bowl,
storyteller is to
just $5,000 a game.
Or your hair.
Yeah.
Right. Your great journalist hair.
Crazy. We got to take a
I can't afford that.
Sorry to hear this, sir. Do come back again.
Why is it $5,000?
Do you take caps?
Bottle caps? Of course.
Let's put on my sexy clothes, and apparently this will make him love me.
Do you mind if I just take a look around?
Oh, all right. I suppose we are back to it. Go ahead. Change your mind?
Yeah, sure.
I'm sure you are, sir.
Do you mind if...
Oh, all right. Enjoy your day at the Galleria. Welcome to Back Alley Bowling. Please have a look around.
Oh, you know how to play?
To see what's on the menu this week. And Star Talk listeners get their first 2 meals for free. Just go to blueapron.com/StarTalk.
Oh, the bowling balls. I don't know what they're for. I'm just gonna take them. I'm sure the junk jet will love bowling balls.
With the lanes closed, we're not missing science. Down to earth. You're listening to Star Talk.
Classic. Fuck bowling balls.
I'm Neil deGrasse Tyson, your personal astrophysicist, Chuck Nice. Your personal comedian. What's that, right? I'm trying to be something. You need some kind of moniker. I'm trying to be something now. What's your moniker, your Twitter moniker? Chuck Nice Comic. Chuck Nice Comic. Okay. I follow you. Yeah, I follow you.
Yeah, he's very funny.
Of course. Mutual Following Society. That's right. We've been listening to my interview with Miles O'Brien. Fascinating stuff. The science journalist started out at CNN and freelanced for a bit, and now he's a regular correspondent for CBS NewsHour. It's all about science journalism. And I just wanted to get to the monitor because I've been interviewed a zillion times, and not all science journalists are created equal. And so I wanted to ask him, what did he think made a good interview or a bad interview? Let's find out.
How many times have you sat and listened to an interview on TV where it's obvious the person doing the questioning is not listening?
What are you going to do with that?
Yeah, I see that.
So this happens a lot in live TV. It's very
Like they're just going through the motion.
Yeah, it's very difficult because they'll say, hey, we got Neil Tyson on this morning, and we're going to talk about this new planet they discovered, right? And we got maybe 4 minutes. And when you get on the air, somebody's gone long before you, the politician, and they get in your ear and they say, we only have 2 minutes with Neil. And then, you're
talking to you the whole time.
And then you say something, they're screaming in my ear, and I can't. So it's obvious what happens. That becomes a horrible interview. And a lot of that is not the fault of the anchor person. But the moral of that story is, if you're allowed the opportunity to actually have a dialogue as we're having now, you'll have a great interview. Larry King famously did not do homework. He was proud of that fact. Now, I think that's a little extreme, but there is a little kernel of wisdom in that.
That's right, he's CNN. He's in the family.
He's in the family, but he famously did not do any homework. He wanted to be as if he was a viewer, which led to some very embarrassing moments on television, frankly, where he just asked some really inane, stupid questions. However, by and large, I think there's something to that. You don't want to forget who's coming along with you on this. And to the extent that you're trying to impress people by being smart and knowing stuff, you're not doing a good job as an interviewer. You're just trying to show off.
Okay, I have no
If
idea
you're just
now.
asking questions that seem logical to you as a reporter in person, and
W?
by extension the viewers, and you're listening to your subject, you're going to have a great interview.
So that must be the times when I find myself sometimes having to toe the interviewer when I'm being interviewed, because they don't really know what they're asking, so I have to sort of help them along. And that's a big effort that I have to put in. I don't want to have to do that.
It takes two to tango. Sometimes you just don't click.
Because when they do click, then
So the robots are going crazy.
in a short amount of time.
It's extraordinary.
It's back and forth.
And I know this is a family show, but it is like some other things in life. Either you got the chemistry or you don't, right?
Yeah, I am fatigued when I have to toe a journalist's interview. Oh man, it's like
we're kicking up a lot of
we
dust.
make music together, and now I'm towing your ass.
Exactly, right. You're big lard butt. You're a big journalistic lard butt. I gotta carry you around now because you don't know what.
But you must feel that way. You must feel that room. If you're in a comedy doing a room, and the room is not with you, you gotta tow them, right? That's a burden.
Enjoy your day at the Galleria.
You can't look at it that way as a comedian because it's my job to make you laugh. I can't look at them and say, like, well, you guys aren't getting this. It's your fault. I don't suck. You do. It's a little difficult. That's the what he said about, I think the thing I learned the most in that clip was that Larry King is lazy.
No, because I never did Larry King while he was on, excuse me, I was never interviewed by Larry King while he was on CNN. But he has a web show now, right? And so I did his web show.
I will take one bowling pin.
I remember, but Larry King's there, suspenders, and Cleveland, you're on. Cleveland, you're on the field to grass tights, and we're sitting here having some gin sauna together. What's the question? Yeah, so what was interesting was he never actually followed up on any answer that I gave. He just kept, he was like a machine emotion, right? So it was, superficially, it might have seemed like a conversation. He was just, you gotta get through these questions. Whatever your answer is, doesn't matter, I'm moving, you know, right? And that means he gets to do an interview, you know, and you gotta credit him that, right? He's not gonna leave anything out from his agenda items. But it was not a conversation.
It's also not an opportunity for people to learn even more, especially someone like you. I mean, I go places.
Please have a look around.
I'm not, you know, listen, I'm gonna kiss your butt just a little bit right now. But the fact is that you're not just smart about astrophysics. You are intellectually curious, period. So like, there are so many things that you can talk about. That's why I do this show. Well, it fleshes it out. Thank you. Thanks for it fleshes out all the surrounding terrain. Exactly.
Got it.
You know, I agree. So, but it's interesting that he is definitely aware of that because he's on the journalist side of that equation, and he sees it and he knows it when it's happening. Right. You know, so generally when I go in, I'm ready for the journalist to not come back at me, and I parcel the information so that it lives on its own.
Gotcha.
But if they then engage me, we go.
Now you know what to do. So, see, now that you do a comedy, it's like, ooh, I can tell this is a stupid audience.
Take that to another place.
I'm gonna go someplace else.
When we come back, more Star Talk Radio.
Welcome to Back Alley Home. Enjoy your day in the gallery.
Some people love to learn just for the sake of learning. At Star Talk, we call them our listeners, and that's why I'm the excited person to recommend great courses. They offer engaging lectures that give you the opportunity to learn from top professors who are experts in their field and passionate about what they teach. Experts like our very own Dr. Tyson. I recently started watching their course, Black Holes, Tides, and Curved Space-Time Understanding Gravity. Right now, I'm learning about quantum mechanics, and it's really fascinating stuff. Great courses has been in production for over 20 years, with over 500 courses on a myriad of subjects, including science, history, religion, philosophy.
Welcome to Back Alley Home.
In a number of ways, digital downloads, or streaming, or DVDs and CDs, and best of all, you can enjoy the great courses at your own pace without the pressure of exams. But if you need a grade, just give yourself an A. Listen, I really want you to try it. So the Great Courses has a special offer just for our listeners. Order Black Holes, Tides, and Curved Space-Time Understanding Gravity and get 80% off the original price. But this 80% savings is only available for a limited time. Don't wait. Go to thegreatcourses.com/StarTalk. Thegreatcourses.com/StarTalk for an 80% savings just for our listeners. In the words of Dr. Tyson, learn something.
Everything orbiting around it. This is Star Talk. Star Talk.
Tyson here with Chuck Nice. Chuck, we just came off that clip about what's a good interview or a bad journalistic interview. Right. I don't expect anything from the journalist. I try to come with my information parcel and check to see if does it click or does it not. Right. And so I put out little testers to see are they paying attention and are they not.
Oh, absolutely. We do that in comedy too.
You do?
Yeah, you have to calibrate your audience.
Calibrate. Oh, I love the word. Yeah, very scientifically literate.
Be on the lookout for thieves, trespassers, and commoners.
I see what it is. We're going in
I can do this.
Remember, you are the pride of General Atomics.
So, Miles O'Brien has a lot of history there. He started at CNN.
Galleria. You must be our new supervisor.
Yes. That's right.
Splendid. Well, let me be the...
Sure.
Once you've had a chance to get settled in, you should report. The Galleria is currently closed to the public. If you have any questions...
What is this place?
The General Atomics Galleria? Our wide array of stores are staffed entirely by the come in and experience.
Who's the director?
General Atomics patented the director.
Why is the Galleria closed?
I'm sorry, but due to...
That's all.
Very well.
Maybe nuclear fallout has something to do with it?
Yes, go on, get in the ring. Don't be shy. Into the ring. See if you can...
24 hours and they had a science unit run by a molecular biologist, Bailey Barish.
Well, this seems like a horrible idea.
Years and years, the world could be coming to an end, and those
around against the chair. The world's greatest boxing instructor.
pieces were linked to the advertising. We had a direct linkage between our
No sales until the match is over.
That's the crash truth.
Oh, God.
Money. There were other, they had a travel show that was similarly linked to commercials, and over time CNN decided they didn't like that, and they didn't have to do it anymore, because they got to be the big dog. And so why should we force ourselves? Producers hate this because in the middle of their show they have to put the buckyball piece in with the AT&T spot right after it, and it messes up their show, and if something's going on, it makes it difficult for us to produce our shows. And so let's get rid of the link.
All right, put him up. Put him up. Error, unhandled exception in boxing module. Lethal protocols engaged.
What?
Round one. Fight.
All me. All me right here. Nope. All me.
We should get going.
Looks like the champ is out for the count. Sorry, no sales. The Galleria's closed.
And worse yet, no one in the newsroom would have called them on that and said, "You dummy, that was infrared," because they either are not listening or are equally uninformed.
So, Chuck, if you don't have dedicated staff, they don't have the vocabulary, they don't have the insight, they don't have the lexicon to
That's it.
So they're just people on the street at that point, right? Not trained journalists.
Exactly. Yeah, people who are, these guys are going up into the sky in their sky chariot. Oh my God, look at that, it's magic.
Got it.
And then hot flames coming out the back.
Exactly. Apparently the ship had Mexican slot flames coming out of the back. Oh, what? It's terrible. It's terrible. It makes sense. You're absolutely right.
There is no manager.
On what you just said, one of the things that beyond that.
Sorry, come back later.
Danny.
Sorry, come back later.
Danny, you piece of shit. Sell me something.
Right. I never did well in science. Ha 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 ha. The interesting thing is there's a lot of mysteries in science where you learn.
Yay, someone else.
Report suspicious behavior to the director immediately.
You went there. Oh, the diner.
Welcome to Handy's, where serving you is our code. Table for two.
Sure.
Right this way. Pun.
Pun.
The future of space and the secrets of our planet revealed. This is Star Talk.
Waitron will take your order.
Where's my table?
Star Talk Radio, Neil deGrasse Tyson here, your personal astrophysicist, and I'm in studio with Chuck Knight. Yes, Chuck Knight's comic. That's right, Chuck Knight's comic. That we know you're at here right now.
That's better. Now, how can we serve charbroil?
Happy at here. Oh my God. I can almost feel the lash of the
Actually, I'm not hungry after all.
Nonsense.
Chuck bringing the ghetto into science journalism, and who's the leading science journalist? It's got to be Miles O'Brien. I mean, who else would we be talking about? And I caught up with him. I think it was in Washington, D.C. I did this interview some time ago, and
Reflexes, actually.
Pulled out a microphone, but you know what's happened to Miles since then? No, he got into an accident, and he damaged his forearm, his arm, and they had to amputate. He's missing half his arm now. Oh my goodness! Yeah, I know. They had really good spirits about it because the option was to not amputate and then die. So that's your choice. I think you're good with the missing half an arm. One arm, die. Right. Yeah, I got it. He got that, but he's back in business and got an.
These guards are as useful. These guards are as useless as the ones in Diamond City.
In the interview, what kind of stories? I like knowing people's favorites, right? So, what's the favorite stuff he likes to do as a journalist? Because you know there's going to be some boring stories out there.
Any deviation from standard operating procedures must be authorized by the director.
What makes him tick?
What meant the most to me as a journalist, covering the loss of Columbia, to be on the air for 16 solid hours live, no net, and drawing upon
Who's there?
knowledge
Are you?
Yeah.
Every single item in this store is examined. Look if you want. See anything you like? Well, just leave it there.
That was all ready to go once Columbia landed.
You were in line to be an astronaut.
I was going to move to Houston. I had the whole thing lined up. I've been working on it for years. And then Saturday morning, we lost Columbia's crew, friends of mine, NASA. This is our family, right? And so, as a journalist, talk about emotions.
That's just.
I went on the air for 16 hours, and
I have no words.
our nation gets through emotionally. And so, I'm extremely proud of being a part of that. But to say that's your favorite story sounds really strange because it is a horrible thing. So, the bookend of that is to cover John Glenn's return to flight with Walter Cronkite as my co-anchor. Who else in the world can say Walter Cronkite was their co-anchor? And we ended up having a nice relationship that lasted up until his death.
That's the way it was.
He was a great man, and it was a wonderful experience. So, you know, if I had the opportunity, I would gladly take a one-way trip to Mars and set up a bureau there. Gladly.
Sweet.
Wouldn't that be awesome?
Oh, you didn't like it? I'm sorry, Preston. I didn't know that. I wouldn't have done it.
And just what do you think you're doing? Get out! Out! Get out of my kitchen! Out! Out! Hello there. Do you take a number for faster service? Number 12?
Yeah, you can't have spontaneous live recording. Right. Because Mars, that is sort of average is 20 minutes away, like travel time.
Number 13.
I'm going to say, hey, Miles, how you doing? 20 minutes later, he receives it, and he's up, and he can answer instantly. Right. I'm fine. 20 minutes later, back. Right.
That's great. Here's the thing.
Now serving 14.
I'm sorry, could you say that again? Done. Just wasted an hour.
15. So there'll be some serious.
Does anyone have 15?
Those interviews.
Someone will be with you shortly.
It's interesting how tragedy, and consider that CNN, its greatest ratings over all the years.
Number 16.
Went during the Gulf War.
16. Please wait until your number is called.
I forgot the number already.
I mean, it's something deep within us all.
17.
We definitely gravitate towards the macabre and tragedy.
Number 18. Please wait your turn.
Which is odd because people want to.
What number was I?
And they laugh about being sad.
And there is a very specific dark humor that many people, subscribe to.
Really?
They just love when when you have jokes here. Like there's, like dead grandma jokes. Okay, I hate to put it.
Dead grandma
I got dead baby jukes.
19.
Funny.
So actually, no, now that I think about it, when I tell cosmic stories, ones that people's eyes open the most are like when the species goes extinct from asteroids, or if you get stretched and spaghettified.
Anyone?
People totally dig that. Well, there's something in our psyche that, I mean, okay, so it's not you, comedians are messed up. We are messed up.
Let's try this again.
No, no. I have 22.
Number 12.
Oh God, please. I just want to be served. Preston, you're fast.
Number 13. Now serving 14.
22.
15. Does anyone have 15?
22.
You've been listening to Star Talk Radio. As always, I bid you to keep
Number 16. 16. Out of my kitchen! Out! Out! 17.
18. Come on. 18.
Number 18.
This show is sponsored by NatureBox. Order great tasting healthy snacks right to your door. Forget the vending machine.
19.
Someone with healthy, delicious treats like
Here's for the pride of General Atomic.
First order, go to naturebox.com.
20.
Starts off. That's naturebox.com.
20.
Starts off.
21.
Please wait your turn. Let's try this again.
Let's do this. I guess they aren't going to need that anymore.
What's the condition? I'm a man that's on the mission. Not the scientist. When I'm flying this.
Howdy there. Come on in.
Hello.
Welcome to Slocum's Joe.
Hey, it's Mr. Bean.
You up with a nice...
Sure.
Coming right up. Here at Slocum's Joe, all of our coffee is heated to a perfect 100 degrees Fahrenheit. You might want to stand back.
100.
I don't know. I got Chuck Knight. Great to have you back.
Lovely.
What'll it be? Just coffee today?
It's science journalism.
Sure.
Coming right up. Here at Slocum's Joe, you might want to stand
Miles O'Brien. There you go. I like to call Ballsy O'Brien.
The director has sanctioned the use of lethal force against looters.
looking for a nice hot cup of Joe.
Many years ago said I
Maybe later.
No worries.
Didn't know anything about science.
What'll it be? Just coffee today.
Is that all you got?
I'd offer you some of our world-famous donuts. Pretty much everything else has, too.
You
Can I get you?
Sure.
Coming right up. Here at Sloan.
Right.
You might want to
and we didn't have time or
get a nice hot cup of Joe.
I got him on the spot.
Is there a gas leak in here?
Yes. I put in a work order about... Well, no harm done.
Mm-hmm. No thanks.
All right. Well...
We're at a highway
Might want to have checked for that gas leak before I ordered my coffee.
So in this interview, I asked him about many things, of course, but just accuracy in journalism. Do you people care that you're accurate? I'm ready to slap the man, but let's find out what he says.
All employees, report suspicious behavior to the director immediately.
I remember the times when we actually had facts and checked them.
So I've spoken with journalists who, because of some journalistic ethos, they would not show me the text they were writing that came out of the interview that we conducted.
Any deviation from standard operating procedures must be authorized by the director.
Do you care about being right? And they said, yes, above all else. And I said, well, if I don't see it, how am I going to interpret it right? Now there's a chance you'll be wrong. So what's your bigger ethos? Being right or having for this interview?
I'm reporting in, as ordered.
Reporting in? Wait, the grand reopening? Are you Grand Reopening Supervisor 18 Alpha? You're late.
Got to get over this stubborn sense
Yes.
of...
Yes, that's right.
Manual authorization of the grand reopening requires authentication, so I'm going to need...
And especially in the line of work I do, where it's very complicated at times, and I'm the history major. I will surrender every time to concerns about that. I generally don't send an email with my script, but I'll go through it. If I send this...
I kind of want to do fake it.
Or I'll send a little passage that I'm stuck on. I've written it this way. Does this make any sense? And it almost always works out to the better. But there is a whole journalistic convention that this flies in the face of, and I suspect I'll hear from people who say you're a Satan of a journalist.
Kind of want to do fake it.
Here.
Scanning. Scanning. Error in scanning subroutine. Identity accepted on a provisional basis. Accessing protocols. All users, stand by for the grand reopening. Hold it right there. The General Atomic Galleria is now open for business.
I'm reporting in.
Reporting in. Wait.
Glitches.
I like it, because they can be
Yes.
so tight.
Manual authorization.
This is the truth. This is what it will be.
Let's manual activate it this
Sometimes
time.
they can define a truth that is
Double
true,
points.
but everyone reads it.
Wait, manual activation?
It's journalistic.
Is there any other kind?
Automatic activation was scheduled for January 1st, 2078. Wait. Analyzing. Corrupt task detected. Task scheduler repaired. Now executing previously scheduled task. Accessing protocols. All units, stand by for the grand reopening.
I had to ask Miles, what's this fair and balanced?
Processing firmware updates.
Check it out.
Done.
Some stories have one side that is represented by, say,
Reinstating combat inhibitors.
the world.
Done.
Is it fair in a story about climate change, which I'm obviously talking about?
Designating new facility supervisor. Done. The General Atomic Galleria is now open for business. As the grand reopening supervisor, you will be conducting tonight's customer appreciation raffle. Here is the grand prize. That'll be all, soldier. Dismissed. Requisition supplies from headquarters. We'll just have to hold out until they get through.
And so for journalists who are hung up on this idea, well, we got to get the guy from the Cato Institute to balance out all this global warming stuff. I fought long and hard. I did a documentary, CNN, back in the mid-90s, and it was about 90.
Too bad I killed these guys.
Basically saying the scientific jury is in here. That was the word I used. And then there's out is in here.
Looking for a nice hot cup of Joe?
Sure.
Well then, help yourself. Due to liability concerns,
I agree.
But there's no scientific debate. Okay, let's just get over that. And this caused a huge... Remember, I'm talking to
coffee.
these science-phobic...
The hell is wrong with you?
Don't really follow this.
Tear down those barricades.
Welcome to Fallon. Let me know if you... Good evening. Can I help you with anything, sir?
Sure. Let's take a look.
I still have a...
And trying to explain to them where the science really was, and where the peer-reviewed science was, where the fossil fuel industry, and I'm using the finger quotes, science was at the time. And I managed to convince them. It didn't end up 90-10, but I got to probably about 75-25, which I considered a victory at the time, because that was big for them. It was hard for them to wrap their heads around this. This was not journalism, this was advocacy. But I managed to at least move the needle and get them to the idea that doing 50-50 on this is not accurate. You know, you have to fight that battle.
Welcome to London. I'm afraid I'll please enjoy the rest of our facilities. It looks like the champ is out.
So he's totally...
If anything you need, I'm sure Danny can help you. What are you in the market for?
I've got a few minutes to browse.
Here's what we
recommend brushing. The fifth dentist, he
actually works for the National Sugar Council. You know, come on, let's, do some homework and find out who are these scientists that are saying that this isn't the case.
Right. And so this concept of fair and balance implies that everything is a 50-50, or even that there are always two sides to a story. There could be 3, 4, 5, or 6.
Right.
So it's an odd ethos that they've put themselves in. I think maybe it's because journalists historically would report on politics and religion and all these other social cultural factors where you always had warring factions, and so you got to give everybody time.
Exactly.
You know, when we come back, more of my interview with Miles O'Brien.
Guess you've got your reasons, but that just looks like junk to me.
Snack smarter to get it.
Yeah, what do you know, Preston Garvey?
The vending machine. It's easy to talk tough about eating right, but when you're starving at 3 p.m. all cranky and lightheaded, the vending machine can seem like your only friend. Don't give in. Keep your eye on looking at feeling green pool parties, and head over to naturebox.com. NatureBox sends great tasting snacks right to your door, and they're great for you too. We're talking healthy snacks like barbecue kettle kernels, everything baby sticks, South Pacific plantain chips, and over 100 more, all with zero trans fats, zero high fructose corn syrup.
So take a dive in the pond.
Find snacks that are gluten conscious and non-GMO, and with free shipping anywhere in the U.S. NatureBox is busting up the vending machine monopoly on your midday hunger. Try NatureBox right now and get 50% off your first box by going to naturebox.com/StarTalk. That's naturebox.com/StarTalk. It's almost here. Time to snack smarter. Stay cool. Stay strong. Go to naturebox.com/StarTalk. That's naturebox.com/StarTalk.
No, don't take a dive in the pond. Don't take a dive in the pond. Don't take a dive in the pond. Oh god. This does nothing to it. Oh god, it's spitting at me. It's spit.
Miles O'Brien, the leading science journalist of our time, and the only one that I know.
I let it kill me.
Get out more, Miles. I don't know where you hang out, but we got to work on you. I'll give you a list of places to visit and shows to watch.
It's like Edge of Tomorrow.
You know, in the old days, you
Woo!
would send your story back.
5 more levels and I got my achievement at level 50 and I'm done with this game. Maybe. Who knows?
Right. And so now, obviously, everything is instant, and I've always been intrigued by all the ways technology has affected science reporting in general. And so I asked him about it because he's old enough to have been there in the old days and in the new days.
I think I got something over here.
That's your first stop, back in 1998. Newsreel report. All right.
Guess it was nothing.
So let's get Miles' reflections on this topic.
Dog. Too small to hit effectively.
Hold up. Opening fire. That was all of it.
Oh, you brought a friend. You brought a strong friend. Oh, so strong.
By some of the best in business who are always looking at
Feels so better to not kill a dog in this game.
And as time went on, those big live trucks were shrinking. Pretty soon it was, a suitcase, and pretty soon it was a Mac attached.
Also, why didn't cats evolve, Bethesda? What happened there? Where the hell did I kill it at?
I was really crestfallen because I thought, certainly it's bad for me, but I figured I'd work together somewhere to make a living.
Where's the body?
I really care about making people understand how important all this is that I cover. I really do. It means a lot to me, and I think it's so important for our nation and everything else. So I was really upset about that. And then I realized I don't need no pickup truck. I don't need a Time Warner Center. I don't need all that stuff.
You got fired at just the right time.
I did.
Technology waiting for you to be old.
Let's calculate this. 200 damage times 5.3.
Anyway, so I was fine, and frankly, I just did not want to miss a shuttle launch. That's what
Fuck ton of damage.
So I called my friends at Spaceflight now, Stephen Young, and I said, "You have internet
Like
connection."
1060? Somewhere around there?
Space nerds love this. And I say space nerd because being one, I don't say that as pejorative at all.
Okay, show nerd is a compliment, badge of honor.
Thank you. Okay. Anyway, so I said, I mean, what's your internet connection like there? I'll break down my Mac and the DV camera, and we'll just stream out coverage. And now I won't miss a launch. So we started doing this.
Sometimes if you kill an enemy and you reload the game, the enemy doesn't spawn up again.
And the T1 line to the Cape, to the launch pad 39. There was nobody at all. Toward the end, we did 7 or 8 launches this way. A 6 to 8 hour length webcast. You were on them. It was great for a guy like me who loves space to have 6 or 8 hours to just keep talking.
Everybody's there.
And they're all there, and they all come in. And
we all love you, so we'll talk a couple of minutes out with you.
And then your people were feeding back questions. It was fantastic. And toward the end, we were getting a couple, 300,000 people watching the world over. Now, it's not a huge thing, but we weren't spending any money. We were just there with our little Mac. And so I realized suddenly that we are in the boutique age of journalism. I mean, if CNN is the department store or the Walmart, and think about what that does to quality, there is room for a Madison Avenue boutique still, right? For people who care about things that are specific to them. And they will seek you out. They will find you. They will find you. And you have learned this by the way you tweet, by the way you...
Like, I follow Neil deGrasse Tyson on almost everything he does. I had an opportunity to attend one of his lectures down here in Florida. It's fantastic.
The truth is, that shows you have no appreciation for what social networking is all about. There's an exponential nature to it that is just infused in it. And yes,
I could have gone, but I saw it online.
Inevitably, it gets bigger. You probably see this study. They did a survey. They asked people, what's the thing you care most about that you see the least of in the mainstream media? Answer, science. Science. So, you and I know that there's an audience out there. The mainstream media has decided to order ways that they're scared of it. It's too complicated. It's too expensive to cover it. I can just throw people in here in the studio and have them out. Whatever.
It's the bird from your science class. We never had something.
Pew pew.
I think that there is much work to be done, but there are avenues for those of us who care about this to share our knowledge and passion and interest, and lead me to believe not all is lost.
Alright, so he's liking the technology. Yeah, but we've both seen technology taken a little too far. Yeah, it could go awry. You know, I saw one on CNN where they had a hologram of Ultra's hologram, which now it's not just Ultra, it's
we should get going.
Everybody, not everybody, but they're like, you know, understand that. I think I'm overreacting. Maybe we should applaud it for the experiment. Because you gotta step in new places to see what works. Maybe that's...
See, the experiment would be I'm sitting in my living room and Wolf Blitzer shows up in my living room as a hologram. That's cool. Watching it on 3D hologram on 2D. That's stupid. I'm sorry. Project. And the fact that she kept saying, help me, Obi-Wan Kenobi, you're my only hope. You really got on my nerves. Just...
Star Wars Episode 4. Exactly right.
Star Trek better always.
So, yeah, so technology
always
be overused, and I think you need time to have it sort out.
Better subjective.
CDs first came out. Yes. Okay. You could capture so many different channels of music with such accuracy. The early CDs went overboard, and they just piled on all instruments and they had the stereo running back and forth ear to ear, and they called it overproducing. Oh, there's a phrase for it. Okay, yeah. It's overproduced. And then maybe you had to go there.
It's gonna be hard to sneak up on anything.
And so what you really need the technology for is if you're gonna go to Mars, and like he said in
there it is.
These two interviews with Miles O'Brien, he wants to go back from Mars. They go using technology, right? Yes. And a breathing apparatus.
Hate to say it,
and so no, technology is good, and if you can get news faster, but maybe you don't need any more technology now to be on Twitter, because somebody's eyewitnessing every news event in the world.
I was just about to say that, you being a big presence on Twitter. I mean, you had the whole Arab Spring, and it happened pretty much on Twitter.
It happened on Twitter, and it's nothing a reporter's going to tell me.
After using any station, make sure you always check to see if you left any items behind. Screws you up if you don't. I've left a lot of adhesive behind one time. Didn't even notice.
Exactly. So you know exactly when it happened, how it happened, where it happened, and then I am happy that I'm here.
And why I like sending out the tweet in the first place. When we come back, more of my interview with science journalist Miles O'Brien.
Home cooked meals.
Service that delivers gourmet recipes and all the fresh ingredients you need to make them right to your door. Ingredients are measured out perfectly, so you can skip the trip to the store and don't waste money buying groceries you don't need. Each chef-designed meal includes step-by-step instructions and takes 35 minutes or less to prepare. So even a culinary dummy like me can cook like a pro. And at under $10 a meal, including shipping, it's more affordable than takeout. You'll amaze yourself preparing delicious meals like rub pork tenderloin, short rib burgers on pretzel buns, and ginger soy glazed salmon. Are you hungry yet? Visit BlueApron.com to
That's
see
exactly how you open that.
Star Talk listeners get their first 2 meals for free. Just go to BlueApron.com/StarTalk. Cook your crazy meals at home. Blue Apron. Go to BlueApron.com/StarTalk. That's BlueApron.com/StarTalk. Unlocking the secrets.
Done.
Star Talk Radio, Neil deGrasse Tyson here. Chuck Nice sitting across from me. We're in studio, New York City, and we're slotting clips from my interview with Miles O'Brien, science journalist extraordinaire, and I had caught up with him in Washington to get this interview, and we talked about everything.
Sweet.
I mean, he's been around long enough. Yeah. He's got a story about everything, and I finally had to ask him about, nowadays there are news sources that are just aggregators, right? They don't actually have their own reporters. They just pick and choose. Right? That's an interesting. Huffington Post is largely that, right? And Drudge report, yeah. And so, what would happen if everybody were an aggregator? Then no one would actually be getting any news. They'd be aggregating each other's aggregations. Let's see what Miles' reaction is to this.
Well, somebody's going to have to go to the city council meeting, right?
That's it.
The launch. Somebody's got to be there. We can aggregate on the one, but if we're running out of actual primary news gathering internets here, right?
Then it gets repeated that many times because it only has one source, and then everyone thinks that was more true.
Yes.
Because it shows up in more places.
Yes, and you can be in the midst of Hurricane Sandy making stuff up from whole cloth about the stock exchange being flooded, and it gets on TV. Because this is where it's all come to. We don't have reporters there anymore.
You report enough that the stock exchange is failing, enough people start believing it, enough people start selling stocks, and stocks go down.
When you think about journalism, you can almost always say the goals of journalism.
Which is really weird because there was a study done a few years ago that if you believe that the diet you're on is healthy, and that you're losing weight on whatever diet you're using, and diet I mean like your daily nutrition, so whatever you're eating throughout the day. So whatever you're eating, if you believe that it is helping you lose weight,
excuse me, in general, do you have a minute?
Actually lose weight.
Anytime, Preston.
Look, I know I put you in an almost impossible position when I asked you to do the minute. I didn't have any right to ask you to take that on. I guess I was kind of... I still don't know why you said yes. If it was for me, or I just want you to know that if you look at where we were then to where we are now...
Thanks for the vote of confidence.
We make a good team, General. I've taken up enough of your time.
Right? And they had the fairness doctrine, and they were worried about the FCC.
No, I don't want to...
A loss leader, and they had unlimited budgets, and the ability to get...
Hey, point it out. I'm at your service, General.
How do you feel about our...
You've done a lot of good for the people.
What are you thinking about?
You're someone that...
Nothing else for now.
All right.
Competition. Suddenly, the news divisions had to be entertainment. Well, they had to make money, so therefore they had to be entertainment, right? They had to make their own way. Yeah. And that was the beginning of the end for serious journalism, in my view. And
I was listening to NPR and they were doing this study on, well, not study, they were talking about this thing that the journalists were doing based on a study down in Argentina. You see, whenever, this is around when all those serial school shootings were happening and stuff, and it was like one right after the other and after the other. And one of the reasons for that is just because the news media...
Hey, go ahead. Okay, this is what I've got.
People.
You probably better unload some of that stuff.
Feeding people all this
Here's my supply.
information, mostly misinformation about... Where's his hat? Misinformation, not misinformation, my bad. Mostly feeding them information that they couldn't even confirm about the person who was doing the killing and stuff like that. And all they would focus on is the person who was doing the killing, and they would just put that person on TV. And it didn't matter whether the person was doing bad, evil. It didn't matter. People were just putting their faces on there and saying stuff like, "Oh yeah, this person, in their childhood, this. We spoke to all their neighbors about that." All those things. Other serial killers, well, other people who had mental issues, mental disabilities, or incapabilities of social capabilities, more specific. They were watching this and going, "Whoa, wait! I can be known if I just kill a bunch of people. All right, well, that works for me." And that's why you saw, well, this sets the thought of why you saw so many of these happening in a row right after the first one. So the first one, some kid's mentally unstable, he goes crazy. The second one, ooh, I can do this. This is easy. This is my way to cement my name in infamy. And then the third one happened because they did a memoriam to those people. This is all, a lot of this is speculation and stuff, but this is what the study showed, because when you go to countries like North or South Korea? I think it's South Korea. When you go to areas like that, there hasn't been a single school shooting ever, because they control the media. Probably other factors, but that's the main one. here's the kicker. School shootings were happening in Argentina also.
I suppose we can...
Uh-huh.
Then,
Sure. Let's take a
all
look.
of the news
Just don't call...
reporters banded together, all this news stations, more specific, not the news reporters, but the news reporters did participate. But the news stations banded together and declared that they were not going to, anytime there was a shooting or anytime they were looking for someone who did something bad, they weren't going to publish their faces, their names. They would only publish the face and say, this is the person who we're looking for. If you have any information, contact this number. And then they would focus on the families of those who were hurt by the bad people. Bad people being killers, murderers, whatever. So ever since that happened, school shootings went down to barely any. And if I'm correct, last time I checked was in 2014, so I don't know right now. There hadn't been any school shootings for the past 5 years since they had done that, and America still hasn't caught on. And it's really sad to watch that we focus so hard on the evil and not on what evil does. Makes it really easy to forget about 9/11 when we keep calling it 9/11 and we don't actually talk about the fact that there were people on board. It's really hard to say anything about the people who were on the who were in the schools. I don't know any other people's names who died from the school shootings. We never reported them ever. So, just a thought.
If you really look, there are two kinds of truly successful journalistic endeavors.
My dog agrees, apparently.
There are family-oriented
Or
processes.
disagrees.
The Times. Newspapers, the few that are left, are run by families in communities. This is actually how Ted viewed CNN. There was an element of cocktail party braggadociousness that goes into this, right? You want to be the upstanding citizen and the pillar of the community.
You need protection.
You're not in it.
Everyone does.
Right?
I've got a few minutes to browse.
Something for...
the Poynter Institute, which runs the Tampa Bay Times in Florida, or places like ProPublica or the Center for Public Integrity that are actually doing true journalism funded out of the goodness of people's hearts. That's where the journalism lies. When you get into corporate ownership of big chains of newspapers and TV, you don't see a lot of good journalism. You really don't. And I don't think that's a coincidence.
And all the three networks are owned by corporate interests, right?
That's correct.
So ABC is Disney.
Right.
Right. NBC is GE.
Now Comcast or...
Comcast, okay.
Yeah, well, GE, Comcast, whatever they are.
CBS is what?
Well, CBS is Viacom. So there is hope for journalism. It's just journalism doesn't fit well into the corporate business model. And so maybe we're evolving. We're in the middle, but you don't believe in evolution, right? Maybe we've had some intelligent design into a new era where journalism is bastion of these entities who, going back to that, it fits in with my boutique idea.
Yeah, boutique journalism. Journalists not... I mean, imagine a story comes up that is really bad for Disney. What will ABC do
Removes
with that story?
HP,
You wonder.
but gives you 8 p.m. reception. That
is not talking about.
That's interesting. Oh, these are valued at nothing.
For comment on the story.
He's not available for comment.
You know, a few years ago, Peter Jennings did a round-the-world New Year's Eve program where they had reporters in every time zone, which I thought was cute. It was a little slow, but I wanted the experiment. And they invited me in right at the time that scientists at the South Pole moved the location of the pole.
Small arms, long arms, ammunition.
That guy was about to sit here, and I'm like, nah.
That their glacier is moving, and this pole is stuck in ice and moving with the moving glacier. So you have to fine. But in there, Peter Jensh's smooth, and he says, I wonder how they're celebrating New Year's Eve in...
Got everything you could need. Medics, mentat.
I'll take a look, sure.
Every chem for it.
But I thought, why didn't he go to Universal? Why? And then I was reminded, exactly. Disney owns ABC. But I'm thinking I was duped by that little smooth move of his. He should have said, oh, by the way, they own us, so we have to go there. Right. To tell the story. You know, I was taken in.
Latest hairstyle.
Second, thinking that there was something honestly genuine
I like Al Jazeera. Al Jazeera is pretty damn good. I wish I knew who
cares about it? We're talking about real stories. Right?
Who owned Al Jazeera though.
Some people love to learn just for the sake of learning. At Star Talk, we love our listeners. That's why I'm really excited to recommend great courses we offer at engaging lectures that give you the opportunity to learn from top professors who are experts in their field and really passionate about what they teach. Experts like our very own Dr. Right now, I'm learning about orbital mechanics, and it's really fascinating stuff. Great courses has been in production for over 20 years, with over 500 courses on a myriad of subjects, including science, history, religion, philosophy, and more. You can listen a number of ways: digital downloads, or streaming, or DVDs and CDs. And best of all, you can enjoy the great courses at your own pace without the pressure of exams.
Hey, it's the Fern Collector.
I'll take a look, sure.
Kim.
So the Great Courses has a special offer just for our listeners. Order Black Holes, Tides, and Curved Space-Time, Understanding Gravity, and get 80% off the original price. But this 80% savings is only available for a limited time. Don't wait. Go to thegreatcourses.com/StarTalk. Thegreatcourses.com/StarTalk for an 80% savings just for our listeners. In the words of Dr. Tyson, learn something.
Bringing space and science down to Earth. You are listening to Star Talk.
I read the news today, oh boy. It seemed so right when I woke up on the wrong side of the
Star Talk Radio, Tyson here. Nice on the other side of the table.
That is correct.
Chuck Nice, they call it.
That was very calm.
I'm nice. Chuck Nice.
Chuck Nice.
My chicken baked, not fried.
Jesus, Chuck.
Because if you weren't black, I'd be like, why's it gotta be chicken?
All right. Okay. So here's the thing. How soon do you know when you want to be a reporter? That's when does that happen?
Right.
I asked myself, and of course I asked that of Miles O'Brien, and I wonder for you, when did you know you wanted to be a comedian? Was it the teacher saying, "What are you, a comedian?"
You got it. Pretty much every comedian, I think, has that same experience.
It's the same experience. So what grade? That happened in like elementary school.
Elementary school, when you get in trouble for trying to be funny.
And that's counted as something bad.
Right.
Not that you could make a boatload of money doing that later on in life.
No, it's just awful. And it just gets your life into complete peril. But you're like, I can't wait to do this again. That's when you know.
That's when you know you're onto something. All right, so you knew early. Let's find out about Miles, how soon you knew.
Clean them now. Cleaning them out.
Diamond City Surplus, everything you need.
Don't walk outside the wall undefended. High quality protection for sale. We can talk about guns, or maybe you want to
I've got a few minutes to browse.
Something for...
I couldn't even go to anybody and say, how do you do that? Those people could have come in from another planet.
Plus, who knows anyone who's a reporter? It's not a common trade.
It isn't a common trade, and especially when you're in Detroit and automobile town. It's not a town that celebrates the media, right? So I didn't see it as a job. So I went to school at Georgetown, majored in history because I found that of interest. I was always on the newspaper, photography, news editor, all those things interested me, and I gravitated toward them. But I always thought, this is way too much fun to be a job. And so I never saw myself doing that until it sort of got to the end of the line at Georgetown. I thought, what the heck am I going to do? And I took an internship at NBC.
NBC, DC.
Yeah.
In Washington.
In Washington.
I'm a horrible hoarder.
And NBC. And I walked in that newsroom, and I just knew immediately I was home. It's just like, this is the coolest place ever. These people are having a ball doing
Everybody's busy and they're enjoying it.
And they're getting a paycheck. I was like, I can do this. And suddenly it all clicked, and I just never turned back.
So it's a drug.
Yeah. That's absolutely.
They're in there. It's fast paced. I mean, we all saw the movie. What was it? Network News.
Network. Yeah.
Well, not network, but Network News. Right. Or Broadcast News.
Broadcast.
There you go.
I'm mad as hell.
No, that's Network.
Oh, that's Network.
Yes. It was before your time.
I was gonna say, I don't know. Broadcast News then.
Yeah. No, you know Broadcast. It had Holly Hunter in it and William Hurt.
Okay.
And so but it showed the fast paced. It's highly energized, and they have to be on time, and the tape has to be working, and the interview's got to be in place, and the anchor's hair has to be just right, and everything's got to come together. So there's got to be some kind of drug going on, drug influence.
Yeah, but that's a good drug. You know, unlike comedy, which is like crack. Just straight up crack.
Just always hunting for the next laugh. For those of you watching that don't know, if you start here, run in that direction all the way around the complex, and then when you come back here, you get a trophy. Yeah. Home run.
That's so true. So what I wonder is, in journalism, if they print something that is not true but people think it's true, how long does it stay how people think it's true? Does it stay that way forever?
You know, for a lot of people it does.
You know,
especially if it lines up with what you already believe.
There's the bias. You don't even put in energy to ask if it's not true.
That's right. You just accept it because it already lines up with your beliefs, and then at that point,
Ew.
if a redaction is made,
retraction.
Oh, yeah, they evolved. Evolved into pretty scary.
But if a retraction is made, at that point you're like, oh well, you don't even hear that. That doesn't even register.
This is a famous bias that we have.
And yet their booties still look funny to me.
Remember and pay attention to the things that we already want to be true, and remember the hits and forget the misses.
There you go.
That's what it is. You're listening to Star Talk.
What happened to wolves?
More of my interview with Miles O'Brien, science journalist.
So much room for updates in this game. We're almost halfway to 45, to 46.
Hey guys, you know how easy it is to get lost in watching a whole season of House of Cards or Breaking Bad in one weekend? Some people call it binging. There's no right or wrong way to binge, but there is a way to do it smarter without becoming a couch potato. The folks over at WNYC who produce hit podcasts like Radiolab and Freakonomics Radio have a free mobile app with your
Radiolab is so good. Could listen to them all day. This is Star Talk.
Based on your interest and how long you have to listen. Smart binge on 2 hours of Radiolab or Smart binge all day on fascinating stories recommended by Discover that you didn't know about before.
What is this?
Wait.
This is not good. They missed everything!
We are back on Star Talk Radio. Neil deGrasse Tyson here, your astrophysicist. Can I say that?
No point in leaving that for the scavenger.
Daddy! But what I really want is there to be a whole bunch of more astrophysicists, and I can go to the Bahamas and not be anybody. Just what I'm trying to do.
Where you see him, buddy?
Yeah, it's no good if it's just me. I want company.
We should get some Neil impersonators.
Oh,
you know, like,
I've lost the visual.
Yeah, but what about me would you impersonate? That's what I'm asking. Do I have weird now? Do I have some weird feature?
God damn it! I hate these bugs. Hey, extra XP.
That was the only Neil impression there ever was. So how could it be the worst? It's not the worst. It's the first. Like, get through the first and then start comparing. All right, I'll give you that. Saturday Night Live was very flattered. Okay. Imitated. back to Miles O'Brien, journalist. Yeah, so, you know, he survived CNN in the beginning, pink slip there, and he had his little, his freelance...
delicious iguana on a stick.
At PBS, and so let's see how that...
Iguana on a stick.
I was available, as we know.
You were between jobs.
Between jobs, as they say. Learning about. Actually, I was a little honored. CNN gave me the contract. And I was like, you want to send me home? You got to pay me. Anyway, the NewsHour was approached by a bunch of funders who said, we want you to do more science. You call them. There it is. Science Busters right here. And so what's really interesting is, when I was at Georgetown, my first ever taste of television was in that very building at WETA, where the PBS NewsHour is located. And my boss at the time was Linda Winslow. Now Linda Winslow is the EP of the NewsHour, so I've become completely full service. Executive producer. So there I am back, and it is extraordinary. I mean, here's the thing. You work at CNN. CNN is on 24 hours, 365, right? I believe that is all the time we have, right? Pretty much. And yet, they would say, when I came in with a 2-minute and 30-second piece, we don't have enough time. I'm sorry, you have all the time. And I go into the NewsHour and I say, I've got a 13-minute script here. They say, well, can you trim it to 11? And I think to myself, I have died and gone to journalism. Thank God for taking my what I do with that.
Wow. Yeah, so he goes from people asking why is 2 minutes not in 10 seconds. Right. Can you trim a 13-minute segment to 11?
Of what I call crowd-funded journalism. That's why I listen to you know, not because they have a particular bent.
But you don't listen to Star Talk radio?
Well, I listen to Star Talk all the time. I'm listening to it right now.
You're creating it.
But, you know, the fact is that they don't have to worry about corporate financing.
They just do what they do. Do what's right, and as they got to do it.
Exactly.
And you know, I'm old enough to remember
Blood
was it NBC, the local news in New York. All right, they give their half-hour news before the evening news. They said we're going to go to an hour, and people said, "Oh, right, that's how do you do that? Oh my
I think I got something over here.
How to do an hour's worth of news? An hour's worth of news before the news. You're going to do an hour's worth of news. And they said something that I'm not going to the essay. They said, if you're wondering how we could fill that hour, actually, we had a hard time finding out what to cut. Wow. And I said, that can't be right. And sure enough, they filled the hour, and the rest is history. Now,
stop missing that system, piece of shit. Bat. God damn it, I'm just doing myself.
That's it, 24 hours, 24/7. And so then you look, are they actually filling it with 24/7? You look at headline news, they're not. They're on a loop, right? Don't you have a
Justice.
on headline news? I can't talk about
What? He just stands up. Justice.
See you on headline news. Okay, so it might not. Or it might not. But there's a loop going on there, and
Hey guys.
Sports Center.
Guys.
They go on loops.
Justice.
You know what that is? And so they're not really filling 24/7.
No, they're not. And you know why? That's the radio model. I mean, I don't know if this is what they actually call it, but I remember when I worked in terrestrial radio.
Nice. No,
Might
be something useful.
Oh, I'm about to open this safe.
So we would say, why can't we
I'm
play
about to-
deeper cuts on the album?
I'm about to get me some justice.
Just the top hit. And it would say, nope, you gotta play the hits.
Oh,
People only listen for a
damn.
certain period of time, so you gotta play the hits.
Justice right there.
You can't show them what else this is.
Yes. Nothing but junk.
The time they're tuning in.
That's right.
Just while they're in the car,
And that's it.
just while they're at the beach.
Just it. Just it.
That's what we're
That's
doing
it.
now with the news and
Just
the
it.
information that we have.
Okay, so
It's awful.
they're lying to say that 24/7 covers the 24/7 repeats.
Absolutely.
We're finishing up my interview with Miles O'Brien, science journalist extraordinaire. I had Chuck Nice in studio. Always good to have you, man.
It's always my pleasure.
And you're always doing good stuff. We'll try to keep up with you.
Please, thank you.
You've been listening to Neil deGrasse Tyson for Star Talk Radio. As as always, I bid you to keep looking up.
Got it.
This episode of Star Talk is brought to you by Harris. Guys like you who want a great shave experience for a fraction of what you're paying now, go to harris.com and get $5 off your first purchase.
Guess you've got your reasons, but that just looks like junk to me.
This show is brought to you by Blue Apron. Blue Apron is a new service that delivers gourmet recipes and all the fresh ingredients you need to make them right to your door. To see what's on the menu this week, visit blueapron.com, and our listeners get their first 2 meals free. Just go to blueapron.com/StarTalk. Start cooking incredible meals at home with Blue Apron. blueapron.com/StarTalk. That's blueapron.com/StarTalk.
What's the website?
This is filled with secrets and mysteries. Things without questions to be answered. We find ourselves searching for those answers as the very fabric of space, science, and society are converging. Here, for the first time, these worlds collide.
Are you turkeys and TV addict? Niggas can bring the break static. Are you cleaner than your grandma's house? Like a bass when your friend they get loud. It comes with the condition. It's on the mission. Flying this. When I'm flying this. Check it out. What's it all about?
Of course, the word sea is something you have to imagine on the radio, the most visual medium, but my understanding, Chuck,
Yes.
is you have some questions that our listeners have provided.
Absolutely. This is what we call our cosmic queries, and you do not know the questions. I have them here in front of me on my little tablet device.
I'm feeling the drama.
And what we do here is we just allow our listeners to submit any question that they would like. And when I say any, I mean indeed any.
I believe you. In my understanding now, these questions are submitted on the electronic internet, on those computer machines.
What's up? Call out screaming. Yeah.
You're back. Any luck clearing out that trouble spot?
I cleared that place out for you. Should be safe for your friends to move in now.
Nice to have some good news
Hey, is
around
your,
here for a
are you
change.
carrying just one suitcase or is it more?
I just
So
want
know
to trade a
whether or
few
not to take
things.
my car.
Sure thing.
Just a carry-on? Alright, cool. Alright, I'll see you here.
Our voices will carry in here. So we should be careful.
Resend it to me just in case, but I'm pretty sure I have it. Full.
I'm new around here. I wanted to introduce myself. I heard your radio beacon. It's not exactly. I'm ready to help with.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Let me show you.
Okay.
Yeah, I went to both. Mm-hmm.
Let's trade some things.
Go ahead.
I couldn't hear you. Say again? No. It was all a bunch of me over in my corner and they and everyone else in their rooms. So no one even hang out with each other. Yeah. Oh, I know. I had made a turkey about 2 weeks ago, so yeah. So I didn't make a turkey this time, but I'm probably gonna make another turkey for thank you for Christmas. A Christmas turkey. You'll probably have some. Alright, that sounds cool. We have 2 PlayStations, so.
Nice.
You're doing what? Fallout? Are you actually gonna stream? Am I gonna get to see your character? Because this is my 3rd character now. I have 3 characters.
Heads up.
Okay. What am I doing?
What now? Heads up.
I'm listening. Can I help with something?
No.
How are you?
You know,
But like,
what do you think about
not
our
stream,
relationship?
but share play.
How do you think things are between us?
you're some.
How do you feel about us?
Feels good to be out helping people.
I couldn't hear you say again. All right.
You're making a difference.
Show me your character. I have one that's all melee, another one who's all sneaky that I'm trying to get to level 50. He's at level 45 now. And I started another character that's going to be completely on the luck. It's going to be full VATS. Yeah, so I'm expecting to see a lot of Mysterious Stranger, which every time he pops up, it makes me laugh.
Were you able to clear out those ghouls?
Took care of those ghouls that were giving you trouble.
You did? That's great news.
Hey there, friend.
I'd like to trade some items.
Okay.
Commonwealth.
A bunch of interactions with him. Yeah, I know. Every time he pops up with
Glad to hear it.
with
always
me, it's
ready
so
to help.
funny.
Sure. Hey, thanks for stopping
he's like,
by.
Take
Did
care.
you see
You know
him?
what I call a good day? One that
He was
ends without
just
an
there.
empty stomach.
Look alive.
What do you?
What now?
I've gotten word about a settlement that's being threatened by raiders. I'll mark it on your map.
Oh yeah. Oh man, I thought I was carrying a lot of stuff. I don't think you can you? That's what I thought. Oh my god, no more candy. I already have cake here. I didn't make cake. This is Kreese's birthday cake and they made her take it with her. And I also have... No, I didn't make the cake. They made cake for her. At the Thanksgiving. Oh, what cake did she want? She didn't tell me anything. Oh, no, she ain't getting that. She fat. She's on a diet. She ain't getting that. She weighs 300 pounds. The scale that I bought for her doesn't work because she's too big for the scale. It goes all the way around.
I'd gladly lay down my life.
It's not her birthday anymore.
When it comes to keeping the Pridwin running, Proctor Ingram's the best.
Hey, pal.
Reporting for duty, sir.
Stay close, kid. You'll do fine.
Yes, sir. Here's the location, sir.
Oh my god. There's a little squire that follows you around. What? Why is this even allowed? Did you hear me? There's a little kid in the game that can follow you around, part of the Brotherhood missions.
I can't believe I was lucky enough to
Yes.
get this assignment.
What? You can get your son to follow you around? How far along in the story have you gotten? Your second character and you haven't beaten the story. Shame, shame, shame. Oh, it's not letting me locate that thing. Alright, what the hell does this kid want? Clear Gwyneth Brewery of all hostiles with the Squire. Seems like such a bad idea. Crazy? Yeah, she is. I don't. She just tells me I'm working tomorrow, and I'm like, okay. They actually make it pretty easy for you to level up. I'm level 45, and it's taken me like maybe half an hour to get to my next level. Don't spawn in front of super mutants. Never do that. Never ever spawn in front of super mutants. That's a bad thing. Oh god, I just spawned in front of a super mutant and the hound and it just killed. Yeah, well, I'm on survival. I'm on the hardest difficulty and with a really weak character when it comes to like straight up fighting. You should see my character though. Like, I clear an entire ghoul camp from afar without them even reaching me. But as soon as a ghoul walks up to me, it's just like, hi, dead. I don't even know if I have my armor on. I did have my armor on. That's the worst part. Gwinnett Brewery. Alright, talk to you later. Bye.
So I'm going to talk to you now about plutonium. So I once referred to uranium as the boogeyman of the periodic table, but if uranium is the boogeyman, then there is a Hannibal Lecter of the periodic table, and it's a couple of places to the right, and that element is plutonium. Plutonium has a really quite not...
Let's just watch some Veritasium. Enough of Star Talk for a while. Veritasium. Misconceptions.
When you touch an object and it feels warm or cold, what is that really telling you about the object? Here I have a metal hard drive and a book. And I'm going to ask people to compare their temperatures. Which one do you think will feel warmer, the book or the hard drive?
The temperatures?
Yeah, tell me if one is hotter or colder, or if they're the same temperature. How do they feel?
This is all mine.
That's warmer. Yeah, like...
Yeah, I agree. I'd say the hard drive is a lot colder than the book. I don't know if it's got more knowledge. Why do you think
Metal's normally a little bit chillier if you leave it in a colder temperature?
Well, what if I said that they both at the same temperature? What would you say? So you're lying. But really?
I think you're lying, yeah.
Oh, jeez. Well, maybe the way I can prove it is I have an infrared thermometer. What do you think we're going to see? I think science...
One transfer sheet better than the other.
I make a prediction for me. I said that's called... would you pay me money? I do, because I don't have a pen. Let's measure the temperature of the book.
Okay.
What do you see?
19.0.
Okay. And measure the temperature of that.
19.0. Alright, well now I believe you.
I'm trying to actually figure it out, actually. Trying to figure out why they'll be the same temperature. They're the same temperature, though.
So why does that feel colder if they're basically the same temperature? Good one. Have you an answer? Well, I'm going to you guys for answers.
I'm not a scientist. Everyone's a scientist, lady.
Here is an aluminium block. And
nice and cold.
Plastic block. How do their temperatures compare?
Really different. Oh, like
would stay solid on the aluminium.
I guess they aren't going to need that anymore.
That one will melt more quickly than on the aluminium block.
Yeah, I think so. Let's actually make it the same.
Alright, so we're putting ice cube on each of those blocks. What are you seeing? Well, it is melting a lot quicker on the aluminium.
It's melting quicker than that one. Even though it's aluminium, that's plastic.
So which one felt colder?
That one.
How does that make any sense?
I have no idea,
Transfer of heat.
Bad for the environment. How would aluminium be bad for the environment? Well, it's thawing out the ice a lot quicker. So you want the answer?
Yes, please! Please!
It's about thermal conductivity, right? The rate at which heat is transferred from one object to another. So when you felt these blocks originally, I know this one felt a lot colder. Yeah. But you know from the other example we did that they must both be at the same temperature.
That's it.
Because they've both been outside for a while. We see that the aluminium block is melting the ice faster than the plastic block.
The other Squires are going to be so jealous when I get back.
Hi there.
I don't see why everyone isn't out to eradicate this
So heat is
abomination.
being transferred less quickly to this ice block, and so it's staying ice.
Okay, I believe you.
Makes sense?
Yes.
You know, in our first example, the hard drive felt colder even though it was at the same temperature roughly as the book. And that's because the aluminium conducts heat away from your hand faster than the book conducts heat away from your hand.
I'm in.
Which makes the hard drive feel colder and the book feel warmer. So when you touch something, you don't actually feel temperature. You feel the rate at which heat is conducted either towards or away from you. Think about this next time you hop out of the shower in winter. It's much nicer to stand on the bath mat than on the tile beside it. Not because the bath mat is warmer, but because it conducts heat less quickly away from you. Trees are some of the biggest organisms on the planet. But where do they get that matter to grow?
It's literally inside the ground. It's that soil, really, yeah. Goodness out of the soil, I suppose.
Comes out of the soil.
Yeah.
Goodness. Why isn't there a big hole around the tree where it's taken out all the soil?
Because it doesn't say gradually that the soil has time to recover.
So it's energy from the sun.
Now, I think it's intuitive to believe that the tree gets most of its mass from the soil. Because you can see those roots digging into the soil and they must be taking something out of there. And I mean, a tree looks like dirt and it feels solid like dirt. But it's not. In the early 1600s, a scientist named Johann Baptista van Helmont tried to figure out where the mass of a tree was coming from. So he got a pot of soil and very carefully measured the amount of soil in there. Then he planted the tree and took care of it for 5 years, making sure that no soil left or was added to his pot. And at the end of this experiment, he weighed the tree to find that it was 72 kilograms, but the mass of soil had only decreased by about 60 grams. This was pretty strong evidence that the mass of the tree does not come from the soil.
I've never thought about that, actually. Because they don't really eat anything.
I can't decide where it's at.
Water, that's all they consume. That's all they eat. Yeah, they don't eat anything else. No. That's all they eat.
Presumably from the water and the nutrients from the soil.
Is there anything else that you need besides the soil and the water?
That's what it is.
To make
other than the original seed. For that particular tree.
The seed and the soil and the water, and that makes this big tree. Of course, Johann Baptista van Helmont did conclude that the tree was made entirely of water. Now, while that's not correct, at least he was on the right track, realizing that the matter of a tree doesn't come out of the soil.
The sun energy, yeah.
The sun energy?
Yeah.
Are they converting energy into mass, or... Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I do.
Like, there wasn't stuff, and then there was. Like, where did that stuff come from?
I don't see why everyone isn't out to eradicate this abomination.
My question is, where do they get that mass to grow big?
It's from the rain and the sun, presumably. Right? The sunlight.
And the sunshine.
The sunshine? Does the sunshine add mass to the tree?
Well, yes, they wouldn't grow without it. I don't know whether it adds mass, but they wouldn't grow without it.
Of course, the sun's energy is needed for the tree to build the matter into its branches and leaves. But the
Brewer,
sun itself, the
damn it!
energy is not
Thank you,
matter.
sir. Too bad that I messed up, even with the 4 tries. Sometimes I get brain farts and they just don't work.
Oxygen. The trees need the oxygen. And I guess oxygen. Yeah, oxygen, of course. The oxygen. Are there any ingredients that we're missing?
Got it.
Carbon dioxide. Carbon dioxide. So would it surprise you to find out that 95% of a tree is actually carbon dioxide? Trees are largely made of air. So as it turns out, trees are mostly made out of air. Out of the carbon dioxide that they take in.
That's interesting.
Breathe out carbon dioxide. That's how we do it. Yeah. It's actually a substance that trees breathe in daily. So you can imagine a closed system where it's just you.
I wish they'd let me have a gun.
Breathe out.
Proctor
that
Chicken
carbon
just
dioxide
laughed
water,
at me.
the tree would take it in. So you would get smaller while the tree is getting bigger.
Huh.
And in a sense,
That's cool.
you're becoming a tree.
I would have thought it was a sunshine and water. Well, water has oxygen, so I guess I'm
It's a
happy.
beautiful day in Sydney. I'm out enjoying the sun and looking to find out if anyone knows why the sun shines.
Soon I'll graduate
So the
tonight
sun
and get to
gives us
take
a
on
lot of
missions like this on my own. Sunshine?
It provides energy. Yeah, it's life, really. Where does the sun get that
If
energy
there's
from?
anything still drink.
I have no idea.
No idea.
Some kind of chemical
Comfortable in here?
reaction? Yeah, gas explosion.
Doesn't it burn gas?
Burn fire that's on the sun?
Sun isn't on fire.
But is the sun really a giant ball of fire?
Nope.
I mean, would it go out after 5 billion years?
It would, but it's not a chemical reaction.
Then you don't actually know.
So in this bucket, I have the component.
Just in case he doesn't say it, fire is a chemical reaction, whereas the sun is a thermonuclear reaction. Very different. It's a giant ball of heat, not a ball of fire.
It's of the sun. Well, I have protons and neutrons. There's some electrons, but I didn't bring them. Most of the sun is actually protons.
Okay.
And so what do the protons do to the sun?
It burns together.
Fusion.
Okay. But when they come close, you know what they do? They just...
Collide.
Well, actually, they bounce off each other. I'm coming in. Why do the protons bounce off each other? They don't like each other. That's because a proton needs a neutron, right? Do you know why they repel like that?
Magnetic force. The repelling magnet type thing. Magnet field.
Electric field. Positive and negative.
Positive and negative.
It's to do with the positive negatives, right? We got protons. Protons
There's
are...
not wrong with electricity. Same stuff.
Positive repel each other. This is why it's so important that the sun's hot, because if the sun is hot enough, it gets these things moving so fast that sometimes they can't avoid a collision.
Okay.
And when they get too close, they actually go...
Well, this isn't good. I'm stuck. Oh God, no! Oh God, no! I gotta take drugs now. I'm gonna die. I can feel it. Preemptive impact. That was an instant death.
And that mass is conductive energy. It was the mass of the proton. When the protons smashed together, they got lighter. And they lost that mass, and the mass converted to energy. You know a famous equation about that?
FML.
Yeah.
E equals MC squared.
Have you heard that famous equation? When?
Wow. E equals MC squared, yes.
So what's E?
Energy?
Yes.
Energy, mass, C is...
Constant of light.
Remembers what C means. So C is
Constant of light.
the speed of light.
Speed of light? No. Really?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought it was.
Isn't that weird? The speed of light. Right. Well, no wonder we chose sides. It seems most people have a tough time remembering that C is for the speed of light. Maybe that's because C is a bit of a strange letter to represent a speed. In fact, in Einstein's original paper, he used the letter V for velocity of light. But nowadays, everyone uses the letter C for constant. It's a constant of the universe, the speed of light. Though some people claim the letter C stands for caloritas.
Lancer Captain
the
Kells
Latin word
said it's
for
going to take a
swiftness.
lot of hard
What
work
does that
in this
equation
game
telling
to want
us
to be
about
as good as
energy and
you.
mass?
Energy equals constant mass.
The mass and the energy
Constant
combined
mass.
together create the energy.
Got it.
It's basically saying, like, this mass that comes out gets converted to a lot of energy. And the speed of light is a huge number. Yeah. If you think about that, tiny bit of mass is a huge amount of energy. So every second, the sun is actually losing 4.3 billion kilograms.
Nice.
Every second. That amount of mass is being converted into energy. In the sun, hydrogen fuses together to form helium. But that's a little confusing because how out of only protons do we create a helium nucleus which has 2 protons and 2 neutrons? Well, the thing is, when the first 2 react together, one of the protons actually emits a positron and a neutrino and quickly becomes a neutron.
It's going to be hard to go back to my
Another proton smashes in. And again, we get more energy release. And if 2 particles like this collide, they emit 2 protons, and what we're left with is the helium-4 nucleus. There you have hydrogen fused into helium.
It's not every day they let us flyers out into the field.
Energy release.
You got this.
Every shot counts.
Ah, being so tiny.
Think there's anything still drinkable in here?
Here's something really cool. We are made up of 4 things. Everything that we know and love is 4 things. Up quark, down quark, neutrino, and an electron.
A friend of mine says to me, Derek,
We have absolutely no idea what an electron even looks like.
in the morning when you wake up. Okay, but that
Science.
doesn't make sense. Of course it does. Overnight you're not eating anything for like 8 hours, but you're still burning calories. So of course you'll be lightest in the morning. Yeah, but where's the mass going? Like how are you actually losing particles? You can't argue with me. I weighed myself at night and the next morning, and I know it's true. Is that after you went to the toilet? No, I told you. That has nothing to do with it. Why do you have to disagree with everything that anyone says? I don't like arguing. It's not that I like arguing. It's just that your statement is implausible. I need some kind of mechanism that would explain how you could be heaviest at night and then lightest by the morning. Okay, so I Googled it. And the results were a little bit disturbing. I'll be 3 to 5 pounds heavier than the nighttime hours, and when I wake up the next morning, I'm back down 5 pounds less. I usually weigh myself in the morning. I'm anywhere from 3 to 5 pounds lighter. Odd. An empty body weighs less than a full one. The force of gravity also can weigh a person down. Really? Internet? This is what we're coming to? But these are just people posting on forums. Maybe people out on the street are different, so I'm gonna go find some people in Perth and see what they say. But what time of day do you weigh the most? Oh, what do you reckon? Yeah, I'll try that as well.
Gotta bring back the big boy.
When you first get out of bed, so obviously you keep on eating and drinking during the day.
Because I'm one of those sort of people that weigh myself, I weigh myself every single morning of my life, and I'm always lightest in the morning.
When are you the lightest?
That's when you wake up.
Just right when you wake up?
Yeah.
You hop out of bed?
Yeah.
You are a light man?
Yeah.
Of course, the best way to settle this is with an experiment. So So every night before I go to bed, I will weigh myself. And in the morning, before I go to the bathroom, I will weigh myself again. Now, in any scientific experiment, it's pretty important to control your variables. So every time I go for my weigh-in, I'm wearing these exact clothes. I know, pretty snazzy, right? The hotel staff here have graciously allowed me to use their scale, but they told me I can't take it to my room, so I need to do the weigh-ins at the concierge. I'm going down for my first weigh-in Sunday night. We'll see what my weight is right now at 1:17 a.m. A lot. So 72.10 kilos. Where does the mass go while you're sleeping? Like, how do you lose weight while you're sleeping?
I think it evaporates.
It evaporates?
She sweats a lot. I just finished digesting it all.
I think it's your skin combined with your sweat, maybe.
Got it.
I don't know, but that's a lot of weight to just lose. Any thoughts? Anyone?
So where does the matter actually go? Where does the weight actually go?
Onto the bed.
Nice.
You know, like science stuff, like ATP?
Are you saying that we're converting?
Alright, that magazine.
Yes, that's one way of.
Gwyneth Brewery.
It uses up the matter?
Yeah.
So your
South Boston Police
matter is
Department.
disappearing from inside you?
Four-leaf packing factory.
That's my question. Everything you put into you doesn't all come out the other end.
Take the road from the castle.
So where does it come out?
You get better prices at vendors.
To sustain you and let you. Alright, so it doesn't come out of you?
Not all of it. It's Monday morning. I've just gone up. I need to go to the bathroom. So before I do that, I'm gonna go down for my weigh-in.
Last night I weighed at 72.1 kilograms. Let's see what I weigh in the morning. 71.9, say 925 kilograms. I'm not really surprised. My mass has only changed by about 150 grams. It doesn't really surprise me, but yeah, I don't think it's backing up my friend's theory. So we'll have to do this a few more times to make sure that these results are valid.
Yeah.
The difference of about 0.25 kilos, 250 grams, 72.05 kilograms. That's a loss of about 300 grams. So it looks like every night you lose about 250 grams, which is pretty similar to the amount that I've been losing every day this week. So how do you actually lose weight as you sleep? Well, every night this week, I seem to lose about 250 grams. I think about 150 grams of that was water loss through sweating and breathing out water vapor. So where's the other 100 grams going? Well, every time you breathe in, you're breathing about 500 milliliters of air. But only about a fifth of that is oxygen. And 3/4 of that oxygen, you'll just breathe out again. But 1/4 of it gets replaced with carbon dioxide. Now, carbon dioxide, compared to oxygen, has the extra mass of carbon on every molecule. And the mass of carbon released in it is about 100th of a gram. I know that doesn't sound like a lot, but if you add it up, 16 breaths a minute over 8 hours, it adds up to about 100 grams. Every time you breathe out, you're losing weight. Because...
How come I've never heard of that before then?
Okay, people don't talk about it, people don't think about it. Because I think a lot of people think that matter can be converted to energy. That you can take stuff and then it goes away somehow in the metabolic process, in that energy process. My point is, the atoms are still there, the matter is still there. You need to get rid of it somehow. And some of it is breathed out. So people were right when they said that you are burning calories, and that's causing you to become lighter. They just didn't think about the exhaust, the water vapor and the carbon dioxide that you breathe out. So it may be the case that you're heaviest at night and lightest in the morning, but I think the real truth of the matter is you're heaviest after your biggest meal and lightest after you've gone to the bathroom. It's after lunch on Thursday, so let's see what difference a big meal makes.
That's it.
was 71.1 kilograms. I'm now 72.55. Nearly added a kilo and a half. Wow, nearly a kilo and a half. So this morning when I woke up, I was 72.1 kilograms. But now I've gone to the bathroom, so I'd like to see what difference that makes. 70.6 kilograms. That is a lot of mass that I've lost. What is that, like 1.5 kilos?
They'll think twice about messing with the Brotherhood after this.
That's a lot of mass. I love how the vertibird never even came. No, gravity doesn't hold you down. Space pushes you down.
But is there really no gravity in space?
There is.
After all, the moon orbits the Earth due to gravitational
Depends on what you
attraction.
call space, though.
So, where would the space station fit in this picture?
An inch away from the picture.
Model of the Earth and the moon. And then we're going to position the space station in there. So about like that?
They're holding a tennis ball and a basketball. They're asking people, how far do you think the Earth is to the Space Center, the International Space Center? And it's, if I'm correct, it's touching the ball from how close it is. And then the moon is actually going to be like several feet away. They don't make stuff to scale properly in books, so people have a misconception. Oh, that's the moon, my bad. Yeah, I was right with the moon. He's like several feet away. Space station doesn't orbit.
The space station is actually only about 400 kilometers away. So if you're in Sydney, it's a little further than the drive to Canberra. But does it make sense that the Earth exerts a big gravitational force on you, but nothing on the astronauts just a short distance away? You reckon there'd be no gravity there?
Actually, it's 90% of our gravity, what astronauts are at. They're too close to the Earth to not experience gravity. That's why objects are all of a sudden pulled towards it. What actually happens is that they're falling. Newton displayed this perfectly with his idea of shooting a cannonball. Shoot a cannonball, enough energy, it'll arc and fall back to the Earth. And you shoot it again with more energy, and it'll go back halfway. But if you shoot a cannonball with enough force that it leaves the Earth and it keeps going and going around the Earth until it comes back, and it's able to maintain that trajectory with enough energy, you can actually just have a cannonball constantly orbit the Earth. It's constantly falling to the Earth. It just never hits the ground. Simple.
Well, clearly there's not. They're floating around. I know they float. And the question is why? No idea. I'm really confused. Well, in truth, the force on the astronauts is almost as much as the force on you. So then, why are they floating while you're stuck here? The answer is the astronauts aren't floating. They're falling.
Aim for the space!
The station they're in is falling as well.
Go get him!
Okay?
Easy, easy.
Curves away from them.
Yo. Sure. Here's my supply.
Due to that gravitational pull, that they can actually keep orbiting the Earth. If it was to stop moving, it would be plummeting. Exactly. But would they? They would still feel weightless until you smash into something. So the space station and the astronauts inside are constantly accelerating towards the Earth's core. But they never get any closer. And because they're accelerating at the same rate, the astronauts feel weightless. They have this amazing sensation of...
Actually, if you built a...
Let's do this! I think that's all of it.
If you built something that reached space, let's just say structurally it could actually withstand that weight. If you stood where the astronauts are at, you would actually be perfectly fine. You would just stand up and just be like, hey. Oh, shit.
Go ahead.
Over there.
Got it.
We have that card with a little round hole in it. And what I want you to do is hold it up and try to cast a shadow on that wall there. And I want you, before you do it, to predict what we're going to see.
Shadow of the card.
Shadow of the card.
With a little hole in it.
We'll see that figure enlarged on the wall.
It's not very pronounced, but you can actually do see the little hole in it. And of course, me.
So cool. Woohoo! My next question for you is, we have this card. What's that like? Dig a hole. Tell me what size circle it is. Open fire.
Hey.
What do you need?
The card and the hole slightly.
Get into position.
I'm on it, General.
Okay, what I want you to do...
It's approximately the same size as the
Gotcha!
Why don't we compare it?
Must have been nothing.
Oh, goodness. It actually looks about the same. I can't believe that. It must be the sun playing tricks with my mind.
Tell me about what's on that card. Before you put it up.
Try.
Yeah.
Okay,
So what do you expect that we'll see on the wall?
a triangle, but I wouldn't be surprised if it's a circle.
What are we going to see?
Triangle. I'm
Sure.
certain.
Okay, let's have a look.
Oh, wow. That's awesome.
What?
Circle.
Come out, wherever
Well,
you
we're
are.
not going to see a triangle.
Why not?
Because everything else has been a circle, so it'll be a circle.
I'm sick of it. Okay.
Where are you?
It's a circle.
You want to compare it to one of the others? I'll give you the...
Oh my goodness, I really like this project. I'm learning something.
Where'd they go? Nothing to worry about.
Why are we seeing circles with all these cards, regardless of the shape of the hole? When you take away the definition from any...
Called a blazon or something? We're gonna see what else.
Yeah, for example, you get a perfect triangle. So you must get to a certain size here, doesn't matter what shape it is. It's just turned that will be. Why is it going through a circle though? The sun looks around. I'm not that sure if that's got anything to do with it.
Well, the light's going through these little holes, and some rays just sort of going through these little holes, making circles.
What we're looking at there is actually an
Where
image
did
of...
this dog come from? Like, seriously. Don't turn around. Don't turn around. Oh, dog, don't turn around. I think I shot it enough times in the butt that I just made it spin in circles.
I was
quite the experience, sir.
You handled yourself well. You honor the Brotherhood. Let's head back.
It was an honor, sir.
Well, there you go. I learned something today, Derek.
This is representing the Earth. And this represents, what do you think? Yes. Now, our first challenge is how far apart are they?
Wait a second, I missed it.
I guess maybe not that far, maybe?
I missed why that was.
We have that car. Who's the answer?
Yeah, probably.
There's a part of your brain that knows the answer.
Well, I did photography at school, and we did pinhole cameras. The hole actually reflects what it's showing on the wall. So you see what you see on the other side. So what's that? So it's the sun.
Ah, okay. I remember now. The Arabic used to do this, and so did the Chinese, I think it was. You put a hole in a tent where it's really dark inside the tent instead, and it'll be a mirror image of whatever it is that's supposed to be causing a shadow, but instead you'll see the person itself. And I forgot the physics for it, but it was cool. Ah, you're reflecting the sun.
This
That's funny.
is representing the Earth. And this represents, what do you think? Yes. Now, our first challenge is how far apart are they? Okay. I guess maybe not that far. Maybe about that much. Yeah, maybe. Roughly. Yeah, roughly. About like that? Okay. Yeah. Like this far? Okay, like here somewhere. Right there. All right. Let's.
I'm just gonna stand here.
Okay. Can I? Yeah. Go ahead.
Oh wait, what would it be this one? This one has an N. I'm an idiot.
These are some images I found on a Google image search for the Earth and the Moon. Diagrams that are not to scale are pretty common. And I understand why we make them. So you can show the detail without showing all that uninteresting space in between. But they can have a problematic effect on learning because they give people the wrong idea about the relative proximities of things. Now, if we want to talk about the distance between the Earth and the Moon, it's actually... it's about here. Think about this. It takes light 1 second to go from the Earth to
Watching
the Moon.
him,
Takes 8
watching the
minutes
show.
for light to travel to the Sun, and 4 years to go to our nearest star. And then consider that there are 100 billion stars in our galaxy, and as far as we know, 100 billion galaxies in the universe. So the universe truly is bigger than we can imagine, and certainly bigger than we can draw to scale. I'm in New Zealand's beautiful Milford Sound, which is actually not a sound, but a fjord. So one question you might ask is, what is a fjord? Well, the answer is, it's a giant channel carved out of the rock, and it was carved by glaciers, so ice moving down through here at incredibly slow speeds. How long do you reckon it would take for a glacier to carve out a valley like Milford Sound? You mean easily? Yeah, easily. Yeah. So I've been going around asking people, how old is the Earth? Wow, that's a good question. I'm not really sure.
Oh, before he says it, post what you think how old the Earth is.
Good question. Millions, I'd say probably, I don't know. Millions of years old, going 4.
If you watch Cosmos, you should know.
Years old? Oh, millions of years.
Nice.
Millions.
2.2 million. No. 3 million.
You want to hear 4? You want to hear 4 million?
It's a million.
Oh, it's a million. Yeah, sure.
20 million.
I like how you doubled them down.
I thought it's 36 million.
46 million.
40 billion.
Oh, I'd say like 3 or 4 months, right?
Going down.
Million.
A million years old.
A couple billion years old.
Yeah, you're closer.
4 point.
So the answer is it's 4.5 billion years old. It's really quite a long time, but I think to most people, the difference between a million years and a billion years is, well, it's difficult to imagine. So let's try to put this in perspective. If you imagine that my arm span is the history of the Earth, with the starting of the Earth at the tip of my right fingers, then, well, life would have formed somewhere around my right forearm. But from there all the way up to about my left forearm, we only had single-celled creatures. Then just before my left wrist, we get the first fish, then amphibians, dinosaurs around my left palm, and finally mammals around the base of my fingers. Now, dinosaurs lived up until the second knuckle on my right middle finger, and humans have only been around for, well, basically the very tip of my middle finger. So if you think about the scale of the Earth's evolution on that time scale,
like
humans have been here a very short
version.
time, and in fact the Earth has been here.
Instead of using your arm,
a huge
I like the calendar.
4.5 billion years.
There are some things you can't unsee.
Damn straight, brother.
Recently, I was in New Zealand asking the real
Like
tough
your
questions.
mom. Oh, no, I'm sorry.
Like
No,
what was
I'm
it
not.
before
Oh,
you went
no,
there?
I'm sorry.
Like how did it get here? Those who were game to answer my question realized that an explosion was important to Earth's formation.
I suppose it was created from space, I don't know.
Sweet.
I suppose just heaps of gas built up, bang, got a planet. Like the sun, everything else.
So you're saying it came out of some sort of
I'd say it would have been gas, yeah. An explosion.
And then after that, there was just a planet there?
That's a really good question, actually. I suppose there'd be a whole bunch of gases, and then bang, planet started revolving, all the gases were right.
Was there a particular explosion you had in mind? Perhaps one you learned about from a popular American sitcom?
The Big Bang, maybe. Yeah, the Big Bang.
The Big Bang Theory or something like that. Just a bunch of dust on spot during the Big Bang. A bit took over
Going down.
Quite a collection of junk.
You see a lot of volcanic action.
Big Bang Theory. That's one of the theories of how Earth is created.
So the Big Bang created the Earth?
Yes.
No.
Boom.
Oh.
And Earth was there.
Sort of.
Now the trouble with explosions, which I was trying to hint at, is that they tend to blow stuff apart. They're more destructive than constructive, but what we're looking for is a mechanism to form the Earth, bring things together. So how could the Earth form out of an explosion?
Masses that were then
Spin.
together and compacted together and consolidated.
Debris that gathered together through gravity.
Okay, where did that debris come from?
The Big Bang. Original.
That big explosion led to a whole bunch of debris?
Yes.
And then it collapsed down
Exactly.
because of gravity?
Yes.
Now we're on the right track.
Ooh,
Gravitational
that man is
attraction
close.
between all mass is what causes matter to clump together into galaxies, stars, and planets. There's only one little problem. After the Big Bang, there were only two elements, hydrogen and helium, in the whole universe. So how could we form the Earth, including its oxygen, carbon, nitrogen, silicon, aluminium? I say it that way for my Australian viewers. How could we form all these other elements? Well, the truth is, the Big Bang didn't form the Earth, at least not directly. The Big Bang formed galaxies of stars. Let's focus in on one of these stars in particular, one whose contents will go on to form the Earth. In this star, the lighter elements are fusing together to form heavier elements, carbon, nitrogen, oxygen, and eventually all the elements up to iron. Now, when this star runs out of nuclei to fuse, it explodes. And out of that debris could form either directly our solar system or another star, which then explodes
I'm about to
and
die,
forms our
aren't I?
solar system. So you could say the sun is a second or third generation star. And you might say, well, that would have taken a very long time to occur. And it's true. The Earth has been around for about 4.5 billion years. But the Big Bang happened 13.7 billion years
Suicider
ago.
and 3.
So if my arm span represents the time that the Earth has been here, then the Big Bang would be about here. You're doing a bang-up job, guys. So when people tell you that we're all made of stardust, they're not trying to be metaphorical or poetic.
No, we are made of
They're
stardust.
being literal. The iron in your blood was actually formed in the core of a star at millions of degrees. We and the world around us can only exist because of the elements
Show him who's boss.
How long does it take for the Earth to go around the sun?
Well, a day.
What?
Yeah. Pretty round?
For the Earth to go around the sun? Seriously? What are people learning in school?
A day.
I know it takes 90 minutes for the space station to go around the Earth.
Approximately 365 days.
Is that useful?
Yay!
1 year. 365 days? Yeah, I'd agree with that. It's somewhere between that. It's not quite precise, is it? 365 and a bit days. Nearly 365.25. Hey, the Earth doesn't take 1 day to get around the sun. It takes like a year.
Oh my god!
So I'm down in West
I want to
Vancouver.
go down the street and ask people these questions.
And at the local beach, there is this 2.5-ton granite sphere. There was made
Lansing
of
Captain Hell is one of
of
the finest.
0.02 of a millimeter. This is amazing granite sphere, and it's floated on a thin layer of water.
Beautiful
And it
sphere.
just presents an amazing opportunity to study inertia. And that's why I'm down here, to have a chat with some of the people going by about why the globe spins.
Welcome
and
back.
why the Earth spins.
Report.
Why does the
Did
Earth
our
spin?
squire do well out there?
I think it's the gravity.
Roger that.
Good. I expected as much. Here, for your efforts. Our squires need strong mentors to follow. Exemplary work at Fort Strong, soldier. What would you say to taking a...
I'm happy to help out.
That's the answer I was hoping. Head down to the airport. Squire with a location will...
Yeah. So why is that?
Yeah.
So close.
So close.
Yeah. Getting up to the upthrust of the water is probably angled in such a way that it's, because it's a spherical shape, it's not pushy on it at night, so it spins constantly.
Yes, what is the centrifugal force that keeps it going? What is that force? Where does that force come from?
Is there a force that keeps it going? Is there a force pushing it around?
Within the Earth's core, is there not something that drives and dictates said centrifugal force?
Looks like that's just a repetitive mission.
This is the law of inertia, isn't it? What's the law of inertia? Every action.
It's like I'm stuck on this repetitive missions of these places. Already done all the freedom trail missions for the other side.
Which is a great idea. It's not a force. How would you define it? It's just the tendency of all objects with mass to maintain their state of motion. So if they're stationary, they want to stay stationary. If we anthropomorphize them,
Yes, and moving set anthropomorphized objects want to keep
basically whatever motion they have, they like to continue this in.
yes.
The Earth does that without any forces. This does that without any forces.
Yes.
In my experience, hotshots and big mouths end up with closed casket funerals.
Hot shots and big mouth. Hot shots and big mouth. How do you feel about a butt full of lead? No, I'm just kidding.
If I apply a force to the globe, I can actually get it spinning in roughly the same way that the Earth spins. But it is tricky. There's very little friction on the bottom because of it being supported on this thin layer.
My only problem with Veritasium is that the guy does not know how to ask the right questions.
So I wanted to talk to people about the different states of matter: solid, liquid, and gas, using water as an example. But
And
first, I want to
plasma?
make sure that we're all on the same page about what water is made of. What's water made of?
Water?
What's water made out of? Water?
What's water?
Water.
Okay, what elements does it take to make water?
H2O.
So what does that mean?
It is water.
Oh my god.
What elements? Water and cold. Water plus cold.
But what does the H and the O mean?
Something in oxygen.
Something in oxygen.
Hydrogen.
There you go.
Hydrogen.
Hydrogen and oxygen. What's the 2 mean?
Hydrogen, oxygen.
And the 2, H2O. Why do we say 2?
I don't know.
It's 2 molecules of hydrogen and oxygen.
There you go. So that makes what we call water. Two atoms of hydrogen and 1 atom of oxygen makes water. Molecule. I know, the word was like on the tip of your tongue. I guess we got there in the end. So what's the difference between solid and liquid water?
So obviously the temperature of it. It's a lot colder.
Ice is frozen.
What does it mean to be frozen then?
Cold.
Liquid water is no good for standing on. Ice is great.
Nothing other than temperature.
So everyone recognizes that temperature is important in determining whether the water is ice or liquid. Well, what's actually happening between the water molecules? What's the difference between water and ice?
It's frozen.
What does it mean for something to be
Hey,
frozen?
What now?
A pack of ghouls has holed up near a settlement. They could use our help. I'll mark it on your map. We can use all the support we can get. So see what you can do to help.
What makes it a solid versus a liquid?
Well, in this case, lots of pipes going up. But
That makes it very cold.
makes it very, very cold, yeah.
But what's actually happening to the little bits of water?
They're attaching to each other. They're attaching to this all we guess back here. I imagine they're attaching to each other. They're forming a more solid interpiece.
You cool liquid water down, and then at some point, what happens to it?
It slows down, freezes, and stops moving.
The molecules become frozen.
How do they become frozen?
They join together. They
Hey,
accumulate.
okay.
They
What am I doing?
coagulate.
Coagulate
Okay,
is not the
this is what I've got.
technical term for it, but everyone was on the right track. In ice, the water molecules are
just
basically fixed in place. They form a crystal lattice, where their only motion is vibrating.
Point me
So
to
what
it.
happens if we heat up the ice? Like, what happens when, like, a solid melts?
They all bounce out and
What are we talking about?
melt.
What are they doing?
Oh, like in science, you draw little circles.
What are those little circles?
Oxygen.
Are they just oxygen?
Hydrogen,
They
oxygen.
get excited.
And the 2.
I don't know what he's asking.
The temperature is higher.
So the particles, they're less stable.
Less
More
stable.
energy.
Less more free to move around.
That sounds right.
They become separate and they are allowed to move around. And in gas, maybe they're further apart. Is that what we're okay?
This is fantastic.
That
This
makes
guy
sense.
nailed it.
All right, that makes sense.
That's awesome.
All right.
He just stares at you. He doesn't say. He doesn't nod and say, "Yeah, you're right." He just stares.
And slide past each other.
What the hell?
This is what allows the substance to flow. At even higher temperatures, the water molecules become free of that liquid and turn into water vapor. In that state, they are very, very far apart and moving very quickly. So the major differences between solid, liquid, and gas are the motion of the particles and the distance between them. Of course, you may want to meditate on these differences.
Teenage Mutant Myler. Teenage Mutant Myler. Teenage Mutant Myler.
It's all about as you de-excite something.
Hey, I know you. You're that Minuteman, Gavi. I really look up to you guys.
Hey, I appreciate it.
You guys are great. Here, take this. I hope you can find a use for it.
Every little bit helps. We'll be sure to put this to good use.
Excuse me.
Oh, no. Whatever it is, keep it to yourself.
I'm the general.
Heads up.
I'm listening. I'm at your service, General.
That was it.
Okay.
Heads up.
What do he give you? Give me those 10 packs. Fuck you.
Busy here.
Yeah, fuck you too, lady.
Thank you so much.
Don't be caught dead. Protection from Commonwealth weaponry.
We have hydrogen and oxygen.
H2O.
H2O.
There's the formula for water, H2O.
H2O. Australians
Remember,
say
I don't
H2O
serve
very rarely. They
sense.
say
Supplies.
H2O.
Let's see what you have.
Do you think you could maybe draw a water molecule? If yeah. Oh, beautiful. I'm impressed. Didn't get A-level, A-star for nothing.
2 parts oxygen, 1 part hydrogen.
It's a little harder than it seems. So what you think?
A water molecule. I can have a go.
That's pretty good. I like it. Water molecule. And do you know what water's made out of? Scientifically speaking?
No, I don't. Water molecule,
Yeah.
H2O.
Very nice.
Hydrogen fluoride.
H2O.
What's the O stand for?
Oxygen.
You know, inventing cold fusion. That could be the next thing.
Oh god.
Why is ice
First people are weird.
I couldn't tell you that.
And Americans are stupid.
I stayed on it, but
You know that it feels pretty
Yes,
slippery.
we are stupid.
it does feel slippery, but you would feel a different slipperiness to me because I skate for a living.
Because the ratio
Ratio of
friction versus air on water, frozen water.
So I'm here on an ice rink in Sydney, and I've been asking people why is ice slippery. Now, a lot of them kind of have the right idea. They say there's a layer of water on top of the ice. But they don't know why. They think it's just because the sun's out or because it's warm in Sydney and the ice melts. So I wanted to know why ice is slippery.
Huh. Never actually thought of that one.
Where the freezing meets the less than freezing state, it becomes a liquid. So
We
it's the
buy and
liquid
sell
on top
everything
of
to
the
everyone,
frozen
except
state,
sense.
then they
No
can-
sense allowed here. You. Well, I suppose
Let's see what you got.
odds and ends.
Well, isn't that, I mean, that's not, it's pretty frozen.
Yeah.
But it's still slippery here.
The water, for instance, on here will
What am I
lubricate
doing?
and you'll have a better sliding surface than you will with the dry ice.
Like lubrication or something, I don't know.
Hey, Arturo.
You know, a shotgun's great insurance against
Let's see what you have.
everything.
Smell. The water particles become unstable on the top. One causes it to be wet.
But would the ice be slippery even if there was no sun?
Depends on the actual heat. It's not the sun's rays that does it, it's the actual temperature.
The real reason is when you step on the ice, you compress it a bit. And that decreases its melting point, and so we get a thin layer of water that you can glide along. That's what makes ice slippery.
If you were to slide on your belly.
He showed this experiment like beautifully with the compression of ice. He put a string, a guitar string, and weighted down with 2 bottles of water, and then he placed it on a block of ice, and then the bottles of water pulled the string through the ice, and as the compression began, it softly heated up the ice, and then the ice that was above the string now cooled down enough, and it refroze? It froze again. And it went straight throughout the night, and the whole block of ice was a solid again, even though the string went straight through it. It was awesome. Pretty sure I got another Gauss rifle. Pretty sure.
Or across the water bit, you'd obviously get very wet, but you'd slide a lot further than you would on the dry section here.
Yeah. How you try that?
In Brisbane, during the pack down of the event, I took one of our inflatable tubes, and I didn't think I was going to get very far because the ice was melting. I managed to slide 60 meters.
Wow.
From a 10-yard run up, I slid 60 meters the whole way across the rink.
That's pretty impressive.
I was very happy with that.
So
I didn't think I was going to get that far.
But it doesn't actually have to be warm out. It can be freezing cold out, and you still get the same slippery effect because it's based on pressure, not the temperature of the outside air.
You're a bad skater.
I'm a bad skater. Yeah, you want to go? Let's have a race.
No,
You want to race me? No. Let's go.
I think he lost.
Look alive.
I'm listening. Hey.
Hi, I'm Fiona McDonald, and today we're finding out what
I would say some sort of chemical compound. Chemistry is science.
Self-prescribed chem. You look like you need a prescription filled.
Let's see what you have.
Every chem for every need.
My prescription.
the table, the elements.
Periodic table. Periodic table.
Chemistry, you can define in a relationship. Chemistry in a scientific way. That's it. Yeah, what is chemistry?
It's a love between guys and girls.
Chemistry is animal attraction.
Chemistry is animal attraction.
Yeah, some of that like makes you want them. I guess.
Immediately drawn to them, and you feel you just want to be around them.
Well, I think of it like chemistry between a boy and girl, like just that special thing that can't explain. And then I'd also just think about chemistry at school where I had to try and memorize like iron and copper and lots of those.
According to you guys, chemistry is more about love than science. But don't forget that without science, there is no love because it's all hormones, baby.
Oh, wait, did I click those? No. Click those. Oh, I did click those.
Got too much dirt in that hair? Get it trimmed. You won't regret it.
Today I'm going to bake this chocolate cake. Now those of you who know me know that the only reason I would do this is...
Internet, why are you slow? What's happening?
Chem I Care cares about you. All your medicinal needs.
Who needs a haircut? Everyone needs a haircut. Step up.
Solomon.
You look like you need a prescription filled.
I'll take a look, sure.
Check it.
Probably better unload some of that stuff.
Shut up.
Today I'm going to bake this...
Alright, tired of Veritasium. Raphael. The best Ninja Turtle. He's a video from the BBC about Raphael.
500 years ago, in Italy, there was an explosion of creative energy that changed the world. The Renaissance. It was a revolution forged by thinkers, scientists, and artists. Artists like Raphael Santi. Raphael spent his short life in search of beauty, both among the treasures of an ancient empire and the pleasures of the flesh. His talent would make him rich, but it would also make him enemies.
Everything you had in art, you had from me.
Yet when he died, the Pope wept at his feet. He believed the world had lost its greatest artist, an artist who was nothing less than a mortal god. The Sistine Madonna, one of Raphael's most famous works. Hiding below, his perfect cherubs are one of the icons of the Renaissance. For many, their perfection defines Raphael's art. But does it define him?
Raphael was one of the three heavyweight champions of the High Renaissance, along with Leonardo and Michelangelo.
He was one of the greatest portrait painters ever. He was one of the greatest draftsmen ever, and was both graceful and gracious, both in what he painted.
No one says shit about Bartholomew.
Raphael's reputation as a man of grace and good character is legendary, but his meteoric rise to power and fame also suggests a personality both bold and calculating.
What Raphael does is utterly remarkable. He transforms Leonardo, he transforms Michelangelo, and in his own particular way creates something other which is completely Raphael's own.
Who was the real Raphael? In this film, we search for the truth in the dramatic events of his life. But we also look for the real Raphael in the secrets of his art. Art that was to influence European painting for centuries to come. Born in April 1483, Raphael Santi's early years were spent in Urbino, a fairy tale kingdom in central Italy.
It was a very nice place to grow up. It was a very convenient place to grow up. But it was some place you were going to move out of if you were going to try to make something of yourself.
Come on
Especially
out.
if you were going to try to fulfill your
Make it
father's
nice
ambitions.
and quick.
Raphael's father, Giovanni, was caught painting. He had quickly spotted his son's artistic talent and was training him in his own workshop. And then tragedy struck. Raphael was 11 when his father died.
Show your face! Come on! I dare you!
He hid behind the pole so quickly. Dying so bad.
Raphael was sent to continue his artistic education in the Umbrian city of Perugia.
I'm thinking I should have brought my armor.
Was a very violent place to
Damn
be.
it.
Not only were the Perugians
I always
fighting
do
along
this.
with the other cities in the region, but within Perugia itself, different families were fighting
power suit. Oh, I thought he was running under Medici. Or was that Da Vinci?
In one notorious incident, Bariones turned everyone themselves. The victim, Griffinetto Baglioni, was no innocent. He just murdered 4 members of his own family during the wedding.
Oh, half of Game of Thrones is just old Greek stories. In case anyone here didn't know that. Romans and Greeks.
Griffinetto's tragic death was soon with the inspiration of one of Raphael's finest paintings. But first, he had to learn his trade.
Raphael's first biographer, a man named Giorgio Vasari, claims that Giovanni Santi apprenticed the young Raphael to the greatest painter in Umbria, a man named Pietro Perugino.
Anyone wondering,
Perugino was one of the
you go to this
pioneers of
building.
the Italian Renaissance.
Once
He
you
was
find a
famous
signal.
and rich.
Because when I got it,
Yet Raphael
so originally I was like, I headed straight up there, and then I was like, oh, the signal's getting stronger. And I headed this way, and I was like, what the hell? I got pissed off, and I just cleared this building, and I was like, ah, where the hell's the signal at? It's over here. Let's go to this building, right across the river.
Perugino had painted his betrothal in 1503. It shows Mary and Joseph celebrating their marriage. Now Raphael had been commissioned to do his own version of the scene. His stunning interpretation of the ceremony impressed everyone who saw it, including his early biographer.
Vasari described the betrothal of the Virgin as the point at which Raphael surpassed Perugino. He adds a much more convincing sense of space, greater drama, and greater physicality to Perugino's composition.
He takes the painting and moves it a step further, there's no doubt, and the fact that he boldly signs it right across the center, right on the temple, certainly makes clear his intentions, that this is supposed to be a statement of, I have arrived.
Oh, wow. He did sign it right on the temple, that's
Raphael
beautiful.
would now break away. But to secure the fame he craved, he had to challenge
Forces on
the
the
greatest
second
masters
floor.
of his
Kill
day.
on sight. Send reinforcements to the lobby in case there are more.
Florence. The Florentines believed that man should model himself like a god. Beautiful and heroic forms were everywhere. More beautiful than this. The David by Michelangelo. It's quite possible.
You have a visual on it.
But what would one day be?
For those who don't know, Michelangelo was obsessed with men that he didn't even know what a naked woman looked like. He would draw naked women with male bodies, hips, and oh my god, missed everything.
I'm on him.
He would draw naked women with bodies of men, boobs, and the face of a woman. And they were all extremely muscular. It was pretty funny. And he was also in love with a man, and he's the one that painted the Sistine Chapel, which I found
going on down there? How many are we dealing with?
Most of the stench in the room. Raphael immediately knew he could learn from Michelangelo, especially when he came to human form. He struggled to recreate David in a drawing.
Take him down!
And like Michelangelo before him, he entered a shadowy elite.
Because the David was ugly. Seriously, the David, I really hate how the David looks. It's beautiful in how big it is, but that's it. It's just a really big statue. It doesn't look beautiful.
He yearned to use these new skills in a painting. And when the chance came, it came from the past. After Griffinetto Baglione's murder, Raphael was summoned back to Perugia.
Just keep your cool.
Waiting for
Preston, come on, man.
Was the woman who'd ordered Griffinetto's death.
Glad that's over.
Atlanta Baglione is a very interesting figure. She is a woman very used to her independence. Her husband died after only a few years of marriage. So
Corsair is now on the 3rd floor. Report to the 2nd intruder in the east wing.
Her own money, her own finances, her own destiny.
Sweet. But Atalanta had decided her son's destiny too. After he threatened to destroy the family, she ordered him to be killed. It was a decision she would regret for the rest of her life.
You see, I want something to remember him by. Of course. I hear you have painted for Maddalena Oddi. Does that concern you, Signora Baglione? Do you know how much I know it wasn't they who killed your son. He was murdered by your own family. Yes, well, now you can do a painting for me, so that he might forgive us. Better than Maddalena's, of course. It will be better. What did Sandy? Of course.
Atalanta's commission was arguably the most important Raphael had ever received.
Damn it!
It presented two challenges. First, to deliver a powerful scene from the crucifixion of Christ. And second, to impress his peers with a technical masterpiece. It wouldn't be easy, but Raphael could prepare by using one of his greatest assets, the ability to draw. When starting the Baglione commission, Raphael looks to a model by Perugino, the Santa Chiara Lamentation.
Barricade stairwells and hallways, if you haven't already.
Which shows the body of Christ laying lamented by his mother. Raphael's first drawing echoes Perugino's work, but he soon becomes unhappy with this, the traditional way of depicting the scene. Which is why, in a fresh drawing, he decides to pick the body up. Still searching, always inventive, he makes another change. Now the stationary figures move, as if they're actually taking Christ somewhere.
It is that moment of separation, of total devastation, of the mother collapsing as her son is being now taken away. She no longer holds him, she no longer touches him. And it's been working out
I wish you guys could see this.
how you can represent
Pretty
this
awesome.
psychologically.
Raphael starts to absorb the lessons of Michelangelo.
He's looking at a range of Michelangelo's work, and the picture becomes almost a manifesto of what he has learned from Michelangelo. He looks at the statue of St. Matthew, and he deploys what he learns from that figure in one of those who are supporting the body of Christ. He looks at Michelangelo's own sculpture, right-hand side of the picture. He may even have based the figure of Christ on the Pietà in Rome.
Take him out!
Slowly.
Oh shit, I knew it. I knew it. Oh god. Oh, they fucked up now. Shit, I fucked up now. Oh no, you get my crit. You get my crit. Beautiful painting.
Lost contact with sectors 2 and 4.
Raphael had, this time, taken lessons from Michelangelo, and then, in painting, surpassed him.
Well, yeah, Michelangelo wasn't a great painter.
Nice. He turned for inspiration.
Da Vinci was a great painter. Raphael was a great sculptor.
By 1505, Leonardo da Vinci was in Florence, working on the most famous portrait of all time, the Mona Lisa. Enigmatic, soulful, intimate.
That's it.
Raphael's own portrait of a rich Florentine, Maddalena Doni, seems to quote the Mona Lisa, showing his debt to Leonardo. But it also revealed one of Raphael's obsessions.
In fact, at one point, what's his name? Da Vinci was quoted as, I don't remember the exact quote, but he said that Michelangelo is just barbaric. He's just pounding at a statue, whereas I have the grace of sitting down quietly, having an intimate session with the person that I'm painting. Very different from smacking at a rock to get form, but that's the way he saw it.
His love for painting with, and in particular, the Madonna. A love that went all the way back to his childhood.
What?
What was that? You, were you gonna say something, buddy?
You don't get more beautiful Madonna, or you don't get more ideal. She was supposed to be unique. She was supposed to be uniquely chaste, virtuous, as well as beautiful. And I think he's trying to perfection of the Madonna.
Raphael's Madonna so much to Leonardo. He was clearly taking Da Vinci's
I want my crit. I want my crit.
with the same composition.
want my crit.
This painting is now one of the most valuable in the world. She is divine serenity, made human flesh. But was it artistic or painterly theft?
Rather than say stealing, I think that he just was brilliant at assimilating, at learning very quickly, taking the best from other artists, from what he could learn. And I think he was fascinated in what he could take from Leonardo. I think he admired Leonardo and Michelangelo greatly.
Having learned as much as he could from the two great masters in Florence, Raphael now sought a fresh challenge. At 25, he was well on the way to becoming one of the most famous artists in Italy. But there was still one place he had yet to conquer. Rome. Oh, what's me? Oh, what's me?
Well, damn. Oh, that was on me. Ha.
In 1508, Rome was ruled by one of the richest and most powerful men in the world, Pope Julius II.
You should get going.
Julius II quickly became known as Il Papa Terribile.
He was a warrior. Huh?
He was a formidable character, and he was someone who seemed to be able to bend the world to his will.
Through. Julius loved art and used it as a propaganda tool.
Fall back to original position. The courser's nearing the elevator.
Julius, helped by his
XXX. 3 bullets, that's 6. Clearly there's a message there.
It may well have been Bramante's idea to suggest Raphael as one of them. The two knew each other.
Bramante seems to be an absolute crucial person. He was artistically the most powerful person around before Raphael arrived and before Michelangelo arrived.
Justice has come for you, and I am its shroud.
They must have shared very much the same interests. He's very well liked in Florence. I will not disappoint you.
I think Julius is taking quite a risk because he's in reality.
Ooh, she's fast. Ooh, she's fast.
Deep inside the battle, several artists were working on 4 separate statements. Raphael began here, in Julius's personal library, the Stanza della
You sure shot me up.
Initially, he is just going to be one of a number of painters working in the Vatican apartments who have much more experience in fresco than he has. Therefore, he has to prove himself all over again in a new environment.
Impressing the Pope, though, wasn't all Raphael had to think about. At precisely the same moment, there was someone else in the Vatican who was playing on
Just
his
point me to it.
It was his old sparring partner, Michelangelo. And he was painting the Pope's private church, the Sistine Chapel.
They were very bitter rivals. Michelangelo was a very depressive, paranoid individual, and he believed that there was a conspiracy against him in Rome. Michelangelo was very threatened by the fact that the new boy wonder of Italian painting, someone who had much more experience with a paintbrush by this time than Michelangelo had, was going to be working in direct competition with him only a few yards away.
Well, well.
Raphael Santi. You famous yet? People here will know me soon enough. But do you need those hangers on you? You should look at yourself and think as well. Alone. Shoot you. Like the hangman.
Raphael could afford to be confident. His gathering of Greek and Roman philosophers, today known as the School of Athens.
Horses after the girl. Anyone alive needs to get up to the top floor immediately. That's an order.
Raphael even included his own likeness. But was he as confident as he seemed? Raphael's first biographer, Vasari, now makes a startling claim. That the artist, helped by his secret visit to the Sistine Chapel against Michelangelo's express wishes.
I mean, why wouldn't you? The Sistine took 4 years to paint. That's painstakingly long. And it's amazing in its splendor and how vast it is, but when you look at it really close, Michelangelo had so many errors because apparently he had never painted fresco before, and it's commendable the fact that he was able to paint that, doing an art that one wasn't his, and two, well, frankly, he was a statue, he was a sculptor, not a painter.
Any idea what all this does?
So it's just my opinion, but Michelangelo can be commended for that and everything, but it should have been Raphael. Can you just imagine how beautiful the Sistine could have looked if you had someone like Da Vinci or Raphael doing it, who are used to painting, instead of a sculptor doing it?
But could Vasari's story be true?
Don't say something.
Raphael would certainly have been allowed to see the ceiling without the need for subterfuge. But one question still remains. After he saw it, did Raphael go back to his now completed School of Athens and add their figure?
Got it.
This is Raphael's School of Athens as we see it today. Professor Arnold Nesselrath recently oversaw a restoration of the work.
The School of Athens is a very balanced composition, but in the foreground there is a figure that doesn't really fit into this, and that figure initially was not meant to be there.
There we go.
We know the figure wasn't supposed to be there. The answer is simple. It doesn't feature on the plans. This drawing, art historians call it a cartoon, is Raphael's final blueprint for the School of Athens, and the figure is not on it. British fresco artist Fleur Kelly is fascinated by Raphael's last-minute addition, and especially how it was done.
I was hoping perhaps a little bit on the leaves and also on this tablet.
Making a change to a finished fresco is both unusual and difficult. Helped by the
Guess they aren't going to need that anymore.
Fleur hopes to work out just how Raphael inserted the figure.
And that figure that they're talking about really does bring everything together. Because you could see that there was something missing without the figure that they're at least thinking that he added.
Now Fleur faces a difficult task. To add this mysterious figure using the highly complex and skilled technique of fresco. If she does it right, the end result should fit seamlessly into the empty space Raphael first pondered 500 years ago.
That's it.
Evidence from Raphael's finished fresco shows he began with a red chalk drawing, sketched onto the empty steps of the scene.
This is just to place it to make sure it looks okay in the overall picture. Just to get a feel for the overall shape.
Her sketch, which lifted off the surface, allowed her to transfer the design to a record. Now flirting with her own cartoon. Why not draw it on the wall in the first place?
It may seem like a very complicated process, but there's a very good reason for it.
And this is it. Fleur must now destroy the original drawing by hacking off the lime plaster. This allows her to apply a fresh layer before she begins her fresco.
This is the material for painters because it'll survive forever. And the reason it'll survive forever is that it can breathe. As far as the wall's concerned, it doesn't think it has anything on the surface when I paint on it. Moisture can get out and escape through the pigment layer, and moisture can get in, so there's a free passage in and
Got
out.
it.
The last stage sees the cartoon transferred back to the wall. And now painting begins. Done like this, Fleur's fresco will survive for centuries, just as Raphael's has done. But only if she paints it whilst the lime plaster is still damp. At most, she has just one day.
There is a pressure on fresco painters to come up with the goods within that day, but that can actually work to advantage because you have an edge and a fear, really, rather like an actor or a musician who's performing. There's that desire to please and to make your performance perfect.
It's like when someone's chasing you, you're playing a video game and you're in a race car. If you have someone in front of you, you will always drive better than if you have someone behind you. Mario Kart computers don't get any harder because you're in first place, you're just driving worse. Mind blown.
Raphael did leave clues. He painted the figure to be all alone, looking angry, and wearing clothes that are very different from everyone else's.
The other characters in the painting, the School of Athens, have a classical beauty and a sort of poetic quality about them. But this figure here is sitting as if he's just done a hard day's labour. He's a workman. He seems out of place.
Could it be there's a connection between the identity of the added figure and Raphael's first glimpse of the Sistine Chapel?
I also think people think too far into stuff. Holy shit.
Raphael, so in awe of the ceiling, abandoned his rivalry and offer Michelangelo a last-minute invitation to the School of Athens.
It's beautiful.
This is one of the most reliable images we have of Michelangelo. And this is the face of the figure in the School of Athens. Are they the same person?
I think that the figure probably is Michelangelo.
I do think
second day of plastering and painting, artist Fleur Kelly has achieved her goal: to recreate for herself Raphael's mysterious figure. So who does she think the man is?
I think it's Michelangelo.
Oh. I have enough guesses to just put in all the words that I want.
That's it.
There.
3 years after first arriving in Rome, Raphael finally showed the Pope not just the School of Athens, including the new figure, but the completed first room
Using
of
for
his
that's it?
apartments,
Alright.
the Stanza della Segnatura.
For Master Hack, you think it'd be a little more. Wow. So amazing.
Plato is here.
The difference between Raphael and Michelangelo, like Raphael gave character to these. You look at the people's faces and you can see that they're what they're thinking. You look at Michelangelo.
That's it.
What he did best was scale. No one could do what Michelangelo did, because that was pure dedication and love for the art. 4 years straight, looking straight up, killing your body in candlelight. Just imagine that every single day, 4 years straight. Your head up, turned, your arm up. 4 years of that, constantly. Sitting several, what is it, like 50, 60 feet off the ground? No, probably 100. I don't know how tall the Sistine Chapel is. Someone tell me. But this guy was that high up, doing this for 4 years straight, and he painted the whole ceiling. But Raphael had so much better details. And Da Vinci. Oh, Da Vinci.
I think it is a central moment for the history of Western art. It is a wonderful space. It's a wonderful invention. The School of Athens is an entire monumental fresco representing philosophy. On the opposite wall, the Disputa is an entire fresco representing theology. And you have Raphael actually managing to imbue great humanity, really, I think, into
Just an idiot.
Got it.
an academic painting. These are people who are thinkers, they are teachers. So it's about the people themselves, really. It's about the figures interacting in space.
Don't shoot! Let me think! Who are you going to be in? It's just me. Tell me the password.
Look, I already told you I don't have it.
Julius couldn't have been more impressed.
I'm in.
I'll help you find a way in. But listen, we took the girl fair and square.
The other artists. What about? I am putting you in charge. You have my permission to destroy their work.
All we want is a little compensation in return.
You are in no position to negotiate.
Okay. It's just... let me think.
We have a
Time's
quite
running
incredible
out.
situation here where an artist
please.
with no massive physical experience under his belt is given permission, in fact he's ordered by the Pope, to destroy the work of very accomplished men who've come before him.
It was a stunning coup. But if we're to believe one 16th century biographer, Condivi, Raphael now conspired with his old friend Bramante to win an even bigger prize. The as yet unfinished Sistine Chapel.
Oh my god.
To
I
do
didn't know
this,
that.
He brazenly tried to get Michelangelo sacked.
I did not know that.
What do you think you're doing? I will not relinquish the Sistine to anyone. Do you ever change your mind? You're poisoning the boss, right? Well, that's what you want. When you want, I'm warning you. I can't help it if he doesn't like you. Exactly. All of my arguments were just stuff because of Bramante's envy. Prove it, and yours. Because everything you had in art, you had from me. What I have from God.
Get over here.
In the end, Michelangelo held on to his commission to make the Sistine Chapel. But Raphael wasn't left empty-handed. Julius
Come here.
now offered him the privilege of painting his portrait.
Are you here for the synth?
When you look at that amazing image...
Z247 initialize factory reset. Authorization code Zeta 53 Kilo.
Ow.
I think you had a very strong idea immediately. This man is an immensely powerful character. This becomes the archetypal image.
I win.
Help me.
And from then on in, everything you ever see is painted three-quarter profile.
Yeah, now I can look like a courser.
He deserved to die. I know you're not here for me, but I can't get out. Not on my own. I'm going to have to trust you to help me.
My portrait will inspire fear.
I promise not to hurt you.
I guess I don't. The guard put the password in a toolbox. Use it to gain access.
4 years after his arrival in Rome,
Look
Raphael
alive.
will know exactly
Go ahead.
where he wants
Hey
to be.
there.
Yeah?
Close to the most powerful
Anything you
man
want
in
to talk
history.
about?
Damn.
He was rich.
I've heard the Institute has some kind of super agents, but I never thought I'd get personally acquainted with one.
He was invincible.
Just curious what you think.
If old Joe Becker could see us now, he'd be dead.
Nothing else for now.
All right.
Following his triumph in the Vatican,
Nigga, I can unlock this
Raphael
shit.
became one of Rome's
Yes.
brightest
Look at that.
His own
Easy.
private workshop now employed dozens of
Easy.
assistants, leaving him
Password.
Excuse me.
Thank you.
He had
I don't know what to say.
Get the hell out of here.
You don't have to say anything.
My institute designation is K198, but I knew they'd send a courser. I think I would have lost him. Thanks again for your help. I'm gonna look for supplies before you ask, no, the Commonwealth is unforgiving. I need to make it on my own.
Blonde flesh as well, lustrous eyes, and glorious hair. And he was
Glorious hair. Glorious hair.
Hey there.
Thanks again for your help. I'm gonna look for supplies before heading out.
something his 16th century biographer Vasari was quick to comment on. Raphael was very amorous and fond of women, and was always swift to serve them.
What are you gonna do with that?
Build shit. Oh, Fat Man. Yeah, that music right there. When you find the Fat Man.
This womanizing was a weakness that one of the most powerful cardinals in Rome conveniently overlooked. Bernardo de Vizita de Vienna decided that Raphael should get engaged to his niece, Maria. The artist was happy to oblige.
There's a wonderful letter that Raphael writes to his own uncle saying, guess what, uncle, I've met a wonderful woman from a very, very powerful family. The daughter also comes with handily a very nice sized dowry, which is going to go really far in Rome. So actually this wasn't really about love or beauty, this was about making connections, this was about social status and economic advancement.
Terminal's got this locked.
Oh shit, I went out the wrong door.
But despite the prospect of a windfall, Raphael was in no hurry to tie the knot. He preferred the bachelor life, which was fine, as long as he didn't fall in love.
Margarita, I want to paint you.
Unless you first.
Falling in love Someone must claims he to the end. It's a legend. She was mine. It's not.
I just walked in here, didn't even look if it was elevator. I could have just fallen to death. I think after this, character's gonna YOLO survive. Y'all, you have one survivalist.
All closed out.
Raphael's eye beauty was perfectly dressed. Portrait known as Raphaelina. It became his Mona Lisa, one of Raphael's most enigmatic paintings. For centuries, his portrait and the identity of the sitter have sparked debate. She be of Raphael's life. Just another moment.
We'll never know for sure whether
The person used to be the trouble in the horrible face.
Sturgeon was making a statement about possessing his mom, possessing you, possessing itself in this particular.
I discover this and head off.
Years later, artist Lee Stevenson wants to find out how Raphael.
Holy.
Carol. There.
Got this. Keep your cool.
Well, this is gonna be very bad very quickly.
Don't worry.
sfumata. It gives an arena skin an almost translucent glow.
I discovered later. That's all.
This is a beautiful way of realistic exactly what I would have wanted to achieve. One convincing flag. Two.
Neighbor.
Arena's music is sexually touched, but for it's not enough. Why he had some access.
Of course, stick arts get power from what reveals. Just what it reveals. And transparent cloth is a very good way of this is an interesting thing. Raphael even for an and put it on it. Raphael Urbino. And it now, so I think with the expression of her face, he also him.
Perhaps the most dramatic for an arena accessories.
Hey,
here's my.
Is the ring she wears the third finger of her left.
Hey.
This is what
The colour of was it a bloodstone? No. The way round. Realised loyalty. Emotion. Bonding.
I think it's like a wedding.
Raphael's isn't a clue to the existence of a love in his life. Thus, also writes a woman who made Raphael so lonely and depressed, he was able to work with having her permanently beside him. What's more, it seems La Fortuna doesn't appear in 100. Some believe her distinctive features identify in several of Raphael's works. These include the Vita, the Sistine Madonna, and Madonna della Sera, all present with a face
Oh, look
to
alike.
that of La Fortuna.
Very similar.
Taken Leo 100 hours
Look
his own
better.
version of Raphael's masterpiece, but it's not finished.
One more thing. Those beautiful eyes. Ashes. Fawn Arena.
La Fortuna confirmed Raphael as the sister of the portrait.
Amazing.
But its creation came at an unsettling time for the artist. In 1513, Claudius II, the man who made Raphael's career, died. Later, his chief architect, Donato, also passed, and it was Raphael who snatched it from the fingertips of Michelangelo.
I am self-confident to whoever.
Raphael now on the love of with They
Since allowed him.
theological route dug out beneath the streets. He made plans to rebuild in exciting ways. Now, as before, the School of Athens, he had a new idea of design.
Relax, some
Using architectural plans, his vision finally come to life.
We caught protection for Commonwealth weaponry.
Every piece here is worth high charge.
Look, sure.
Everything you need.
Roman emperor. Design echoed ancient style Raphael had found in the city underground.
If you're thinking safety, a range rifle.
Huh? Let's take.
Now, be shy. You never try.
I'll take a look.
Feel.
After an unholy wild gorge, he returned home with a sick fever.
The son tells us he lover that he overdid. Implication is, I think, that not only was Raph having deeply in orgies, but probably had syphilis.
Kyle, you dog.
Too much hair? Get trimmed. You won't regret it.
Died at the age of 36.
Camike cares about you.
Read that interview and you said at the end. Hope. Good.
Kim's right.
I've got a few brows.
And almost immediately invaded with semi-divine quality. Plainly, this was almost sacrilegious to do, to measure how he was seen of revolutionized painting in his.
Raphael's final masterpiece, Transfiguration, is above.
Raphael died young. He died rich. He probably as much
Radiation poisoning is a ailment.
as any artist
Take
could
Doc.
have.
Just hurt all over.
Raphael begun life at the perfect
Well done. Any other complaint?
Renaissance.
Feel sick. It's radiation.
From father on, he absorbed
That's that. Anything else?
I'm pretty.
Grapes.
half the work life of Leonardo, third of Michelangelo.
Done.
Still
No.
shares.
Is there anything else?
No.
Off you.
It's not that he
Don't. Here to be exact.
Actually, I need some support for the.
All right.
actively blowing Perry out of patronage opportunities in Georgia, plunging Florentine artists for the commissions in their city. Arriving in Rome in a couple of years, seeing the work of his rival thrown down. This is not the saintly artist who never has a word to say about one. Somebody who saw in chance absolutely prepared to go on.
What happened in his life? Maria is say for years. I don't know.
Caps, 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 caps.
Said to have been influenced. Marina.
Oh, that.
Fresh. Ain't on nothing
See what you have.
as fresh as.
Hmm.
Her have two clues. First, Asari. He recounted from his death. File provided his mistress in his last will and testament. Make sure he sent her away. We have no other trace of her until 6 more months later. And it was then made in the admissions of a convent in Rome, St. Apollo, in the district of Devon.
Hello, my
day was 1520 Francesco of Siena was into our
Knowing she'd love above her, be that Mark was left with one choice.
Poor girl.
Her life was about to slip away.
Free shop right here.
Unlike
You sure that's with us?
Need some hardware? We got a workbench to
writing up.
Oh, sizes.
His first ended at the age of 7. Second, that of his king. Willing, he took
I don't know about all. I've probably forgotten much sooner before Michelangelo or Da Vinci would be. History Renaissance.
470 AD, the Great Roman Empire had collapsed, ending its period of dominance.
Let's look for original causes. Right before I'm to watch Cosmos, I'm looking. I don't even know his name. The cable, Larry the Cable Guy.
Of your
Yes, it is.
Now please enjoy us. I'm proud of how, through the teaching of 4,000 generations of our ancestors, we have come to discover our and how
that a boy? Give my left for one of those.
With the last guy.
The cosmos is always, forever was. Tingling spine, touching the voice, a sensation as if it's memory of falling from a great height. Oh,
Rotate and sir.
Hi.
Oh, God. What is the smell?
Rotate, sir.
Damn, the silence treatment out is version 12.2. If I get you the potion you had.
Galaxies and suns and planets and consciousness coming into being, evolving, and worlds of and stars of diamonds, atoms as large as the sun, universe as smaller than ours. But it's all a story of our own planet, the plants and animals that share it. It's a story about us, how we achieve the present understanding of cosmos.
Actually been in here. But from what I hear, watch our step.
Hey.
But I need a lot. One drum.
Wait. Let me get this. An old Chinese sailboat in harbor? Jeez. Now I heard everything.
Hey.
Memory then.
Oh, it was. We were against the Japanese. Damn.
Recently, we way out.
Billy.
Deep, and the water is inviting. Part being no, we came from. And we came. Cosmos is
You're back.
Made of stuff. We are away from the cosmos.
I've been working on improvement costume. You ready for to work?
Then let's do it.
Let me see. These poly plates give you protection. It ain't no armor, but it's the best to do. Been a pleasure, truly. You stay safe.
Hi.
Sorry, Shroud. I don't have any grades ready.
Hi.
Death.
Find Virgil. What happened?
And I, Shroud.
Found Virgil. He has a way inside the Institute.
Of course. Unfortunately, I can't help you. I've worked on it since. Never. But your people wait. I work with a group that
Right.
called.
How do I find...
Contact them. Usually come to me when they have a synth escape the internet. But I don't have a code for it. So a clue if ever needed to...
Any idea?
I'm not sure. Hopefully, please. I'm sorry.
Huh.
God damn it. Freedom. Videos. Swan Pond. Alright, do the freedom trip. I could remember where the hell the final build is at. It goes through Good Neighbor. I think it was over here.
Through the gate, you got...
Huh?
Stop by him.
Bitch look like heck.
Perhaps this cyclone of is astronomers on Earth. These are.
In the soul because I don't like.
Our ordinary measures of this fail us here in the realm of galaxies. We need a much larger unit, light year. It measures how light travels here. 10 trillion kilometers. It measures not time, enormous.
Oh my God, 3. Stream is like 6 hours, 7. For 24. I knew the crew went to Good Neighbor.
Oh, a 6 and an O.
Go.
Pegasus ring wreckage led collision of galaxy. Cosmic pulse. Individual galaxies may explode and divide. Their constituent stars may. In this supernova explosion, a star outshines the rest of the galaxy. We are approaching what astronomers on Earth call local million light years across contains some galaxy. The typical scene of island.
Oh my God, 41.
Of space, galaxy is 31. Galaxy in Andromeda. Its fastest
Next.
Galaxies.
Damn, where are they?
I don't know, man. I don't know.
Got this. I'm listening.
Over there. Her.
From the buster, voyages take 200 million years to the local.
That.
Done.
Two great spiral galaxies. Beyond them, one other circular galaxy. Its arms turning as it recoils.
Go check that.
Got it. No can.
Okay.
On it. I'm on it. Done.
Do it. Just do it.
The upper back voice of the Cygnus spiral arm. We use
Okay. Come on.
Oh my god. Die. I won't. Thank you. Jesus.
concentrating its core and stewing its spiral.
Bingo.
Supplies? No problem.
Within this star world and maybe an enormous diversity of things, intelligent and spacefaring.
When I was a character, I did part like 5 because of the spider.
Scattered among stars of the supernova rings, each one the remains of a colossal stellar explosion. These elements of glowing gas, outer layer, star which is only destroyed. Gas is turning star back to space. And part remains of the original star, the dense, shrunken stellar fragment called a pulsar. Natural light blinking and hissing, the sun that spins twice each second. Keep such time that the first one discovered was a sign of extraterrestrial intelligence. Perhaps navigation great ships travel across light years and between stars. There may be intelligence such starships. Pulsars are not
5R.
dead. They are the dual reminders that nothing lasts forever. That stars die. We continue to plummet thousands of light years. The plain galaxy. This is the Milky Way. Our galaxy seems John. Billions of pure furnace converting matter to starlight. Some
No. Wait, press.
Fire.
They also among the many clouds interstellar, one called the Orion Nebula, only 1,500 light years.
What are you gonna do with it?
Eat it.
Are seen things as the belt of the familiar constellation Orion the
Dean.
The nebula appears from Earth as a patch.
Yeah, I should put all this down.
Orion's sword.
There it is.
Not a star. It is another thing entirely. A cloud that fills nature's places.
Never.
This stellar nursery, a place where stars are dense by from gas. Temperatures become so high they begin to shine. Such clouds birth stars, as others bear witness to their death. After stars condense in the interiors of stellar clouds, what happens? Pleiades are a loose cluster of young stars 50 million years old. These fledgling stars are just being let out in the galaxy, still surrounded by wisps of nebulosity and dust from within.
Okay.
Original minute. One man, two of right in the old north.
Getting ridiculous. Give me these
There
weapons.
are clouds hanging like floods between the stars.
There's a rifle that does extra damage.
Organic matter and ice. Inside,
There's a that does
these
double
stars
and
begin to
extra physical damage.
nearby walls of icy vapor to form comet-like tails, driven back the stellar winds.
I thought that was a.
Black clouds light across, drift in the stars. They're filled with organic molecules. The blocks of light are easily made. How many such complex molecules assemble themselves into patterns we would call
No idea what
most
were under.
stars belong to systems of 2, 3, or any sun, bound by gravity. Each system isolated from its neighbors, light years. Approaching a single ordinary yellow dwarf star, surrounded by a system of 9 planets, thousands of moons, thousands of asteroids, and billions of comets.
Billion.
This place is giving me the creep.
And satellite Triton. Even in the outskirts of our own system, we humans have barely begun our explorations. A century ago, we were ignorant even of the existence of the Pluto.
Oh,
Its
I hate this so
Charon
much.
remained undiscovered until 1978. The ring of Uranus, first detected in 1970. New World, short
fact that the thing went down drastically scares me.
You're one of the billion years.
Okay. Does anyone remember what it was?
Largest in our solar system.
Shit.
Jupiter. On its dark edge, some lightning.
Such a simple.
We're here and two.
Go away. That's fine. There you go. Trail. The real freedom. Girl. Crap. Blah 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 blah. It spells out. There's the spell out. That makes sense.
So, not right.
Oh, shit. Shift a few of enemies on. Just wipe myself when I do this one. Ah. God damn it. Right. I don't want jump in this game. Wow. That's railroad. That's what happened.
So it's star R?
Spell it as long as you write known they had some out for that. Ma? Oh, hello.
You went through a lot of effort to arrange this meeting. But before we go any further, answer my questions. Who the hell are you?
Standing here.
Why don't you tell who you are first?
In a world full of suspicion, treachery, and harms, we're the sins.
I followed the trail looking for the road.
If that's true, I told you how to contact us.
Make something. I want to know what happens to make something up.
I used Carl out of a jam. He knows a guy who knows a guy, and they hooked for the lead.
We'll get into that. Last question. Why are you here?
I back down and killed Courser at Green Genetics. Now.
Have what? This is not a joking matter.
I didn't know we were at a party. What gives my invitation? Oh, see you invited the Courser killer. Nice.
Deacon, you're saying this intruder actually killed a Courser single-handedly?
Flash, boss. This guy kind of a deal. If you're done interrogating him, you might want to show this murdering machine courtesy.
I owe you an apology. Anyone, I'm Desdemona, and I'm
Hopefully we get something out.
asking for us in a position.
We need to let in. He's an intact Courser chip for God's sake.
That violates your security protocols.
Hell with that. He killed Courser. No way he's working for the Institute.
We're letting you into headquarters. You're the first outsider ever given this privilege.
Hey, I thought my way in. Save from doing some stupid ass shit about helping them. Railroad. Seriously, these guys are nuts. Go up a human, save a robot.
We haven't yet.
Same time. Kill the robot to save a. Oh, who am I? Kill the robot. Kill us eventually. Oh, my other character here sided with the Institute. When you side with the Institute, well, your ears, you don't want to know what happens. But if you side with the Institute, the kill.
Courser chip is a very
One.
delicate operation, and
The
things can go.
railroad.
The lead of which is losing data. Fortunately, we're the right man for the job.
There's only one character that I actually felt bad about. Yeah. My man.
Hey, dude. You need something?
Our victim here has a Courser chip.
Whoa! For real? Oh, man, ages. Everyone's... You've been hitting him's way hard. But my eyes open. I
Right.
see.
Ground rules. Tom gave you the code. Once he's done, we get the Courser chip.
Fine.
All right, Tom.
Right, little the chip. Let's have the analyzer take a look at you. Access. Just off the next. What? Oh man, don't crash. Together. Memory hiccup. There we go. In algorithms. All right. We're still. Oh. More decimals. This is gonna be. Come on. Show me that. They the same logarithm as the key. Oh man, we got Institute. I got you. Alpha in. Come on. Show me that sweet. Come on. Got it. The code. Load that onto the for ya.
Good work. Start working on the and you to be crystal.
Look who there now.
If we're going to be feeling more of each other, I need to make sure that we're on the page. You know what it says, right?
I know about them.
Good. The Institute treats synth property.
Sounds like
Exactly. We seek to see the synth. I have
Uh-huh.
a only question matters. Would you risk your life?
Depends on the circumstances.
There's no around with this.
So
No, probably.
No, that might be best. Institute.
Cosmic edge. We've just begun reconnaissance as far as all those other planets and stars, galaxies. In ages to come, we will explore them more.
Scarecrow.
He was in the alleyway when he asked.
There's more going on. No. Trust me.
He was by the
Careful, man.
gotta be.
It is everywhere.
Scared out on Carrington. He's
What? Go ahead. Spit it out.
showed up now. He's been
There's more going on than you know. Trust me.
if he
damn.
Somewhere there are 100 billion galaxies and a billion trillion stars. Should this modest planet be the only inhabited world? It's far likely that the universe is crawling with life intelligent. Far, every living
I'm here to say
touches me. Every
any
civilization.
new Scarecrow.
he was in the alleyway when he asked at the door.
Oh, you made it out. He was by the goddamn elevator. It's gotta be a.
Scared on Carrington's pride.
What? Go ahead. Spit it out.
Even showed up now. He's been
You've got to be kidding me. Everything he.
God damn it. Damn it all. Glitching out.
To the planet. A place
I pressed some button in a speech.
liquid water, cool mists, soft meadow, a positive, rich life. Quick perspective. It is
Right, man.
unique. The old world in which we know with certainty that the matter cosmos is being alive. Where? There must be such worlds through space, but our for them begins here with the acute.
Hey, Dad. You need something?
Our here has a question.
For real? Oh, man. Ages.
Right. Ground rules. Tom gave the code. Once he's done, we get the chip.
They do that as demonstration.
Fine. It's yours.
All right.
It's nice to show it here.
Analyze crack at
Look at the difference in how the object background as I reports them. The object closer may become much
We're in.
bigger.
Chip.
The object in the
Oh, damn.
increase is very little.
Man, don't.
When you zoom in, you get
Encryption algorithms.
zooming
Right.
all
Still running.
Latest
at the
Oh, man. They've added to the last
zoom.
See? Come on, babe. Give me that pattern. Where is it? Wait. They're using the
Wish I
algorithm
had
for
a
cohesion
weapon
rate.
here. Better.
You got lucky.
There we go.
Got you, two bastard.
His head and all
So,
size of the
come on. Show face.
net.
There we go. We got. Let me look at the holotape.
Good work, Tom.
Should have a
Yeah.
weird
I'm not sure
visual.
I'll hold up next time.
The moon does
On the
things
rest of
Terminator.
And-
Vsauce
to work with
very
you. Let me know
illustration
if
of
you crystal clear. If you use data and discuss anything,
the difference between and
more going on. Oh.
Hi. I'm going to be dealing with you to make sure I'm saying. You know symbols.
Yeah, I know all.
Good.
Sounds like
Exactly. I have a
once in my life, my country.
You're skilled, but we in turn.
Y'all want to know?
Preston? I know you think so.
No, but I don't really get it. Oh. Since we met, I know I really. Most people out for themselves. One way or another. You risk more than you to help people just because I wanted you to know. Well,
flirt? Oh shit. Have to flirt with Preston. Even the option.
If any of that's it is because of
anything for E.
me how to be a better.
Oh. Means a lot for me.
I'm gonna have some back mountain going on.
Go ahead. What is it?
Anything you want to.
Don't feel responsibility.
Just you're thinking.
Out a lot of others since I Minuteman.
How do you think
it feels good without helping?
Nothing.
All right.
If you're not
Oh, you been Kim's too hard. I got my voice.
Drummer said Deacon. I would love to shoot Deacon to find out if he's a. Oh, wait a minute. I did. Deacon.
Things coming out.
We'll separately. That's
In the reception, when you take the institute, be careful when new gets on its floor.
Later was just.
Hey, at least hurt.
Killed their friendly person, but it's all now. I for you. That shot. Still.
So tell me. You vouch for me.
Our little out. It's my job to know things, and with everything done, it's.
Why the trust? Me taking it all.
I don't trust, but I hope we can. We just a hell of a crisis, so we may be a teeny bit desperate, new members. If everything sunshine and caps, we play a long game to know you, but have that.
Change the world in a way feed the world. Constantly to the blind to sperm actually wither.
We're gone.
Really? Is that all?
I heard a lot.
Damn it.
Turns out, sticks new. Skeptical person might have said the report saying was it's an absolute forward option. Why would anyone lie on such a matter?
Really? Is
I've heard a lot.
I'm gonna do it. Maybe I need a lucky hat on. I'm gonna do it. Truth will.
Is that all?
Don't give up. All right. I have a of people I a good fit for my entry. Oh. Maybe I asked my homework. If you found us, I would have found that. So Les wants you a tour. That's someone who helps a job here. I'm just out and sick.
You got my attention.
I got a job too big for if you get in mind and need
me up then.
It's me. A few things at Lexington.
But Peter Curry, the difference explains the shadow. The is so far away. Rays are powerful when they reach different angles to the sun's cast shadows. We observe the shadow length. The distance between our and Saeed had to be 70 Pacific.
Y'all heard Carl Sagan talking about how long ago someone heard that the Earth was round, and he did it to very. I think they were lists or tablets. I don't know what you. But he looked.
For and I am probability zones.
Pam.
Testing unknown entity.
Strange way to say it.
Temporarily unable to test verbal still probably area adjustments to statistical models. Commencing production by one.
Well,
Introduction token recognized. Nice to provide.
what? Even if you're sometimes.
Caution. Relying on this unit's operation complete. You are a variable. No query.
I'm 111.
Vault. Conversation terminated. Pending connection.
Circumference. That's how to around the Earth. The right answer. These is almost were stakes, size, heat, brains, cysts. There are only a few. Good figure. 200.
Could have just looked at the.
It was ships, fishermen, fishing vessels, navies, but they were all regions unknown. 100 years before Earth circumnavigate. Nishan enjoy the Egyptian ago. They said probably these out sea east coast to the Atlantic and back Mediterranean. That journey about a
I think I.
What tales of adventure and daring was there have been told as sailing
did steal.
Capture a epoch. If you broken shoes and some ancient secrets. In Alexander, there was an immense story associated with
Life.
and worked finest one in the ancient.
There were billions of findings. Billions and billions.
Legendary that survives this. In the library is the tale. Later we come to knowledge. These during probably once in storage. Only physical hands. This place was once brain and the greatest better. If I could travel back into the place I would visit. The library of Alexandria at its height, 1,000 years. Important began intellectual event which led us into
Stop giving me recordings. Hi, Barry.
Let's see you managed to you need.
I have the code.
Suppose get rid of after all. How'd you manage?
The railroad.
Oh, God, those folks would have expected they'd be trying to operate vending machines, setting terminals here. Sorry. The only I did what I could. From memory, things I heard through years. With some addicts for see. And symbol the creation data's
I'm sure it'll
for the road, but if you build this, can you? I mean, can
I got him.
don't you are agree? Only go on. Take and get to work. You whatever it.
I want to go to the Minutemen railroad and stuff.
Hey, isn't it? General.
Save it here and then from here. Oh, the account I can do. The account I can set it with the hood then.
Plans here. Build a city center.
Yes. World what's wrong with them?
They my son.
Some bad for them. We'll get whatever help we can. Assuming you this thing. What do you?
The Institute uses television to get in.
Teleport. If anyone can make because of those planes, Sturgis. I haven't found one yet that he could fix.
Oh my god. This dude mechanic. Not an well, he does work cars too. Nuclear fusion. Right? Nuclear fusion and which is that stars. So maybe I'm under the
and literature and the treasure of the empire. For centuries, they generally supported research and enlightenment shared by few in the state. Now,
favorite part of the holiday nut. Hazelnut, Brazil nut, long, all wrapped up in a
research libraries, or fountain colonnade, gardens.
Two guys. We think about the holiday.
Yeah?
Y'all are weird.
Don't much care. Preston thought he'd be able to figure plans for.
Sure thing. Let's see what you...
Here you go.
Ah, what a mess. Like, encrypted best transmission. Okay, so let's route it through. What the hell? Quotation? Some pretty shit.
Damn.
For real?
Said you used to.
Real? Seriously? No, you could be an institute and still be. Anyway, you never think of nuts and bolts and making some. But, looks here. Yeah. I'm gonna need something to study this handwriting to make out. But, I can get started with what he calls stabilized reflector. Some pretty high-grade metal. Particularly not that in the lining of a jet engine. Something like that.
Good work, Stan.
Well, don't me yet. I think I kissed it. It's gonna take some time to work out the details of the hair sections. Here's a list of what's for the first. I'm pretty sure we've got all that sanctuary. If you want to build it, while you work on that, I'm busy figuring out how to actually do the rest of this thing. Keep in mind, I can already. It's gonna take a amount of juice. Like if a spare reactor, we could probably use it. Don't want to be. Find a nice open side with power available. So, ready to get on the road? What's going on? Find a good spot.
Sure. Yeah. To build the rest.
I got a handle. Here's a list of things that may be fine. I think I'll over at the building and see if we can.
Huh. Just
deal. Thing to keep in mind while you're building this. It all be wired together. All the people. See you over at.
Uh-huh.
Make it look
Everything good on my end. See if this thing works. Sure. Okay. Your part is just step on to the floor. Start scanning the Institute signal like onto. Then fire her up and we see
what happened. They're just using confidence with what you say.
I don't blame. Get on the.
Hey, I've got something different for you. Our scouts are promising a new settlement. Once you set up radio beacons, settlers know about it.
I'm ready.
Thriving new instead of waiting.
Bro,
Commonwealth. One piece at a time.
You're ready.
15 years later is our time. Last second of December 1st.
Cold feet. I don't.
Hey, what's on your mind? Your thoughts? Deal with the brother Bill. Anything you want to. It's good to when I can. Oh, all right.
Here.
Whenever you're ready.
Okay, hold real still. I don't want any of the molecular. By the way, I think it's a golden opportunity to find as much as we can about the incident and what they're doing. This house is all set with a program that and their network download any finds.
signal. Tracking off. And... got it. Hold on. Spot.
Every single mall.
Square. Every person we heard of lived somewhere in those kings and migration, inventions, and love. Everything happened here. The last 10 minutes of the count. Earth is awake to the oceans. Time from which we emerge are the legacy of 15 billion years of cosmic evolution. We have a choice. We can chance life to know the universe made us, or we can surrender our 50 million-year heritage. Meaningless, selfless.
You're quite right.
Happens in the first second of the next.
I'm known.
Depends on
The instinct under my guidance.
Intelligence.
I know why you're.
Knowledge.
I'd like to discuss things you faced. Please, step into it later.
Episode 2?
I can only imagine what you've heard. What you think of us. I'd like to show that you may have a long impression. Welcome to the Institute. The reality. This place.
I'll be there.
We do. Over 100 years we've needed us to humanity's survival. Decades of research, countless successes and trials, a vision of science shaped the future. It is not easy, and our actions are often interpreted as those of the world. Some perhaps we show them what we accomplish. Now, we must there's such at stake to risk it. You've seen above our unstable. To talk to you about what we can do for everyone. I hear from
way too well. Walnut. coconuts? Nuts. There's
jammed. Would need the key. No way to pick. Sean?
Sam?
Sean? You. Sean.
Father, what's going on? What's happening? What's going on? Father? Father!
I'm here, Sean.
No,
Hey, Sean. I'm here.
Father, someone here, help!
Please, Sean. Father. To me. Open the door.
Father, help! He's trying to help me! Father, help me!
the graphics in this complete shit. Took me a while to that video.
Sean.
I have to admit.
S923 recall Sirius. Al's response not at all anticipated. He's a you understand. We're only
Yes.
effect stream and stimulus. Please keep an open. I recognize that you are emotional and that your here has been with challenge. Start on. I am welcome Institute.
In the 12th century,
Yeah, me.
Sean. Real Sean. Right now!
I know. Onto such define.
Just understand what's on here.
Promise that answers you have. But I need to realize this situation is more complicated than you could imagine. You have traveled far and suffered a deal to finally I
It's really
yeah. The vault. You have concepts of time. Then you learn your son no longer in it. Is it really so hard to that it was and here
it wasn't what they take from me like
to you would certainly be true. But to it made no sense. That time, the year 2227, Institute had made strides in production. Never scientific curiosity, the goal of production drove her onward. What they was the perfect team. So they found the best they could thus far. Human being walk talking fully out.
Blinded with tears, child with his small hands together. First to the farewell.
Science experience needed to see this.
Manner of speech. These endeavored synthetic mechanics. The majority of that was available, of course, but it had all been in the attempt to shield and the instance exactly what I am there through some we are family.
Mm-hmm. You.
It really. Now you must questions. Anything I can do to help you understand.
Oh, you're in charge of the institute.
The acting was spent decades to reach. The responsibility I take is serious. The important. He is humanity's best hope for the future. No matter what above ground think of us.
It doesn't matter what they think. What matters is what we do.
We see it that way. Ultimately, wealth has nothing to fear from what you've seen. No, I convince you. Give me time. What have I say? To the mind.
Her mother.
It happened to us. I've gone over records of the
ceremony of life and death of the Heiki.
Well, damage. Is that all she?
What would you say?
But there's a strange postscript story. The fishermen say that the Heiki sound wonder of the sea still of crabs. There are crabs here which have curious things on their faces. Resemble the face, the aggressive soul of a samurai warrior from medieval man.
This really doesn't matter.
Damage. That all she was?
I forget it's been such short for you. I don't have any derivaries. Have my life to cope with the loss. Has it all been easy? Of course. For many years, I never questioned who it's were. Accepted my situation with all day regret. What now is what else is you kill. It wasn't
Knew the man psychopath you used to?
You have preferred turned him loose to the Commonwealth. That keeping him on a leash. The two took advantage of Kellogg. In right.
Uh-huh.
There's more for
uh-huh.
To a part of now. After no, you've been much. Forgive me. Assume that there is to be done. You'll need to acclimate.
I'll do it.
I'm glad. The Institute now your home as much as mine. Please, sir, introduce yourself to the division. And finally,
it's
Suspicious? What do you suspicious?
Most done. Tighten up this drive, sir.
Hi, Doc.
Very, they are here. When don't
I have to find my son.
know that you found it. As you might get, we maintain there's a lot of work we do.
Absolutely.
Here. Your time. If there's
Be a challenge.
over the years, when it's a good
Dr. Fillmore.
You know the call, sir. Authorized no only.
Doctor.
Welcome. Welcome.
It'll take time, but
Know that.
Seriously, over to knock together.
Pardon me.
Getting package I asked for. Maybe I should take some with me.
all the working is all the other
Describing
Off on me. My method results.
Ah,
what we did.
Here you are. Just an AM. Acting director for retention. I'll be going to be keeping an eye on you in the future. Despite your relation with father, you're a bit of a quantity. I'm sure you are. Any issues?
Crabs have on their the shapes of samurai. And people still say that's unreasonable and solution impossible.
don't.
I'll be out. An outside. First outside. It's not first. Now, has asked that our responsibility is the
Sure, it's best for one if this.
allow sophisticated results.
Sure.
Our main course, they are what I gather. In fact,
I'm here to combat.
so Corsair more than a match. Suppose I'll have to add robotics from detailed diagnostics on air production. Unless you need.
I'd like to know more about the synth process.
Corsair, in those cases, the procedure is useful. Too often.
Stream is over. And we'll be back later on, and we'll be here. Or as stream it, science. Go on YouTube. If anything, Neil deGrasse Tyson, Dawkins is an.
Nothing. At this point, doing it for.
Excuse me.
Ah. Yeah.
Don't. I promise I will.
Thank you. Oh, I've been told to be given.
Thank you.
Given.
Sure.
If
I'd like a project.
taking.
Oh. Yay. Relay internet.
For goodness sake, I can't find my notes.
In order to TP. Legends teleport.
True supplements.
Bye-bye. Let's go. Come on.